just add a little bit more of a beat between them. If you're watching on YouTube, by the way, we're switching over to part 2 on the iRacing YouTube channel, on the RaceSpot YouTube channel. You shouldn't have to do anything. Hopefully it will automatically switch you over, but if you do get disconnected for a second, don't fear. Part 2 is where you will catch the next handful of hours, 6 hours or so, before we continue to just rotate through these YouTube links. If you're on Twitch, Facebook, don't do anything. Paul and I will be still here, fortunately or unfortunately, uninterrupted for you for the next 47 minutes. Matteo Kuzner in the GT4 class back into pit lane, and he's brought Canapino in the TC Esports machine with him. Was Cooking Racing Adventure as well. It's the edge of the fuel window for the GT4s.
Yeah, we're at that point then. So we said 7 laps. Now, Grid and Go Esports, the 009, that's just coming through Tiergarten right now. There is the Williams Sim Racing Play Seat car coming down pit road. You can just see on the right-hand side of your screen, the Grid and Go car heading down the pit straight. I would imagine that the Grid and Go car will come ahead because that Williams car has got to accelerate. And yes, it does go back into the lead of GT4, but of course they've been out there for 1 lap. They've got that offset happening right now,
and as well they are now back in the draft. So from being out of draft range when the 009 came into pit lane to now being back in the tow, it's still Aston Martin from Aston Martin, then the first of the BMWs, then the first of the Porsches. So, you know, as much as I'm going to malign the conversation that is BOP, not because the BOP itself is bad, just because, again, BOP is a complex construct to kind of wrap your head around. Nice to see 3 different manufacturers up inside the front 4 of the GT4. You know what was nice, Paul? And I saw a post, I think it was on Reddit, about this in the last handful of weeks. BOP isn't so great. EOT, the equivalization of technologies that we used to have back in the old LMP1 days, that was pretty great.
I mean, I remember those Porsches running with a flywheel in the cabin as their hybrid system, rather than being an electrical system for a while. That was nuts, having a flywheel spinning at, what was it, 19,000 RPM next to the driver's head. Okay, it was a Kevlar encased, but still, I wouldn't want that as a driver. If that's something that has a bearing failing or something like that, yeah, that doesn't spell a nice time, in my opinion.
A nice time at the Nordschleife can be had, though, by spectators, because it's not something you can laser scan, but the smoke in the air as sausages are being cooked up, the bonfires going around, all the parties that happen around the track, Paul. It is a good time, from what I understand. A trip to the Nürburgring 24-hour race as well. That's a little bit awkward for one of the GT3 machines, just getting a little bit stuck.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think that's the Williams Esports car, isn't it? That's in 5th place, the Williams Gaming Club car. I think just getting stuck there in the traffic. No, it's not. It's not
Sherry Esports.
It's Sherry Esports. Yeah, sorry, my mistake. I'll blame it on the getting darker. We're pretty close to official sunset, so yeah, we'll blame it on that. Honest. I was speaking to David Addison, the commentator of the GT World, the GT World Challenge that goes on, the British Touring Car Championship. He commentates the Spa 24 Hours as well. He was telling us that he was working on one event at Spa, and his commentary colleague was there saying, look, the Nürburgring 24 Hours is going on. Do you want to pop across and you know, have a look? So they went across, and he says he they went to one of the Nordschleife parts of the track, and he says, you will not believe the different array of smells that were coming from that track, from the side of the track, and it wasn't all food related either. Some of it was potentially, well, they'd claim medicinal, shall we say.
No, I was picking up where you went with that. Around the outside for the Delta Sport machine, so Pedro Martins reclaims second away from the Luke Mansky Racing Esports number 68, the Dark Eagle entry from them. And staying out there on track as well. These drivers still have a handful of laps left to go. Ooh.
Oh dear.
That's Sheza Esports around, not for the first time today, unfortunately. I did also note there was an incident for the Sheza GT3, and actually Norby Kish has just brought that car down to pit lane. So we were singing his praises, or I was. Maybe you can blame me with the commentator's curse as Kish brings the car to pit lane, and I think there's going to be some lengthy repairs here.
It's great that we have two believers in the commentator's curse here, unlike
absolutely,
even unlike that heathen Lewis McGlade, not believing in the higher power that we hold as commentators. Here we are. Here's Norby.
Oh no!
And it's the Bella Fest. This is not a small accident that he's going to have. Oh, into the wall.
You know what, Paul?
That's not as bad as it could have been.
Right. Oh,
That's a rear corner.
I love Lauren Heinrich, but I'm going to throw him a bit under the bus here. Didn't he take out the Dacia down there in the 24 a couple of years ago?
Yes.
Yeah, that is not a place to have a crash. That is a scary, scary part of the track. And boy, Norby, yeah, that could have been a whole lot worse.
It was a rear left corner that he's going to have to repair. So you're looking at about 8.5, 9 minutes on pit road, perhaps. So
a lap down.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if they go back out there in the Ford Mustang. You were also, by the way, Paul, calling out the fact that it's dark, that it's more difficult to see. That was my experience. I just commentated on the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, and my first race with the series was a night race, and so I knew none of the liveries, and I'm sitting there trying to look through the reflection, figure out who is what. These are the things you don't think about when you're a sim racing commentator with all the screens and information in front of you to figure out what's going on.
I've got 4 screens in front of me right now, and still we miss things. It's just the nature of it. It is the nature of what we do here, and I'll tell you what, we get a lot more information in the sim in terms of timing screens and track maps and things like that compared to Full Metal Racing. I mean, when I went to Monza for the Hankook 12 Hours of Monza a couple of years ago, we were told, oh, by the way, bring your laptop because that's the timing screen.
Really?
Yes.
So the Wi-Fi, at least on pit lane, was decent, is what I'm hearing.
Yes, we made sure we got logged into the circuit Wi-Fi. The media, we went into the media room and got the Wi-Fi password, and it did work. Thanks.
So, I mean, what I found at Laguna was that the internet did not work so well on pit lane, and so when I had my chat with the responsible adult afterwards, to talk about how it went, one of the first things I said, and I'll be honest and open about this, was I had no idea what was happening most of the time in the race because I didn't have a radio scanner, so I wasn't listening to the teams and what they were saying. I didn't have a video monitor in front of me the entire time, so I wasn't visually following the race. And because the internet was so bad, I barely had timing up in front of me to be able to look at any point as well. So, I'm appreciating my screens in front of me. I've got 4 or so as well. How many does our producer have, Paul? Do you know?
He's probably got 17.
17 plus 4 plus 4. No, it's a million. It's a million screens between the 3 of us.
I think Hugo, he's usually got this screen. He's usually got a really big screen that's then split into different feeds, and he's a magician, is Hugo, our producer. So if people wonder why our broadcasts look as good as they do, you can thank Hugo for events like this.
And you can thank him for his sacrifice in terms of sleep schedule as well, because he is potentially, not for the first time or the last time, going to do all 24 hours of a special event. Oh, don't tell me Worthsiphon's a passing opportunity. No, he thought about it, did Balash Erdalai, and then thought better of it. The sun is now setting below the horizon in many parts of the track, so we're not quite into the darkness yet, but we're getting closer and closer. Once again, squeezed and pinched as they work towards the Lauda links. This fight for second's been great, Paul.
I believe in a thing called love. That was the darkness. We're not quite there yet, though. As yes, we come up here and heading towards Bergwerk then through the Lauda links, and you don't make the moves normally at that stage where we were seeing them. It's out of here, out of Bergwerk, carrying the speed all the way up the hill through Castleshen, and then heading towards Curve and towards the carousel. You want to stick in the slipstream, although he's got that little bit of overspeed.
Whoa!
Oh! I'll tell you what, the car in front, it's holding its line. That's done nothing wrong.
Oh boy, that was scary for a moment, because the track just veers left, and so if he had stuck his nose there, that is an almighty incident. An almighty incident. Wow. Great fight that we're watching right now. When are they due into pit lane? That's my question. They've been out on track for about 4 laps or so at least another 4 or 5.
Yeah, this is their 5th lap. Is this stint right now for both Pedro Martins and Balázs Erdős. So yeah, 5 laps into the stint. You're talking about 90 minutes for these cars, so yeah, they're going to be a little while yet.
Let's give you a quick update of your leaders. It's Apex Racing in the GT3 class. Alejandro Sanchez still just building the advantage up right now. He is driving an almost perfect race, 16 seconds clear of Williams Sim Racing Chilblas Alessandro Bico, currently behind the wheel of the number 3. It is a sea of BMWs behind. BMW M Team BS Plus competition, Veloce Thrustmaster, Williams Gaming Club, and Drago Racing. That's the top 6 in GT3. And then in the 992s, it's Coanda 1 and 2, although slightly different strategy to be keeping our eye on for one of the grid and go machines. They're all the way down in 8th position, though. Apex Racing are 3rd, Drago in 4th, the Additis Racing by WSR crew, they're in 5th. And so some work to do for the 001 Adrian Greiker behind the wheel to try and fight his way back into contention. We're watching the TCRs, but let's talk about GT4 quickly first. It's 3 seconds between grid and go in the leading Aston Martin, who have cleared the Williams Sim Racing Playseat machine. So that's very, very good news if you're a David Bosga or Grid and Go fan, and not so good if you're a Williams Sim Racing fan. It's TCE Esports, that's Thibaut Courtois Esports, the Real Madrid goalkeepers esports team debuting in an iRacing special event with Agustin Canapino behind the wheel. Yes, that Agustin Canapino. Jack Sedgwick for Wasp Cooking Racing Adventures, they're 4th, with Door Esports then 5th. And in the TCR category, G-Force Racing by WSR Esports, they are dominant right now. They are more than 2 minutes clear of the Delta Sports Sim Shop number 11. We've been watching that great fight. Pedro Martins against Balázs Erdős. Spin and Tow Motorsports not living up to the name. They're in 4th position right now and in front of Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. Top 5 in TCR. And last but not least, let's touch on the BMWs. Grid and Go lead in this class as well. Johan Royer has got a couple of TCRs behind him in the overall classification. They have been flying and they enjoy what is about a 35-40 second advantage over former race leaders Maniti Racing Purple. FTW Motorsports, Nürburgring Esports and BS Plus competition make up the top 5 in class. A quick rundown as we work the 40th lap of the race. Here comes the draft though, Paul, up towards the climb into the final corner.
Yeah, this is where the Audi will pull alongside. I've heard of giving space in the Elantra, but and that's why they've seen the BMW GT3 coming through, and so they felt right, give plenty of space then to SDR Sim Racing, who are coming through there, and the Audi gets the place. I just want to touch on the Adidas Racing coalition with WSR Esports. It's a new partnership for that team, and Adidas Racing is of course a Czech race team, usually in TCR, but also with Porsches as well. So it's great to see partnerships being formed with Full Metal Racing and the sim racing world, and seeing what each outfit can bring to each other in that partnership.
And hopefully we'll see them a little bit more. WSR Esports won the LMP2 category of the Daytona 24 on iRacing at the start of 2024. That was their big breakout, their debut as a team in the special events. And new partnership like this, hoping to try and just continue taking those steps further and further forward. So 9:51 p.m. virtual standard time, and still technically it is not quite sunset, Paul. So like I was mentioning when you and I jumped into the booth about an hour and a bit ago, this is one of the shorter nights that the drivers deal with during a 24-hour race on iRacing.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, we're in date as well. It is the correct date in sim as well for today. So, yeah, oh, actually, no, it's the 21st of June in session. Actually, so basically, we're in the summer. Oh goodness me, summer equinox. There we go. Get the words out of my mouth eventually.
That's what it is, yes.
It's the shortest night, so in the Northern Hemisphere. So there you go. What a date to pick for this N24 by Thrustmaster.
And that means then that probably the real race is going to be similar this year, because iRacing often pick the dates to line up with the real world races. Isn't Le Mans next week?
Oh, no, sorry, yes, it's Le Mans next week. It's the Nürburgring Combined, yes.
And then Spa, yeah, I think that's the way it goes. Yeah, so yeah, I think, so that means technically, of all the three races, Nürburgring will have the shortest amount of night running of the three. It's going to be a very marginal change between the 3 weekends, but it'll still have the shortest amount of it, technically.
Also, depending on how far north in the hemisphere as well, affects how short the night is.
Because obviously, yeah, now we're talking flat earthers, cover your ears, but obviously the obviously the angle of the sun relative to the So these are all factors.
The rotational axis of the Earth.
There you go.
Therefore, it affects how much light you get, because like for example, going up to the north of Scotland in the middle of summer, you could be sat there outside very, very late and it'd still be light enough for you to read a newspaper.
Absolutely.
It's crazy. It is absolutely crazy. I can't imagine what it's like. I saw a social media post from the news report for the northernmost city in the United States, up in Alaska, and it was the weather report: sunset 69 days.
Yeah, I thought it was going to go somewhere. You know, we need to build a temporary racetrack there and do a 24-hour race, because guess what? If you do it in the summer, it's going to be just, I mean, visibility is not an issue there. You don't need headlights, you can run Beetle cars or something. But yeah, no, these are all peculiarities. You go back to COVID, when that really shifted around schedules. Bathurst in particular was one that was significantly impacted, because it went from being they start the Bathurst 12 hours under the night, and so usually you'd have probably 15, 20, 30 minutes of proper nighttime running, and then 30 minutes of sunrise. So by the time you had the first pit stops, it was reasonable. But the Bathurst 12-hour run in 2020 instead was run closer to the Australian winter, and so the sun didn't really rise until you were 90-odd minutes into the race. A totally different ball game, because it also meant cooler conditions over the course of the running as well. So, it's Danny Lorenzo. That's the Marla Racing Team machine trying to swap ends on him, not once but twice. Oh my goodness.
Talk about being on edge. We're seeing that right now. I mean, you want to push to the very limit, and well, you're seeing that right now on board, using that curve. Look at how much the rear end of this BMW is just moving about for the.
Paul.
Go on.
This is a driver that's used to downforce.
Yes.
He's a prototype specialist. I forget what he put on social media. I'm going to go and look it up. But I think he was kind of expecting this to be a bit of an interesting experiment for him, jumping from the GTP into the GT3.
Do you know what? He's impeccable car control though so far. So yeah, it's a really, really good effort from him. Oh, the TCR leader off into the gravel there, just before the Kleiner Carousel. So issues for them, but they do carry on with Ross McFarlane in that GeForce Racing and WSR Esports outfit. But yeah, Daniel Lorenko doing a sterling job and right up to the rear end of that car in front.
Oh, he's got a great run as well. Problem is, he's now out of the draft, and he's kind of left by himself. Will he play some side drafting? No, I think he maybe is content to sit behind. His tweet, by the way, was a lot of S's in a WAS GT3 return. I don't know if that was a good idea for my mental health. Regards. I tell you what, he's impressing us at the very least with that car control, even if it's putting a mental strain on him. Tucked behind the 96, the GT3 Cup car, a rocket ship in a straight line, and Mitchell de Jong eventually tries to get out of the way. Excuse me, that's the other one of the Command Esports machines. So that's David Williams that gets out of the way, excuse me, and lets the GT3s battle off to turn number 1.
David Williams makes me feel old because he's considered old in sim racing. He's in like his early 30s. It's not fair. But yeah, he's doing a steady away job. I think, unfortunately for that car, it's out of cycle compared to the rest of his teammates. It's not been able to compete at the front of that cup class, but this has been certainly really interesting to watch this battle in GT3 for what is 6th place between Drago Racing and Mahler Racing Team.
Yeah, I'm getting to that point, Paul, where now working and commentating on some drivers who are quite young. Nathan Nicholson, who's racing in the MX-5 series at Mid-Ohio this weekend. I've been talking to him a bit through some of the stuff that we've been doing, and I thought he was like 23, 24, I don't know. And then I turned out he turned 19 a few weeks ago, and I went, what is going on in my life? How are these people this young? And I'm now turning 31.
I mean, how do you think I felt when we covered the IRX World Championship the last season of that, when we had a 13-year-old racing? No, 14-year-old, sorry. Jacob Rafos, who was still kicking the tires
in the world of dirt racing on iRacing. But yeah, no. It is interesting. That is for sure. Seeing the next revolution and evolution of race car drivers growing up and becoming quick is always very, very interesting. And speaking of the next generation, a lot of them find themselves developing their skills on iRacing. Don't know if we've got anyone out on track right now who is up and coming in the world of the real world. It's hard to say Agustin Canapino is an up and coming star of real world motorsports.
I think he's had the up and coming stage of his career, hasn't he?
I think he had that quite a while ago. Yes.
Yeah. Quite established is Canapino, that is for sure. A passionate fan base behind him as well. Can get a little bit overboard on occasion, but still, he's got a big fan base behind him, and good to see that support come through as we've got a bit of action on track as well for our GT3s. Veloce Thrustmaster, great. Do you know what? They've quietly gone about business, haven't they, Veloce? They've just been steady away, just moving up the field and doing the job, and they're up 8 places from where they started, Arjuna.
Yeah, well, technically remove 3 from that.
I'm still counting that.
Well, this is the thing. Technically, they started 3 positions higher. Now, they qualified. I'm getting very pedantic on you here.
Yeah, come on, you're talking to the ultimate pedant here. So.
I know, I'm getting very pedantic on you. No, it was something me and Lewis were arguing about in the first couple of hours as well. No, the thing with Veloce Thrustmaster is Veloce is an iRacing entity, having a bit of technical issues there. That's not ideal for Cody D from the land down under, chopping the nose off David Sobrero as well. That's uncomfortable. This is where you get a little bit nervous if you're on either side of the equation. Whether you're a Williams fan, whether you're a Veloce fan. And while we hope for the best here in terms of the internet issue, Veloce have kind of swung hot and cold on iRacing over the years. They've had good lineups, they've let those drivers go, taken a year off and come back, and they've done that again this year, Paul. But the drivers they have are maybe that next caliber that they never really had in the prior attempts at iRacing. Cody D, Daniel Lafuente, and Lasse Bach. These are all special event winners. They've done this before.
They have. They've got that experience there. You're spot on as usual, Arjuna. And a really experienced lineup. Yeah, we've got the Australian right now in the car, first stint behind the wheel. And I'll tell you now, from experience, being in that position behind, when you're running relatively close to each other, it is very uncomfortable, because if you've got a car doing, oh, now it's the Williams car's turn to start blinking on us, so it's not just Cody. We can't just blame him. Yeah, it gets very uncomfortable because you're second guessing, where is that other car?
Oh, off to the grass goes Cody D. Oh, and again, team managers and the drivers who aren't behind the wheel are probably sitting there, biting their fingernails, going, what can we do right now? This Porsche Cup car is going to make things interesting as well, because they've got no choice but to tuck in behind here on the entry into the carousel. Say goodbye to Cody D momentarily before you'll hopefully blink back into existence. He does so on the exit of what is a very, very complex situation. Traffic still in front of them with enough top-end grunt to hold on, and at the top of Hoa Axe, they're going to slingshot their way to the fun part of the Nordschleife, but compromised behind the slower traffic, still unable to find their way past, and here comes the Williams Gaming Club machine trying to find a way on through.
Oh, and that Grid and Go car not knowing where to go in all of that. And well, the Grid and Go car, I think, has just backed out and said, do you know what, guys? You go ahead. You blink away and go past me. I'm not interested in any of that. I do not want to risk my race right now. So, yeah, Marcus Deck, they did have that issue earlier on in the race with their contact with a wall. But this section, and you called it there, Arjuna. It is the best part of the track, in my opinion. It is just such a sensational run through, all the way through here, through Flansgarten, getting some air here just before the right-hander, and then heading through the Beloff S. There is no better roller coaster in World Motorsport.
I've seen track maps in the past where people have literally just called it the fun part when they're trying to, you often don't need to actually know the corner names. You're just trying to talk about sections when you're discussing setup and stuff. Replay of Hydra Race Geodesic. Oh, this is what happened to Austin Young, and he's been in pit lane with a meatball for 5 minutes. That front clip ripped off, contact with the Mahler Racing BMW GT3, I do believe. An unfortunate incident there. Veloce have not blinked back into existence, so we talked about them having a good run. That run might just have been cut short.
Drago Racing have been at a standstill as well out there heading into the Beloff S, so it's all happening suddenly. It's because darkness is descending, isn't it? People are starting to... it's a bit early for crazy hour, isn't it? It's usually about the...
Here we go.
Oh, he's hit the curb. Oh, you do not want to hit that curb.
Man, that's another one where, again, it could have been a whole lot worse. He's not... I don't think he's done anything wrong in going for the move. He was well within rights to try and make it work, but like you say, just the left side's on the curb, unsettled the car. Very lucky not to pass, rejoin and cut back across the path of cars already coming. And then good patience here, although this is going to have to be a pretty impressive three-point turn. Does he beach it? No. Good job.
Yeah, but he's Austin Powersing it, that's for sure. It's about a 5-6 top point turn there for Nicholas Matteo. But yeah, I've hit that curb in a touring car when I was going for the race lead. I was that desperate to try and keep with the race leader because the leader did have pace on me that I hit that curb, managed to hold it because the car took off high enough as FTW Motorsport. It's all happening at this point.
Man!
But yeah, you take off, you launch off of that curb, and it's how your car lands as to whether you end up in the wall or hit lucky and carry on.
Well, very lucky, by the way, Cody Deeth. He has rejoined the virtual realm, if you will. The connections, the signals have been reconnected, and he is back, albeit now behind Javi Guerrero in the Williams Gaming Club machine. I do appreciate, by the way, easier to remember Williams Gaming Club than Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast, because there's still a small part of me that wants to call it Williams Esports Chill Blast, but I think I've avoided doing it until right then.
Oh, I got angry emails when Porsche Esports when they changed the name. Yeah, it's thankfully we've not got that particular name to deal with in this race for Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast. But yeah, I had a couple of notes sent, shall we say.
Yeah.
When you've had your team name for so many years, to then change it to something that's similar, it's like Kandah. I always remember there's Kandah Sim Racing.
So here's
Esports.
Here's the other thing when it comes to Williams. I was still commentating on them in the Prodigy Racing League, where they were still Williams Esports. And so we went through the PESC season, and I was having to remember, right, this is PESC. They are Williams Sim Racing now. And then the next day, I'd go and do a voiceover session for the PRL, and I'd have to remind myself, no, they're Williams Esports now. Not Williams Sim Racing, Williams Esports. But at least now that confusion can be settled once and for all. It is Williams Sim Racing from this point forward. Just linking up the fact that Williams are using it as well as part of their driver development program a lot as one of the synergies between sim racing and the real world. So as ever, Williams doing what they can to bring their esports drivers along for the ride in the draft. This is going to be a chance to pop back out and to swap again. These two are going back and forth, hammer and tongs. And as that sun continues to set, these drivers are having a real fun fight. Will it continue for another 18 hours and 15 minutes? I get the sneaking suspicion it will come to an end eventually. The Audi around the outside holds on to the spot as he slots into the line.
Yeah, classic move. Down the Tiergarten, into Tiergarten. And very well done indeed. So it's a question of now, can the Audi pull away in all of this fight in TCR? They're on to lap 8 of their stint, so they'll be getting close to the end of their run. I've just seen FTW Motorsport have been off again whilst they're trying to recover their car. So they're getting towards Galgenkopf, so they're trying their best to drag that car kicking and screaming to pit lane.
They will get there. Good effort as well. Again, this is the endurance racing spirit that you want to talk about, right? The willingness to dig deep, and even in these sim races where it's so easy just to quit and go about your weekend and go and do something else. No, to stay committed to what you as a team have set out to do. Finish the iRacing 24 hours of the Nürburgring presented by Thrustmaster, whether you have a damaged car or not. We started with 60. We are still just sitting with the 6 retirements. There's a look on board at Oscar Pye, who is in the Purple Room, as it is officially called, at the Cabina Racing Center. He is now making his move on the GT4 car in second place. Mateo Kuzner very, very watchful about how close Oscar Pye got there. And Oscar looks pretty calm, but Paul, I'm looking at the hands at work. That's a fun ride. That car is being thrown around the Nordschleife, bumps and all.
Yeah, he's really having to be physical with that car. It's no ABS, no traction control as well, remember, on this Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car, to give it its full title.
Full and proper title.
Yeah, and yeah, he's really having to work the wheel. He's also having to work the pedals and be gentle with them. The car launches into the air. It's through floodplains as well. I always remember the last time we raced here in the Porsche Super Cup, how every single car over floodplains on lap 1 was taking off. It was incredible.
So the official name for this room is the Purple Room, so we need to come up with a nickname for it, by the way, because our nickname for it just got stolen. It can't be both the official and the nickname, right? It just doesn't work that way. So I've come up with the Cub Hub. No.
Hugo Luis. He's saying so he's saying it's the Purple Lounge right now. That sounds like a gentleman's club name. So.
Oh no.
That's. I don't think that's a good idea.
It is the Purple Lounge. Sorry, not Purple Room. So Purple Lounge. But we can't.
I'm sorry. That does sound Peter Stringfellow-esque.
We need a nickname for it that is A, less suggestive, it sounds like, but B, also fun, because, yeah. So give us some suggestions.
Lounge. There we go. Lewis.
No.
In the iRacing YouTube channel.
That's even more suggestive, Lewis. You're going in the wrong direction, my friend. Oh boy, 12 minutes left for me and Paul. It's a good thing we're jumping out. We're about to get ourselves in right trouble.
If this is my last ever broadcast, it's been wonderful working with you all.
Oh, you're going to make me cry. I'm laughing so hard. Oh. Do tell us, by the way, if you are watching iRacing Esports Network or RaceSpotTV, where you're watching from, who you're cheering for. As ever, we are so glad to have your company. 3 endurance special events this month. There's a look at the Cub Hub. It's okay. It doesn't really work. I don't know. We'll workshop it. We've had the Thruxton 4 hours. Paul was on the broadcast with you and O'Leary for that last week. What
an event that was, by the way. I think a lot of people are sleeping on that event. That was a tremendous race. We had action aplenty all the way through the 4 hours. It was non-stop. It was fantastic, and I really hope that we get that back next year.
Apex Racing, the leaders of the race, into pit lane. The only reason, Paul, I wasn't with you in the booth, just to be clear, is because I had to be in another state. Otherwise, I promise you, I would have been there. Yeah, no, I thought...
Me and Ewan had a good time, though. We had a great time.
Oh, I was jealous of you. Don't get me wrong. Like, I thought you guys had a blast. Although the incident limit made it interesting for some. And in a few weeks, we have the Watkins Glen 6 hours. So it really is endurance month for teams and drivers. Driver change for Luca Kita, who takes over from Alejandro Sanchez. Vasilius Bellet-Siotis, he's going to take over from Alessandro Bico in the Williams Sim Racing Tour Blast machine, while Felix Kornbach stays behind the wheel of the BMW M Team BS Plus competition entry. 39.5 seconds, off and away, a textbook pit stop for the 99 Apex machine.
So the Apex Racing team so far have just used 2 of their drivers in that number 99 race leading car of Keita and Sanchez. So they've still got Alex Gall and Godino to come into that car. Interested to see what their strategy is then in terms of how they're working things. The Marla Racing team have got a black flag coming onto pit road.
So that would be a speeding on entry, I would assume.
We'll assume, see. Yeah.
See if that's reflected in a longer pit stop time. So, Danny Lorenzo, he was definitely wheeling that car, right? There's no question about it. He was fighting the balance and maybe pushing just that little bit too much in these GT3s, at least with how iRacing's tires work nowadays. That's going to be a different story in a few days' time when we get that new iRacing build with new GT3 tires. But a driver more accustomed to having downforce, yeah, he's 50 seconds and counting. This is the pain that you pay. It's going to be probably closer to, 1 minute 30 stationary. So he's still going to have to sit here for another 30 seconds. This is pain.
It's brutal. Absolutely brutal. And you could hear him change into first gear, so he's getting ready to pull away. The service is done, quite clearly. And it's just waiting, and this is the worst feeling because you hear cars passing the pits, your pit stall. Away we go, minute 19 in the pit box compared to 40 seconds for the rest of them.
And doing the upshift, downshift, just trying to get a little bit more speed on pit exit. Off and away goes the Mahler Racing BMW that did win the iRacing 12 Hours of Bathurst earlier this year. What was their 5-year anniversary, actually, of being in the sim racing world. Initially, a team entered mostly by Williams Esports before BS Plus Competition also took on that responsibility. It is now just BS Plus Competition that enters the Mahler Racing team across the world of sim racing. Some fight back still on. 7th position, 33.2 seconds behind Scherer Esports and Nicholas Hyder down the road. Dino Filippa has just taken over from the SDR Sim Racing number 4, so a couple more driver changes. There's another one of the Zebras. It's the M2 CS Racing BS competition machine. 3rd position for Elias Riker with Gregor Kinski in the Nürburgring Esports Whipperman 587 directly behind.
I do actually like the livery of that Nürburgring Esports car, because it basically just makes it look like one of the track vehicles that run around at the Nürburgring. But yeah, it's great to get some battling in the M2 class. We've not really had much happening in the last sort of hour or so, have we, in the M2? So great to see these two giving us a bit of action. They are on lap 8.
Whoa!
So right as we talk about them, into the wall goes the BS competition car.
And that looks just simple clumsiness is maybe the wrong word, but a simple mistake from a driver that you'd argue is more experienced than that, and that does not look healthy. It's wobbling a bit too much for my comfort right now, and straight away you can see on the curb it's hooked him left into the wall. And watch the steering here. How left-hand down is he? Oh, that looks uncomfortable.
He's not got a mechanical meatball warning flag, so the black and orange flag, it's known as the meatball. But that car, you're absolutely right, is uncomfortable. Oh, it has, yeah, no, it's not got the meatball flag, so I would imagine that they'll have to pit. I mean, if you're going to pit, you might as well pit now, because you're coming towards the end of a stint anyway. Yeah. And get repairs done to that car.
It's a bit early, maybe, but I think you'd still take it, right? You'd rather not risk running around this track with what looked to be a good 20 or 30 degrees of steering play there. So definitely something to keep an eye on. Long pit stop for Filippa, so hasn't seen the number 4 head out of pit lane, the BMW M2 GT3 just yet. So we refocus on this fight for second. Paul, 6 minutes before you and I step out of the broadcast booth. Now, I won't be jumping back in before the end of the day. Unfortunately, I've got some other broadcasts to go and do, and I'd usually be jumping back onto this. However, you will be jumping back on hours 18 and 19 and hours 23 and 24, taking us to the checkered flag. It's a long way to go, though, that is for sure. What are you expecting to see by the time you return? A bit of sunlight, I'm thinking.
I'm hoping some sunlight. Now, there was the potential of maybe some incremental rain, but it wasn't. It was about a 25% chance of incremental rain. Don't worry, it's not raining. It's just the driver cleaning his windscreen there.
He heard you, Paul. He heard you.
But yeah, daylight, and I think there'll be a few surprises happens yet. In all of this, but yeah, definitely I think that we're on for a good race here. This has been a good event so far. I will point out as well, Hydra Race Geodesic Racing number 16 Austin Young, after 18 minutes in the pits, is back out there on track, showing the spirit of sim racing and the spirit of endurance.
And we don't have awards like the team at RSL do, but Pedro Martin's trying to take advantage of the passing traffic. He gets to the inside as they sweep up onto the Nordschleife, and before they even get to Sabine Schmidt curve, he has made the move. Alexander Voss, by the way, is going to take over BS Plus Competition's M2, so they did bring that car in after Elias Riker slammed into the wall with the left side of the car. Onto the Hadson back. This fight in the TCR continues. Checked up behind a Porsche Cup car is the fight for second. So Beliziotis has been caught by Felix Quirnbach. Chesney Esports M2 out wide, trying to avoid getting caught up out of Brunschen. And Quirnbach's got the bit between his teeth.
Yeah, he's getting the hammer down now in all of this, trying to push forward. They are just out the pits, don't forget, as well, so this is their first lap. So these two genuinely together on track. It's not like a split strategy or anything, or having to work their way through the M2 traffic there. Not the ideal place, but they do so safely and through the Beloff S, and Felix is going to just hang back, wait until the exit of Golden Kopf and down the Dottinger Hohe to try and get that slipstream overtake to happen.
Beliziotis has just taken over the car. Let's not forget Kornbach's been in there for a stint already, so they're on their outlap, albeit the conclusion of the outlap. Is Kornbach already in the rhythm? Just that little bit more than Beliziotis, getting himself into the mechanisms of the stint he's got in front of him. Draft now plays its part. It's begin the descent down the Dottinger Hohe, and now, as you get to the very bottom, begin the climb. I see some traffic off on the left, I think that is. And in fact, it's now in the middle of the track. So Beliziotis is getting the hole in the air. It's not helping Kornbach close quick enough. And so it is going to have to be bold. It's a Porsche Cup car they're closing on as well. So if anything, they're going to be balked behind them, running out if they get too close. This is where, if you are Beliziotis, lift off now, hold up Kornbach, and give yourself some room into the final corner.
Yeah, if anything, Felix is going to maybe try and get the run out of Tiergarten, be in that slipstream, and try and get the move down into turn number 1 then at the Yokohama S at the start of the lap. This is fantastic stuff, and it's such a shame that we're having to step aside, but there you go, in the next minute and a half. But yeah, great stuff. And that Porsche, it's one of the quick Porsches as well, so it's one of the leading cars. It's going to be difficult for these two to work their way past.
Yeah, that is the ADAC Racing by WSR machine. Alexander Davidson at the wheel right now. Yeah, no, Paul, it's been great to be back with you in the booth. Not often that I feel like we get to do that nowadays outside of our dalliances in the Porsche Esports Super Cup. It's always nice getting to commentate on a race at the Nordschleife, isn't it? It's just it's a little bit special, even in the virtual world. It's just got that little bit of a feeling that you can feel that history, the laps that have been logged by some of the greats. And so yeah, behind that Cup car, that's patience from Beliziotis, because he didn't straight away force his way to the inside. He will give himself some separation here, so that's quite nice. Oh, and around goes Kornbach, too committed on the entry, and that is suboptimal. Brings himself back onto the racing surface, but now with a task to try and close back up that advantage. 30 seconds to go to the top of the hour, and we will have 6 hours complete in this 2025 iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours presented by Thrustmaster. You can see the fuel saving, if anything, was just way too committed to sending us as much speed through the corner as possible. It's time for myself, Arjuna Kangiparty, and for Paul Smith to step aside, and we'll leave you in the very capable voices of Ewan O'Leary, of Dara Thacker, to walk you through the next couple of hours of the race.
Thanks, Arjuna. Well timed. I know you were aiming for it. 18 hours to go on the dot in the Nürburgring 24 hours. It is myself, Ewan O'Leary, Dara Thacker. Good afternoon, or good evening, Dara. Good to be with you. It's dark. It's getting darker anyway. These are where the races are won and lost at the Nürburgring. This is where cars fall by the wayside. This is where it gets super difficult, not only for us to see, for the drivers to see where they're going. There's no place quite like the Nürburgring, I should say, in the dark. It is something quite special.
Yeah, and I think we just saw one of those mistakes creeping, didn't we? Just a moment ago, just as Arjuna and Paul were hopping off, and I hope there isn't a quake. That would really, literally shake things up, wouldn't it, in the running order. But Nürburgring, in the middle of the night, the Nordschleife, it's the green hell for a reason. So many little mistakes can creep in. It's a circuit which demands so much attention for so long. It's not quite your Le Mans that gives you quite a lot of time to sit, think about what you're going to be doing down that Mulsanne straight. Yet there are a couple of straights here at the Nürburgring, of course, but just corner after corner, full assault on the senses. And this is a difficult stage of the race, the transition from day to night for the drivers. I think once we get into that night and into the rhythm, we could see drivers settling into it once again. But this next 30, 45 minutes, I think, could be really quite treacherous.
Well, we've been following TCR for a while here in this battle for second place between Pedro Martins and Bowser Serdley, and they're over 2 minutes. If you're wondering why, well, where is the leader? Well, over 2 minutes away from Ross McFarlane and the GeForce Racing slash WSR Esports car that is leading the TCR race. It's certainly been attritional in TCR so far, that's for sure. We said that there is only one car actually out of the race. We've got many cars already a lap down though. 3 of the 10 still running are a lap down. As I say, there's nobody within a minute or even 2 of the race leader overall in the TCR class. But this is Bowser Serdley, and this is the battle we've been following for some time now. I think this time though, I'm not sure the 68 is quite close enough to actually draft past Pedro Martins. So one of those rare occasions where Bowser Serdley, after spending a whole lap looking at the back end of that number 11 Delta Sport Sim Shop car, he'll have to do it all again by the looks of things here, because I don't think he's close enough, unless he gets there by the end of the straight.
Yeah, it doesn't look like, well, he is gaining, but it doesn't look like there's necessarily going to be enough of a chance to get him maybe past here. But it is so frustrating, isn't it, when, you know, down here, to be gaining, when you won't really be gaining at all in this kind of manner anywhere else on the racetrack, and just coming up slightly short. And for Balazs, there just isn't enough gain to have a chance down into the chicane to finalise the lap. But maybe down into turn 1, that second bite of slipstream can enable the number 68 to have that chance to go down the inside. Heavy braking zone, we know it very well, and it is a chance, an absolute chance, to spring a bit of a surprise move. Got to dip out late, he's going to have to dip out very late, but it looks like he's shaping for it.
Well, almost by accident. I don't think he really wanted to do that, but very nearly ended up into the back of the Delta Sport car as they get through that fiddly first chicane here at the Nürburgring 24-hour race. Chicane that's only really used in this race as the Mercedes arena that's traditionally used in VLN racing, and whenever you race around the Grand Prix layout of the Nürburgring, that's taken up by support race paddocks. So many cars actually on the facility during a weekend at the Nürburgring 24 hours in the real world. Slightly less so here in iRacing. That helps us keep a much higher percentage of the field getting towards the end. You do roughly get the same amount of cars to the end of an iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours than what you get of a real-life Nürburgring 24 hours, just because of the attrition that you see in the real world. It is somewhat easier to stay in the game here in iRacing, with the ability to get these cars back, and of course the limited money to repair the cars as well, which can be a bit of a problem in the real world. Of course, it can cost a lot of money to repair these damaged race cars. This is the only battle on the circuit, by the way. Out front, as you can see on the left-hand side, the Apex Racing team currently hold the lead overall. They are 20 seconds in front. They're actually in quite a lot of traffic at the moment. They're 20 seconds in front of Vasilis Belziotis, who's in second. Then Felix Grönbach, who's third for BS Competition. That's all covered by less than 30 seconds. In the Cup class, Oscar Pai is leading by 3 seconds only. Kandah 1 and 2 there. In GT4, Derek Boschke's leading by 11 seconds. We've already commented on the gap in TCR. And in the M2 class, the BMW M2 class, Grid and Go are leading with Johan Royer, but the gap there is only a minute and a half at the moment. So it's a lot closer than, well, a bit closer than what it is in TCR. One thing you'll notice if you're watching and following the timing screen, which you can access in the YouTube chat of the iRacing stream here this afternoon, you can see that the M2 and the TCR class are very mixed together. In fact, the TCR class, these two TCRs, are actually behind the BMW M2 leader. That's how mixed together this field is in the Nürburgring 24 hours, because those cars are so evenly matched.
Yeah, I mean, for some of those TCRs, best lap times hovering around that 9 minute 9, 9 minute 10, and exactly the same can be said for those M2s. So even though it's different machinery, very similarly matched in terms of that overall pace. And it's a patchwork of yellow and green on my timing page, which is good news for me personally, but it does mean that it's a little bit more difficult for the drivers out there on the circuit to to battle around, because you've got those you've got those, you know, different class cars to almost trip over whilst battling in your own group. So it's difficult to really judge. But you know, when you've got in the battles overall from P38 to P45 a TCR, then an M2, then a TCR, then an M2, TCR, M2, TCR, and then another M2, a real patchwork. It can be so tricky to work your way through in your own class when you're having to battle cars that aren't exactly identical to yours. So as that little level of difficulty, but it also means that the winner between the TCRs and the M2 can almost will almost feel like they've won two classes together, even though they obviously haven't.
Yeah. You could almost count them as one. Yeah, 003 at the moment is quite a way behind, in fairness. 272, which is leading. Ross McFarlane has been absolutely supreme so far for GeForce Racing. I guess we wouldn't expect anything less from that team. They were absolutely all over it at the iRacing Thruxton 4 Hours 1 week ago when they took the victory there. They swept the podium, WSR Esports. And now this is GeForce Racing with WSR Esports, so an amalgamation of teams, but nevertheless, it's a super team almost. And Ross McFarlane is currently the driver there for that one. Felix Quernbach, by the way, after that spin on the previous lap, lost, what, 5.7 seconds, but he's only 5.3 behind for Vasilis Balaziotis now, so he is closing the gap a little bit. And as I say, they're coming through traffic. They've come through most of the GT4s in these last few laps, by the way. That's what they've been dealing with in the not-too-distant past. But Quernbach to pick himself up so quickly like that and start to bring the gap down immediately. It's a show of a great driver. And by the end of the race, whether they win it or not, I'm not sure that spin will feature too heavily in their thinking for BS competition. It was a pretty minor error, really.
Yeah, well, all of 10 seconds tops over the course of a 24-hour race. You know, we're not talking about a massive margin. I mean, that's about losing, you know, a tenth or two a lap every lap, which isn't, even if that, mind you. So it really isn't a huge mistake, and clearly trying to make up for it immediately, which is good to see. It's been, what, 10 minutes since that mistake, but closing in that gap, so a full lap's been done. But it gets very close down here as we continue to see this battle for second and for third as they run in towards, as they actually get so close together that it almost looked like they were going to go into the back of each other. But for the time being, the 11 will stay ahead of the 68. But it does look like Martins is really feeling the pressure at the moment, because having said that, maybe it's Balash feeling the pressure, because making that little mistake, easy to do, and when you're so close to the car in front, difficult to really see the track in front of you if you're dealing with margins so tight.
That was very wide through the muck curve there, getting that just a little bit wrong. But now up in towards the carousel. Again, another look from Erdely, but he's not going to manage it in towards the carousel. It's one of those two big overtaking opportunities, isn't it, really, through Kesselchen and up towards the muck curve there. It's a long, flat-out section, especially in the TCRs. You can get very close to making a move up there. Likewise, you can at the Tiergarten, as we all know, but somewhat surprisingly, through that fast left-hander, you can very much get right up alongside as well.
You can, but you've got to be brave to get it done, and pretty bold as well, and have quite a bit of overspeed. None of those things really fell into place. And a bit of a flashing of the lights from the 68, just to show a little bit of displeasure towards Pedro Martins at the moment, and they will continue onwards. I can't imagine that we're going to see too many silly attempts from Roof, particularly as we get to see the sun start to dip ever further below the horizon, and darkness creep in increasingly by every passing second, because with every failed attempt, it can either damage the confidence, really, but at the same time can really almost hinder the element of surprise, really. You're not really picking your moments, because going for it if you can just keep the car in front on 10 hooks all the time, yes, but will mean that they're always on 10 hooks, always looking behind, never allows you that chance to maybe make a move when they're not expecting it. So there's those kind of tactics to play, particularly at a circuit like this, when making the move really has to be an art form.
At the moment in TCR, we do have the leader into the pit lane. GeForce Racing, WSR Esports, into the pits after 10 laps, which is what you expect from a TCR entry. And both the TCRs who are on the lead lap are currently completing lap number 10, so it will be a pit stop for these two as well. Looks like oh, that's wide from Martins. Oh, and slightly wide from Erdely as well, actually. Martins was properly on the gravel, did a good bit of a save, actually, in the Delta Sport car. Erdely seemed to follow him there. Actually, it's difficult to see, but also it's easy to get tunnel vision when you're following someone like that, and they nearly followed each other straight off into the gravel.
Yeah, and that's the point. Really easy just to make those little mistakes and you drift out wide once. Well, normally when you're racing with a driver that close in front of you, but then when, of course, add in the elements of the darkness, it becomes that much more difficult. So lucky that they haven't both gone off. We've seen a few occasions, haven't we, already in this race where drivers almost walked off the road and the drivers behind, instead of being able to take advantage, have followed the line and walked off as well. So incredibly easy to do, and it just has given the 11 a bit more breathing room. The 68 got up towards the Tiergarten, not as close as they were last time by.
No, not this time. They will both come in, though. And you can see on the right-hand side, we've got a constant ticker of who's in pit lane. That's Johan Royer from the lead in the BMW M2 class who's coming in. And that's overall, by the way, ahead of these two, as you can tell. Just in amongst that as well is Nicholas Simonsen. That's actually a GT4 car, but he's in amongst all of this as well, because the GT4s aren't all that much quicker than the TCRs and the BMW M2s as well, especially when you're down towards the back end of GT4. There's the pit wall. Martins and Erdely will follow one another into the lane. They might pop into view at some point. There they go on the left-hand side. And they'll pull into their box. Just always a difficulty spotting it sometimes when you're running so closely with someone, and Erdely does a good job to do just that. They both hit their marks. Now they'll take their service, and indeed they'll have new drivers to take them back out onto the circuit again. Caden Middleton will be in the Delta Sport car, and Daniel Roberts will get back into number 68.
Yeah, and it changes the face of that battle now, doesn't it? Of course, with two new drivers in, two fresh looks at what can be done to make these moves all defend. So this battle is almost now refreshed. We'll have to see how close they are when they come out of the pit lane. Of course, we would expect the 11 to drop off those jacks and start moving slightly earlier, but with the pit stops as long as they are, a couple of seconds could easily swing one way or another, and we could easily see Daniel Roberts find himself ahead for that Luke Manska Racing Esports team. They're both off of the jacks now. Who emerges first? Of course, that number 68 is ahead in the picture. The 11 comes off, but the 68 jumps just as there's nothing between them, about 50 centimetres, if that, between them off the pit lane.
And there's an immediate flash of the lights from Middleton as well. It was the lane time that was the difference, not the actual box time. So they didn't short fuel or anything there, but Daniel Roberts has got out in front in that Audi and is now in that second position. Konstantin Stolzenberg now, by the way, driving the G-Force Racing WSR Esports car that is leading the race. But well, that's a strange one. You don't often see that. The lane time, actually the difference. 8 tenths quicker on the lane for Daniel Roberts.
Yeah, and that's the slim margin that's got him back up into P2. I think for a moment there, we saw Cade Middleton having more flashes of the lights than he had gear changes in that stint, but he has been able to keep himself close by. I thought for a moment there even could have been a move after they worked their way, as they worked their way in towards turn number 3, but in the end nothing was going there, and they'll make their way towards the back end of the Grand Prix layout with Daniel Roberts still in front, and you can't see that Cade Middleton forcing the move too early on to try and rectify the loss in pit lane, but keeping a very close tab is critical here. If there's any kind of advantage now for Daniel Roberts, the confidence levels will be really quite high for that 68, and they will start to try and run away if they can on this stint.
Yeah. It's going to be easier said than done, that's for sure. Been a long and drawn out battle here for second position in the TCR class, but maybe with a breaking of the slipstream they might just be able to do it now. I was going to mention, by the way, just before it all kicked off there, a little bit in TCR, that there's been a number of different winners in the last few years of this category. Team Huissinkveld managed to get 3 in a row just after the COVID years, 2021, 22 and 23. They won this race with a rotating cast of drivers. Fabian Siegmann was there for 2 of them. Marcel Tai was the only one there for all 3. And Stefan Scheller was there for 2 of them as well. They actually had 6 drivers, including 2 Luxembourgers, as well as the usual Germans that they have. normally a German team. But that came to an end last year when it was the Impulse Racing team by GTU that beat them by 2.5 minutes in that year's race. And this year, with Impulse Racing, well, so far anyway, with Impulse Racing and Team Huizinga nowhere to be seen towards the front end of the field. Indeed, in the field entirely, there's going to be a third different winner in 3 years. 3 years of domination, which is a nice bit of a turnaround, if you like, in statistics there. This, meanwhile, is Kandah Esports' 3-car entry into the Porsche Cup class this year. This is David Williams, just in behind Edin Grajke, fresh out the pit lane for the Grid and Go Esports team. So this is the battle for 7th position.
Yeah, not a million miles between them either, and it's interesting, really, that these guys are still relatively close up to the back of Shezza Esports. That's only about 11.6 seconds to them, and then a further 5 seconds from Shezza up to the ADAC Racing by WSR entry, the number 38. So it's a tight little pack at the moment. David Williams really is looking to try and move his way through at the moment. It doesn't get much more difficult than this, though, in the opening part of the green hell, as we see traffic come into effect. No move in the end that I don't believe could be done in the end there, but get so close between a lot of the traffic through a lot of this circuit, and management is so key and critical in these races. You know, if you're struggling with traffic management, you're going to find yourself losing so much more time than a driver that maybe is just a second or two slower every single lap just on pure pace, but can manage that traffic slightly better. It's critical at the Nordschleife.
Yeah, and these Cup cars these days are almost as fast as the GT3s, so managing that as well is a big factor of this Porsche Cup race. Down the hill now in towards Arenberg. No chance for Williams down there. It's always a half chance when you get down there at the bottom of the hill, but it's just that, only a half chance. Gregory Hofston and Ricardo Rico will also fight for 3rd place further up the field, by the way, between the Apex Racing team and Drago Racing as well. Apex Racing team have never won the Cup class nor the overall class of this race. In fact, any class they've never won in the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours. Well, right now they are leading overall, and they're on the podium in the Cup class as well. That will be a record that they very much like to end, because this is the 10th year we've run the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours, and that's a big team not to have won any of the classes over the years.
Yeah, and to put that to bed this year would be a very nice marker to have set down. Of course, difficult really. For some of these big teams, there are a couple of those records that kick about with some of the big teams that haven't necessarily been able to get the job done in some of these big events in any of the classes, but almost to tick that off is such a big milestone for the teams, and it's going to be slightly psychological to a stage, but going well in this race, and that will be important for them, that's absolutely for sure. As we get into the night hours, I think I saw a bit of pink in the sky, but it's disappearing quickly, isn't it?
Yes, we are very much in the night time running now. It is not easy to see at all anymore. Here is that battle for 3rd. Ricardo Rico puts the pressure on. Up 4 so far for Drago Racing, who didn't have a very good day in GT3. As we know, they retired on lap 5, as far as I'm aware, in the first stint of this race. One of the first big incidents we saw this afternoon in the Nürburgring 24 hours. They had their first issue on lap 2, and then hit one of the BMW M2s through Kesselstrin, the high-speed left-hander there, and that long run up the hill. And unfortunately, that was the end of their day in GT3. Their Porsche Cup team are trying to atone for that with a podium here, and look at them applying the pressure to the Apex Racing team at the start of this lap. And this, by the way, is the same lap. This is lap 5 of the Porsche Cup stint for both of these two teams. They gained half a second last lap. Now they've gained that again, and they are suddenly putting the pressure right onto the current race leader, as Mitchell de Jong takes the lead, by the way, from Oscar Pai.
Yeah, I just saw that on the timing page. The two Kandah cars, obviously the 08 and the 018, swapping positions. Not too sure if there's an issue with Oscar Pai, already dropping over a second off the back there of Mitchell de Jong, who now is in the lead of that race, but it is now the 08 that leads the field. But Kandah have that position where they have those two cars at the front of the field. They can manage it that bit more, and of course have some 2.5 minutes nearly back to the Apex Racing team back in P3, so it's a comfortable margin, and if that was a swap, then they have more than the margin to do so.
I'm not so sure it was, though. 3 seconds now, the gap. We'll try and scroll through some replays here and try and see what has happened to Oscar Pai, because this is definitely unusual. It's an unusual lap, let's put it that way. They're about to come across the line right now, so we'll see some lap times at the very least as to what's gone on here as the battle for third gets into quite some traffic here. This is the battle for second TCR being passed by the battle for third in the Porsche Cup class. One of the things you get around the Nürburgring 24-hour racetrack, but with a GT3 in behind for good measure all as well. But they will pull through on the right-hand side and get into the slipstream of one another. Oscar Pai is into the pit lane. That's only a 5-lap stint. That is a problem for the Porsche Sabre car that was leading this race in the Porsche Cup class.
Yeah, that's not what they need at all. They had that margin. It's now going to disappear. So there was clearly an issue there. That lap time 8 minutes 34, albeit with coming into the pit lane, it is a lot slower than they needed last time by. Xander Reed's getting into that car now as well, down for the 018. So Oscar Pai out, Xander Reed in, and now we're going to see a change. And there he is, getting ready to get into the car. So should still come out in P2 if there's not too much damage on that car, but yeah, we'll have to try and see and work out exactly what happened to the 018. Not what they were planning, but we're still a long way out. They can still try and strategize this from here if there is any kind of significant change.
There certainly is damage on that FTW Motorsport car.
Yes.
There's no doubt that's about that. That car is running 2 laps down at the moment in the BMW M2 class. Have we seen why that happened? Maybe not. Maybe it's related. 3.5 minutes in the box only for FTW Motorsport, so they've had problems before this one. Maybe these two incidents are related, and now they've got to sit there and look at each other while they get their damage repaired. Xander Reed spent over a minute down in pit lane now, so yeah, if there was any doubt before, it's definitely damaged. Now then, this is through onto the north side for the first time. That's what happened to number 17, the FTW Motorsport car. So that is not related to Oscar Pai, but that was Henrik Thura getting into the barriers.
Yeah, and losing the lights in the middle of the night means that they had to turn back to the pit lane, not what they needed at all. Not able to see. So going back to the pit lane to enable them one of the five critical sensors to go sim racing. But still unsure what happened to Oscar Pai. That car's still in the pit lane, dropping now down to P8 in class. It's going to drop further back. I mean, you can see on the right hand side pit lane time now, or pit stop time, nearing 2 minutes. Clearly some damage on the car, but that has dropped them right the way out of contention, and from a comfortable 1-2 position, Kandah have come into some trouble. There's a decent chance that Sabre car could be bringing up the rear in the Cup class, albeit we have got the Impulse Racing car some 2 minutes further back, so it would take a lot more time in pit lane, but we still don't know exactly how much damage is on the car in the first place here.
Yeah, we're just trying to find what happened at the moment to show you a replay of it. If one of the Kandah guys want to come in and chat to us and tell us what happened, then they're more than welcome to. Or indeed, well, yeah, just tell us what happened, basically. But Oscar Pai immediately getting out of the car, and the race-leading Kandah car handing over to its teammate. They had 2 bullets in the gun at the start of this one towards the front. I guess they still do have 2 with David Williams, though he's 1 minute 45 off the lead. It is a very, very different situation than what they had before, which was 2 cars basically ahead of the rest of the field by a minute. Now, this is what happened. They were stuck in behind a GT4 BMW round the outside. Oh, big moment over the top of the hill, and a slap into the wall just before the Stefan Ballavets there, just when you're up high and about to plunge downhill, just after Flansgarten. That's just over one of the highest speed points on this racetrack. And they just got it slightly wrong, trying to lap a GT4 and slap the left-hand side down the wall.
And that'll be where most of the damage has come from. Likely some suspension damage to have to fix there. A real big side swipe into the wall. Not what they needed at all, but I think we just saw at the end of the replay there was Mitchell de Jong coming through. So difficult for them. They are not still in the pit lane. So they have been able to remove themselves from that. But it's not the easiest moment for them to have to come back from. Still a long way to go, yes. But you don't want these mistakes in the middle of the night. And a long way to come back.
They have finished their repairs, have they? I guess so. If you look at, well, the time is green, it's not showing me anymore, but yeah, it looks like he has finished those repairs and is back out onto the circuit. Well, I'll have to just wait for that to cycle through for it to tell us, but they've certainly dropped down behind their other teammates. Actually, David Williams moves up to 7th position in the field. Xander Reed is now down nearly 4 minutes off the lead, so there you go. There's your pit stop time. That's cost them basically half a lap here, and yeah, that's a lot of time to have lost in all in one go there in the Porsche 992 Cup class. I mean, last year the race was won by nearly 4 minutes, so it's not unrecoverable at all. But it is it's not great either for that team to have had such a long repair.
Yeah, and a full minute off of anybody else, and that is the 002 grid and go with Marcus Deck behind the wheel. Not what they need, but for Xander Reed, I guess, jumping into the car, he's not made the mistake himself. There is almost that, freshness that he can bring to that car that, well, we've dropped down, but there is a chance, and the ability to almost push a little bit harder, try and force the issue a bit. Of course, that comes with its own risks, but there's a reason that we've got these drivers in the top split, particularly at Kandah as well. So Jules Xander will try and turn the screw a bit, try and close that gap down to drivers in front. He's got a minute to grid and go, 002, and then he's got another minute to his Kandah teammate in the 081 with Dave Williams behind the wheel, and then there is that close train of cars up to the back end of the top four. So there is a clear step-by-step process here. How long that will take remains to be seen. I mean, to gain a minute, it's going to take quite some time, but you've got 17 and a half hours to work it out. These things can be reduced. As you said, 4 minutes has been a winning margin before, so you can gain that back theoretically, or at least the vast majority of that back with the time that we have remaining in this race. So still hope, and Xander Reed, I think fresh face will give it fresh energy, that 018.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a good idea to get him out the car actually and just change driver at that stage. There's no risk attached with it really. I know it is dark, but Xander Reed will be practiced in the dark conditions, that is for sure. So 17 and a half hours to go, and we've only been here for half an hour. There's already been a huge bit of drama in the Porsche Cup class. That battle between Kandah Esports and Grid and Go Esports, now for 6th place, is still ongoing. There was a brief battle in GT4 as well between Door Esports and Fiercely Forward, although Jesse Jones and the Door Esports car seems to have won that one, is now over a second ahead. And that battle in TCR that we are following has continued on the start of another stint here in TCR. So, I mean, I'm not sure what's going to break these two apart at this stage. We've seen this for a very long time now between these two TCRs.
Yeah, I mean, they've tried everything, haven't they? They've tried swapping positions, they've tried changing drivers. It doesn't really seem to have worked. Pit stop phases look like they are the key moments in this battle, but remains to be seen if a move can be done on the circuit. They're only close enough together to suggest that you think that they absolutely could. But as we know, at the Nordschleife, opportunities are very limited, and that you have to really pick your moments of when these moves are available. But they will be relatively soon making their way back towards that start finish straight towards the Tiergarten, and we might see another chance yet again for them to make a move. You could just see how close, flashing of the lights from Cade Middleton. Not happy about something, maybe just kind of, well, not too sure really, but clearly unhappy about something. There's traffic coming through, actually probably with the traffic, isn't it? Silly me, coming through, letting them know that they're there. Oh, but it gets close, isn't it? More flashing of the lights, clearly some communication going awry there, but traffic never easy through this part of the lap. And Middleton has all of a sudden lost quite a bit of time when he wouldn't really want to onto the grass, though. That's not how you're meant to lap a car, but if it works, it works.
Yeah, I mean, not really sure why Middleton's been so heavy on the flash button, to be honest with you, so far, but certainly has been. It's not really, you know, when you make your way through here in this battle in TCR, it's not really a big advantage to it, so not really sure why Middleton's putting so much emphasis on this, but let's see how aggressive they're both going to be on the way into the Tiergarten here. Dean have unfortunately some pretty big accidents early on this afternoon. It's one of the GT3s flies past. They both try and get any slipstream that they possibly can from that BMW. On the long back straight now towards that Bilstein Bridge. Will Middleton get any closer here? Will he get close enough for a move down at the Tiergarten? It's a slow evolution of a gap here just coming down, but the Bilstein Bridge is coming up quickly now, and he's not anywhere near here, so Middleton needed to be a lot closer than that. And, well, if he wanted to get through, it certainly looked like he did, then he's failed at it this time around, and he's still stuck behind from where he was on the pit stop.
Yeah, and there's more work that needs to be done. Okay, you got all that skid to K Milton. Just about, you see, in the dark, lights just about illuminating the front of the car, not the side very well. But is there a chance then down in towards turn number 1? It's so close between these two, nearly pretty much side by side as they run across the start-finish line. There's basically nothing between them, and there's no overlap between them as they get in towards the opening corner. Middleton gets to the inside line. Middleton controls the racing line, and that'll be him back up into P2. And now can Middleton try and turn the screw and run away? No one's been able to do it in this battle so far. He's the latest to give it a go.
Yeah, well, you sometimes forget about turn 1. The big move is often at the Tiergarten down towards the end of the back straight, but turn 1 worked just fine that time round for Cale Middleton. The problem I see is that, you know, yes, he's through now, but I mean, what's the point? Surely he'll be overtaken next lap as well. You know, it's surely just going to happen next lap, but we'll see. Maybe Cale Middleton has got that little bit extra speed here, and maybe he can break the slipstream, but it will be the first time in a very long time in this battle for second that the team in second place in TCR has got a slipstream gap over anybody else.
Yeah, and that is the key factor here, isn't it? And being able to have that advantage really is useful for the drivers. They get it. It can be somewhat psychological in terms of having those slight advantages. If you're the driver behind, knowing that you have that inherent disadvantage, it isn't easy. But about how you're able to work with those disadvantages mentally can be so critical in some of these drivers' abilities. Pit stop going on for the 18 at the moment. And we are seeing Itzvan Detri in the pit lane, but again, I think we're seeing that round of pit stops start to begin again. Actually, no, that's not. That's an unplanned pit stop, I think, for the Spin and Tone Motorsport car. I worry that they may have Spun and Tone being in the pit lane. Their stint was only 2 laps. That is not really, I think, where they'd want to be in the pit lane after, 2.5 laps of their stint?
Yeah, so I'll enter a pretty quiet pit lane. At the moment, they're the only ones down there. FTW Motorsport are still, by the way, getting their very long repairs done right now. That is nearly 15 minutes in the lane for them. That's why they're not showing up anymore. I think they will continue on. Hopefully they do. SimCity Racing have, by the looks of things, pulled the plug, though. Maybe they're just having another long pit stop with just nearly 10 minutes gone. But looks like that car may well be a retirement as well. We'll wait and see. Falcon Sim Racing, also from 12th, decide to pit in. They're over a lap down, but they're still going in GT3, which is good to see. Jonas Rutten, the driver of car 44. As we go back to these guys in the Porsche Cup class. This is now the battle for second place between Gregory Hofson and Ricardo Rico. And Rico is as close as ever, just hasn't managed to find his way past yet.
No, he hasn't, but he is giving it quite a go, and that 169 really putting the pressure on the 199. There's a big 30-second gap back, give or take, to the Atletis car, so more than enough room, not having to worry about drivers coming into the battle from behind. Can start to try and make this move, can Ricardo Rico. but it's not in the best position on the circuit to get this one done. Could be a chance. Well, actually, they're obviously right towards the middle of the circuit. It's still quite a few kilometres before we get towards the Tiergarten, which would be a good place for Riccardo Rico to make a move. He'd probably want to be a little bit closer than this as well, but he's got time to try and game this one out. Tracker Racing, of course, along with Apex Racing, two of the teams that I think will know each other quite well at this stage. In 2025, it's been quite some time these two have been titanic at the top of sim racing. And Riccardo Rico and Gregory Hudson, the latest to reignite that battle between the teams. At a phase of the race where I think drivers maybe just be starting trying to settle down as we get into this night phase, but we're clearly seeing that quite a few teams aren't able to do that with some of the battles that they're in.
There's that half chance that you always get over at the Moot Curve, passing him by, but fast through the left-hander there was Rico. Again, no chance there though, and then Gesamtstrecke, no chance down here into the hairpin. And Riccardo Rico will spend another half lap at least looking at the back of that Apex Racing team Porsche Cup car. The gap now to the leader, over a minute though. Mitchell de Jong is driving very, very fast indeed. Last time round actually was nearly 4 seconds quicker than Hovsen, nearly 5 faster than Rico. That gap is extending to Mitchell de Jong, and if Rico believes he is truly faster than Gregory Hovsen, he's got to get this done quickly, otherwise the gap's going to continue to balloon.
It is, and they've got to be careful, but Rico is definitely, I think, putting the pressure on to try and make a move when he can here, sticking close. The lines from Gregory Hovsen don't look convincing, going wide at a couple of inopportune moments. That was quite nice though, taking that most direct route, but you can see again, Rico maybe taking a tighter line, maybe gaining a couple of hundredths where it matters, and Hovsen will be seeing those headlights in the mirrors in every single corner. It almost feels like there's differing lines between these two drivers at every single point where it's possible to take separate lines, and Hovsen will be having to look behind him because Riccardo Rico looks confident, looks more able to thread the car through some of these more difficult parts of the circuit, and could very well be on his way to closing that gap, making a move. Looks like he's lost maybe a tenth or two through there. However, he will gain it all back after they make their way out of the Dotteringer Hoa down towards Tiergarten. And we'll have to see if he can make it. Again, Hovsen drifting wide. You can see those mistakes just creeping in.
There's a Stefan Bella Fest where this Porsche Cup race has just changed so much in the last 40 minutes, half an hour. Oscar Pye with that accident just before that section, while lapping one of the BMW GT4s. Slapped that car into the wall and has now put them 4 minutes off of the lead of Mitchell de Jong in the Kandah Esports team. Now then, in towards Gavin Kopp. Surely the Apex Racing team are going to be overtaken here, and surely Riccardo Rico has got to see this as a big opportunity here. He's got to get past on the Dottinger Hoa. Now then, tucks into the slipstream. He's only a quarter or so of a second behind. It's a lot closer than what we saw in the TCR battle earlier on, where they just could never get on terms quite in time. Now though, they will pull to the right-hand side. There we go. Just even before they get into the dip in the straight, to be honest. Now they'll plunge uphill. They'll see the Bilstein Bridge in front of them, and that has been timed very, very well by Riccardo Rico. Not too much of an argument by Gregory Hovsen. Or is there going to be? No, they won't. Not into the Tiergarten anyway, and Riccardo Rico is into second.
And can now try and start to walk towards that gap, of course, that Mitchell de Jong has. It's now for P2. I mean, Rico going from 4th to 2nd, realistically, in the last 20-30 minutes now, with the mistakes from Pye, and that move now ahead of Gregory Hovsen. It's looking much better for the 169 than it was just a short time ago. The gap is 63, just above that, 63 seconds. Last time by, mind you, the Dragger racing car was the full second faster than Apex, to be expected, but it wasn't the biggest of gains. We'll have to see if that can be replicated again, or whether we can see Gregory Hovsen try and match the lines of Rico in the same way that Rico was watching Hovsen and just keeping it slightly tighter. We'll have to wait and see. But Rico will be doing his best, I think, on this lap, which could be the crucial one, to start to pull away. They're heading towards the end of the stint as well, so really opportune moment to make the move, I think, for Riccardo Rico. He just now has to take that advantage and really extend that margin. So this next lap is going to be very, very telling, because again,
last time round. De Jong did an 18.7. Rico did a 22.1. Kosen did a 23.1. You don't need me to tell you that that's 3.4 and 4.4 seconds quicker than for De Jong. Side by side for second in TCR, and well, exactly as I predicted. It's not really got Cade Middleton anywhere. I get that they are just exchanging places, and that is probably the fastest way to do this, but even so, I can't really understand the urgency from Delta Sport at the moment, when there is only just going to be a pass and very next lap. And in fact, Daniel Roberts able to do it a bit earlier, this time into the Tiergarten. I wonder whether Middleton will repass in towards turn number 1.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if this can, again, take another twist in this battle. I mean, I can't believe that we haven't been able to see these two separated over the course of this tussle, but somehow they are still running nose to tail, and Cade Middleton may have to make a very similar move once again on Daniel Roberts down towards turn 1. He's done it already to the inside. Can he make the same move? No, we'll sit behind and we'll consider his options and maybe go for it again at another point, but he can't quite give us a Groundhog Day moment and make the same move for what would be the second time in 2 or 3 laps. So he sits there, but I mean, these guys, they won't leave each other alone, will they? The 68 and the 11 have been attached at the hip pretty much for the last long while. And at this stage, I feel like we've seen everything between them, and they haven't separated. I can't see what it will take, apart from some kind of incident, for them to separate at this point.
Yeah, I can't understand either what it's going to take, but there we go. We'll leave them to it in TCR just for the moment. In GT4, Fiercely Forward are currently in 5th position, just in front of Door Esports. That's a change as Benedict Vida gets ahead of Jesse Jones. I mentioned earlier that Jones had actually got ahead in the Door Esports car and pulled a second, but that's gone away. And meanwhile, side by side, Delta Sport do get back through Cade Middleton. Bit of traffic there, just influencing them on the way through the Schumacher S, and straight back again, straight back down the inside. Roberts comes through into second again. Middleton flashes the lights. What was that all about? Not sure. But they exchange places another couple of times before the Grand Prix circuit's done.
Yeah, there's so much. I mean, there's more flashing of the lights there is than nearly than corners on this circuit, with the amount of times that we are seeing these guys with a little bit of annoyance towards each other. But Middleton not able to get it done again. Daniel Roberts holding on. Traffic coming through now. Just as we get onto the Nordschleife and off of the GP loop. Wide though goes Daniel Roberts, allowing that traffic through. Could that give an opportunity? In fact, I think that could even be Mitchell de Jong, the leading cup driver, coming through. But I don't think it's going to give Middleton the opportunity that he was maybe looking for. Still sits behind, but again, still running nose to tail. Still going to be chances, and neither driver looks like they're particularly off the pace. The difference in lap time last lap was 1/10 of a second as they run this close. Yeah. Well, I doubt they'll be repeating that again. That bit of side by side. This is that GT4 battle I was talking about between Vida and Jones. Surely there'll be a chance in towards turn 1 here for Jesse Jones. Door Esports? No, not this time. So only a lap or two ago, the Door Esports BMW got out front and was actually a second or so away from Fierce Forward. I thought that was going to be the end of that, but no. Benedict Vida is back in front again, back into the top 5 ahead of Jesse Jones. These guys only a minute 45, by the way, off the lead in a pretty close GT4 class. Yeah, these guys, I think in that kind of phase, as you say, not within a couple of minutes of that race lead, still within range. If things start to go wrong for teams in front of them, and with those guys, the top 4 really running relatively close together. Only 42 seconds between those top 4 of the Grid and Go 009, the Williams Sim Racing Play Seat, the TC Esports, and that was Cooking Racing Adventures. There's definitely a chance for them to close up. And a couple of battles to occur, and even, of course, the mistakes that we've seen happen from others. So for these two, closest battle that we are seeing in that GT4 class, I feel like for Door Esports there is a chance. Yes, if they get through on Fiercely Forward Pick, there's a minute to the next car. With the proximity of the cars in front, it feels like an increased chance that there could be a couple more chances for them to make their way through. So we'll have to keep an eye and see if Door Esports can find the right way through. But as they work their way towards the off the GP loop once again, you think the chances are going to be few and far between for the next few minutes.
Yeah, we'll leave them to it on the Nordschleife for the next few minutes. As with 17 hours, 14 minutes to go. There's how it looks in GT4. Still very close at the front. Gridandco.com Esports are leading the way, though. David Boschke's currently driving there. 14 seconds back to Beck and Jasir, who's got another 14 seconds over Albo Torres. That is Williams Sim Racing placed it, by the way, ahead of TC Esports. Then was Cooking Racing Adventures. The race winners from 2023 in this class are currently in 4th position ahead of that battle for 5th, as we have just been looking at. However, we're about to chat to Javi Guerrero, one of the members of the TC Esports team, who are currently running in 3rd place in this race in number 01. Good afternoon, Javi. Good to have you with us. First of all, can you hear us and can we hear you?
Hello, yeah, I can hear you perfectly.
Hello, we can hear you perfectly well as well. How are things going for TC Esports? I hear it's a very early stages of a venture into iRacing for TC Esports, which is so exciting to see. And currently running within 30 seconds of the lead, nearly 7 hours in, up in the top 3. How are things going from your perspective?
No, I mean, so far so good. Trying to keep the podium position, but we know it's Nürburgring, so anything could happen. And I mean, a bit challenging, of course, because we have 2 drivers in this car. But I mean, we are fully focused on making our best good here in the 24 hours in Nürburgring. So yeah, let's see how it goes.
Tell us a little bit. We'll know you from Rennsport R1 series of the last few weeks, the last few months. But what's the move to iRacing been like, and how has that come about?
Well, that's probably a long story, but I mean, TC Esports is the esports team or sim racing team of Thibaut Courtois, and after several talks with him, he's been always really happy about the simulator, not only F1 and a few other titles that he's been playing, also iRacing, that you probably, or some people remember seeing him during the pandemic playing some games, but also using the simulator as a training tool. So talking with him, we were talking about iRacing special events and the idea to finally have a team competing in this series, and we just made it happen, possible for this race, and really happy to make it possible. Also, with 2 big drivers as Abel Torres, who is such a young talent in Spain, but also with Agustin Canapino that everyone knows. And I mean, we were always together in Williams, and good to be back now in TC Racing and TC Esports.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on your driver lineup actually for this GT4 effort as well, because I know you've got another team running in a different split as well. But 2 driver effort only in GT4. What were you would have spoken to your drivers just beforehand. What was their sort of thoughts about giving this a go as a 2-driver lineup here in a 24-hour race, which really isn't done very often anymore?
Yeah, I know. I mean, we had conversations with the drivers. Of course, we were planning to have a lineup of 3 or even 4 drivers, but we had to split the team because we had some drivers competing in Rennsport this week as well, and we don't have as many drivers as other teams. We keep growing the team, so we had to see and decide based on the training they have been doing over the last days. And I mean, talking with Agustin, talking with Abel, they were both happy to do the race between both of them, and I mean, we couldn't refuse to accept that. It's a challenge at the end, but I mean, what a best way, to debut with 2 drivers in Nürburgring. So I mean, all or nothing. Let's see what happens.
Exactly, and still, as I say, within 30 seconds of the lead in this race at the moment. Just more broadly, before we let you go, what is the plan in the future for other sim racing exploits for TC Esports? As I mentioned, we've already seen you in Rennsport R1 in 2025. We've now seen you here in one of the biggest iRacing special events that there is to compete in. What's next? Where would you like to go with TC Esports? What's the plan?
Well, it's been a short journey so far. I mean, we just decided to launch the team just a very few months ago. Of course, everything goes in the direction of Thibaut. And I mean, Rennsport was basically coming in our face. We were not expecting to have a slot in the competition, but we fought quite hard to actually have the slot. But even here on iRacing, we are planning now to do more more stuff, more competitions, or even planning our own series in Formula 4, actually, to have like a link between virtual and real. So there's like a lot on the way, and hopefully we can be announcing more stuff on the next few weeks or the next few months. But yeah, expecting to actually make some noise, and let's see what happens. But as you said before, you probably want to see people in one of our cars, so let's make it happen as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And one final thing about this race, where are you hoping to end up, or where are you expecting to finish up in this race?
Wherever, but not on the wall. So hopefully we are quite lucky, and we don't crash the car. I mean, the idea is just to try to finish the race, probably everyone's objective, but let's see what happens. I mean, we want to do a nice job, and hopefully, who knows, maybe finishing the race in the podium. That will be such a huge achievement for the team.
It sounds like a good plan to me. Javi, thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us. I know you've got a lot going on this weekend as well, both in the real world as well as obviously with TC Esports here in the Nürburgring 24 hours. So thanks so much for coming to have a chat with us, and good luck with everything that's going on this weekend with TC Esports and beyond.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And that's Javi Guerrero there chatting to us at the 7-hour mark, just about, of the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours here this afternoon. I mean, it's great to see another big team, Darragh, venturing into the world of iRacing. As I mentioned, many people will recognise them from Rennsport R1, but having them in the Nürburgring 24 hours as well, it is making the GT4 class this year, as it always is, a super high quality field of teams once again.
It really is, and it is great to see that we have all of these teams coming in to the top splits of these massive events on iRacing and really putting in a good performance. I do enjoy the targets not ending up in the wall despite being P3. I mean, it's going pretty well to not be going in the wall if you're up in P3. But yeah, always great to get away. Hello, that's not the right line to take someone off the road. I'm not entirely sure who that was, but you've got to be so careful with how you go. That was actually, sorry, David Williams went off the road. Got distracted there. I was too busy thinking about not ending up in the wall, which David Williams very nearly did. But yeah, clearly great to see new teams coming together, getting onto these top splits, and giving us, even more names and even more teams to remember in the already quite large amount of teams and drivers that we have to keep in the backs of our minds here.
Yeah, absolutely. I've really enjoyed the GT4 class growing in its strength year on year. I doubt you would have seen much of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series this year or years gone past, but that was the closest of the 4 classes in the championships that we had in that series this year. It was a super close championship finish in GT4, or SP10 as it's called in DNLS, but yeah, another really close championship there. Falcon Sim Racing were leading it for some time actually, but they unfortunately, I think in the penultimate round, had problems, and that's rather set them back over the course of the afternoon, or the season, I should say. So yeah, but yeah, just an incredible end to the season there. I'll just run through some of the top guys in the other classes, just while we've just run through GT4 just before we chatted to Javi there. The Apex Racing team are leading overall still in GT3. Vasil Spatsiot is still second, but Rainer Tauber is starting to close in on him a little bit in the BS competition car. They did a little bit of a shorter pit stop than what we saw for Williams, and the gap down to about a second now. Well, about 2 seconds. Williams Gaming Club are then 4th, ahead of Veloce Thrustmaster, who round out the top 5, all of whom covered by about a minute. As things stand, there's about to be a change for second in TCR. No, not quite. I'll carry on. Porsche Cup class currently still being led by the Kandah Esports team, although pit stop for the Kandah Esports has meant that it's slightly out of whack there in terms of the order. Grid&Go.com Esports haven't made their stop yet, but Drago have, and they're still a minute behind. The Apex Racing team and the Adidas Racing by WSR guys have as well just been into the pit lane, and their gaps are all roughly the same than when we were last looking at them. Just been through GT4, as I said, so we'll go to TCR. G-Force Racing and WSR Esports are leading the way. Konstantin Stolzenberg doing well there, 4 laps into his stint on lap 5, ahead of these two who we've been watching battle for some time now. Then it is Sim Racing Grid Phoenix Phoenix, David Janssen, and then Byte 500 Black, who are rounding out the top 5, over 2 minutes actually ahead of 6th. BMW M2 class is currently being led by GridandGo.com Esports again. Maniti Racing are currently 2nd, but they're only 30 seconds behind. And then it's the Nürburgring Esports Wipperman car, followed by Team RSO, who have won the production car class, by the way, on 3 occasions in the Nürburgring 24 hours, although the last of them was in 2018. Then it is Simify Esports, who round out the top 5 of the BMW M2 class. The bottom class, production car class, if you like, for this year. Apologies, I forgot Team RSO won last year, didn't they? So that stat is completely wrong. Never mind. I apologise to Team RSO. They're going for 2 in a row again. I doubt you remember them, Dara, but back in the Mazda MX-5 days, Team RSO were the team to beat, and they weren't beaten very often.
No, I wasn't much shorter, but I was very young back then, clearly. But teams that have been around a long time, still doing good stuff, and I think it goes to show that there are a lot of established teams generally in sim racing, and obviously we have the teams that we often talk about as you know, right at the front end of some of these special events. Apex Racing Team, Williams, Kandah, Grid and Go, Drago, Redline, of course. You know, there's lots of heavily established teams right at the front end, but we have a lot more teams as well that have been around for so long and are always there. Door Esports, fiercely forward. Of course, we've got, I mean, obviously more. I'm not going to name all of them because we'd be here all night, but there's so many teams that get themselves involved and keep themselves relevant. And then it is great to see that thread through the years of the performances that they're able to pull off. And these events that happen every year give everybody a chance, don't they? I mean, obviously 12 Hours of Bathurst. This year we had Marla Racing coming through to win the race. Now, again, not exactly a team that has won a number of special events, of top-end special events in the last few years, but are still there, still relevant, still able to compete. And that's what's fantastic about being able to turn up every year to the Nürburgring 24-hour, to the Daytona 24-hour, and all of the special events we have on iRacing, to have those teams and those drivers come back and give it another crack.
Yeah, don't let Florian Harper see that he said that, by the way. Hope he's not listening.
I didn't mean it egregiously.
Oh no.
No, hang on. Whoa. Let's take a step back quickly. The Marla Racing team are a very good racing team. They hadn't won the Daytona, Bathurst, or Nordschleife in a while. I'm saying it's good that they're there. It's a compliment, if anything. Yeah, okay. Fine. Yeah, it's hard to mark the BS competition teams and all their different names against one another. Sometimes for BS competition. For example, they have won it. They were on a streak of 2 in 3 years actually, when they won it in 2020 and 22 as well. But yeah, they're 2 teams, different names, so it does make it more difficult to line up. But anyway, that doesn't really matter. Yeah, it was a very good end to the Bathurst 12 hour, I've got to say. Doesn't rain add so much? Even the threat of rain we had towards the end of that race, it wasn't even like rain actually arrived in the last part of that race, but just the threat of rain really made that race what it was in the end. Psychological rain. It really does add a really different dimension. It has been a great addition, isn't it, recently, to have rain in these special events, because it has really changed up the strategy. I mean, that Bathurst 12 hour this year with the wet to the dry, to the wet, back to the dry, and then maybe to the wet, but then also it was dry, and then it might have got wet, but it didn't in the end. Really added quite a lot of strategy aspect, and the teams having to really game plan it out. In years gone by, generally in iRacing, before we had rain, it was much easier to just say, right, well, it's a 24-hour race. We know it's going to be dry. We know when we're planning to pit, and they can hit those marks throughout the race. It adds a really big element to the race, and it doesn't. It forces the teams to not sit back on their laurels that they've got used to for years.
Yeah. Unfortunately, if you're wondering about rain in this race, by the way, at home, sat there thinking, what's happening? Well, we haven't shown you a radar because there's not much to see on it. Doesn't look like it is going to rain this year in the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours. Wasn't available last year, but this now remains the only iRacing 24-hour special event to have not seen rain now in the course of its history. Daytona was a very wet race earlier this year. Spa rained last year. from the top of my head. Pretty sure that's right. And unfortunately, the Nürburgring is going to have to wait for another year, but such a great thing to have available to us now. As by the way, we cross over 17 hours to go in this race. I've got to say, this last hour's flown by, to be honest, Darragh. There's plenty to watch out there on the circuit. Battle for 5th in the Porsche Cup class is one of them on our screens at the moment.
Yeah, and it really is an exciting battle, and we've had any number of battles. Sometimes these endurance races, particularly the Nordschleife, can feel like they spread out a bit early on, and we don't really see too many battles over the middle of the night. Here, this year, 2025, clearly teams have decided that they want to have a couple of tussles. They're not going to allow anybody to have some comfortable times in this cup class. We have seen a number of battles throughout the last hour or so. I mean, with this battle with Kandah, Adatis and Sheza, they have been not necessarily slowing each other down, but they have been tripping over each other enough to the point that the Kandah 018, that of course came into trouble a while ago after running in the lead, is now only 47 seconds behind this group after being 63 seconds all of 20 minutes ago. So that there is a gain there, that we could see more of these teams get involved, and it is the Kandah 081 at the front of the train at the moment. So that, you know, maybe a bit of a theme there. Obviously, not necessarily, but definitely Kandah coming together one more time. RSO. Oh,
that's a shame.
It's not the line.
The four-time winners of the production car class at the Nürburgring 24 Hours have clearly had an incident prior to that because they had no headlights anymore. The front end was punched out of that machine, and they are now down on pit lane. They were running inside the top 5, actually. That happened just over 2 minutes ago. Alexander Long is the driver in car 397. That's the one you can now see down on pit lane, and that is a huge shame for that BMW M2 team, who are going to drop down. And unfortunately, their incredible run of production car class wins at the Nürburgring 24 Hours, spanning 8 years, is not going to be continued here tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, really disappointing for those guys. And again, mistakes happen in the middle of the night. It can be difficult to come back from. Yes, there's 17 hours to go, but a lot of damage that we'll have had a lot of time to regain for them. So really gutting, it's fair to say. And 3 minutes now in pit lane for that 397 is not really what they wanted to be seeing, what they needed to happen. And yeah, disappointing, I think, all round. But of course, there is still chances for them to come back through the field somewhat. But it's the run of wins. I mean, when you're on that kind of run of wins, it feels like anything but is that disappointment, isn't it? Really.
Thanks to Felix van Delft, by the way, who's let me know that there is a chance of rain in the morning again of about 25%. It's not especially likely, but 9 a.m. in Sim, there is a bit of a chance of rain again. So make sure you're tuned in tomorrow morning for sunrise and potential rainfall, or indeed just stay with us overnight. Why not? It's going to be a very exciting race here at the Nürburgring 24 Hours. That's a change for position for 6th as Harley Horton loses out to Daniel Ola, and the Sheze Esports team moves up to 6th ahead of Adidas Racing by WSR, and they both try and chase down David Williams, who's restored Kandah's double entry into the top 5 in this race. Was running 8th as we joined, I think, but is now up to 5th position, just over a second ahead of Ola, who's made that overtake, and is now driving away a little bit from Harley Horton.
He is, and we are seeing that gap start to increase a little bit more in this cup class. These three are running closely together, but if we can start to see the separation occur, then they may end up maybe pushing themselves a little bit more to keep them close together. But pulling that gap away again is David Williams. Mistakes have crept in for Williams. We've seen him go off the road at least 3 times from memory on the broadcast, and that's not to say that he hasn't gone off again when we've been looking elsewhere. So he's clearly been a little bit nervy in the car, not exactly confident on all of the lines, but doing enough to keep that gap relatively stable and maybe pull it away a touch.
Yeah, it looks like he is pulling that one away just a little bit now in the Porsche Cup class. In terms of other fights going on the circuit, we don't even have our 1 for second in TCR. Can you believe that? Finally, there's a gap more than a second between Daniel Roberts and Cade Middleton. 1.1 seconds is currently the margin, but 2 minutes 45 up to the leader, and there you go. Wow. In case you didn't believe it, there you go. Look with your eyes. Daniel Roberts looks like he might have finally done the work to just break the slipstream here. So crucial in these TCRs to get more than a second away, and it looks like he's done that now.
Yeah, and it looks like he's in a much more comfortable position now than what he was just a couple of minutes ago. So this could be a chance now for Daniel Roberts to pull away. I mean, it feels like Groundhog Day. It's been well over an hour that these two have been this close together, but there is now a chance to maybe see some separation between them and maybe have more than 5 car lengths or so. But a mistake there from the 68. Hello, it's going to allow the 11 through. I don't know why I said anything, Ewan. I don't know what I'm here for, to be honest.
Oh dear, that entire last minute of broadcasting is completely wasted. Never mind. Daniel Roberts loses, just misses the carousel, and Kate Middleton is straight back through again in the Total Sport car. Well, you know, I feel a bit more comfortable now, to be honest. Feels like everything's back in order again. As one of the M2s goes a little bit wide there. That's not for an overall position, unlike most of the BMW M2 overtakes actually would be. That is a lappery that is going on there, but yeah, again, shows you one of the key things about the Nordschleife. If you're going to do a good lap time, you're never going to find a good lap time on the outside of the carousel. You can't miss it any of the laps. You'll be in big trouble. So there you go. Costly error from Roberts. Did that work to get over a second ahead, and now has got to do it all again.
Are we going to see these two battling it down into the Tiergarten again? I feel like we are again. When will it end, Ewan? Will it ever end? That's the real question. If we get up in the morning, and I'll be on with Paul Walsh in the morning for the final couple of hours, and we find ourselves with these two battling this close, I almost feel for them. I mean, you come into a race like this wanting to battle lots of teams, you know, against the best. And, I mean, you're in a great battle, but it's going to be the one team. It'd be nicer if it was for the lead of the race as well, but they're 2 minutes 43 off of the lead, and they've got a minute behind them in terms of a buffer. So it's exciting, don't get me wrong, but you almost feel slightly bad for them that they can't get away. Neither can get away through pit stops, through building up a margin, through making some moves. Nothing seems to work. But it does mean that we don't really know where this one's going to go at all, at any point. Clearly we don't.
By the way, who's Paul Walsh?
Well, I just combined 2 names.
Yeah.
I have combined 2 names, haven't I? Oh no!
You're with Paul Smith tomorrow, but
thank you, Paul Smith.
Not with Paul Walsh. What the?
Do you know? I work with someone else whose last name is Welsh, and is also called Paul. Well, actually, has RaceSpotTV around. It's the 85. I apologise.
Oh dear, never mind. So the Esports, meanwhile, number 85 in the fence down at Horak. That looks like. Needs to get it out of reverse, and there we go. We'll now get back going again. Is the suspension damage though? Looks like it might be, unfortunately. Meanwhile, side by side for second again in TCR, and can Daniel Roberts get through? Yes, is the answer. Kay Middleton loses out on the straight. It's so difficult to defend from. It is, well, I would go as far as to say almost impossible to defend from down the other side of the hill there into the Tiergarten. And Roberts is back through again. Now a bit of a bobble over the curves. Not sure Middleton's going to be quite close enough for a move over the front straight, and the start of another lap here. We'll see.
Yeah, let's see. Is there a chance to make this move again down into turn number 1, the 11? Maybe with the shot to come down the inside. We've seen it once before. We could see it happen once again. Can Kay Middleton do it? No. He's going to sit in behind and wait for another opportunity. Daniel Roberts can now try and build up a margin once again. We'll see if he can do it. But I mean, for all I've said in the last 10 minutes, I've upset BS competition. I've said that he could build a gap, and then he's made a mistake and been overtaken, and I've got 2 people confused. So I wouldn't trust anything I say for the next 50 minutes, Ewan.
Might be time to retire.
Do I get a pension? That's the real question.
Don't know, bag of biscuits do? No, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, 50 minutes until we step aside. We'll have Justin Prince and Jeremy Scott taking over from us when we get to the 1/3 mark of this iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours. Hope you're enjoying it at home. darkness has fallen. It's time for the nighttime hours, in case you haven't noticed already. It is very much time for the nighttime hours. And the graveyard shift, which will be coming up overnight. I guess it depends where you are in the world, whether that is a graveyard shift or not. But watch out for plenty of Europeans over the course of the night going for long runs. And, well, yeah, just trying to win their race overnight, because that's where 24-hour races certainly can be won and lost. I was thinking about this actually with TC Esports, where we were chatting to Javi Guerrero earlier on actually about a two-driver team. Abel Torres still driving there. Agustin Canapino will be here again later, no doubt. But that makes, you know, graveyard shifts and all that all the more difficult, doesn't it? When you're just a two-driver team, it's very, very little rest for Torres and Canapino over the course of this race. It'll be interesting. We'll just keep an eye on the other teams here, just to see if there's anybody else going for a two-driver lineup this year, because you really don't see that very often.
You don't. Of course, we saw the one-driver lineup in terms of was it Roland Alfredson, I think, last year, but two is still pushing the boat out a little bit. And you know, full credit to the drivers that are able to do that much racing. Again, this is well, it's far easier to do that kind of stint and you know, 12 hours if you balance out between them at a circuit like Le Mans compared to the Nürburgring or the Nordschleife, because this is such a mental strain. To have to keep the attention up lap after that, particularly in the night, so difficult. So to have a two-man team really is quite impressive, and if they can get to the end in a podium position, maybe even in a winning position, it would really be a real achievement and something that they can credit themselves for quite some time to come. And this is the kind of race that people will remember for quite some time. It's the Nürburgring 24-hour. We remember and mark down very clearly the winners of this race every single year, and it really is one of the biggest races on iRacing, and one that I think everybody targets every single year.
Yep. Absolutely. Comes a little bit more in the middle of the year these days. I think the snowstorm in 2016 in the real world prompted them to move it a little bit later. And of course, we follow the real world events here on iRacing. And so the Nürburgring 24-hour used to be on the same weekend as the Indianapolis 500 in the real world. And that is no longer the case. Here's the Nürburgring 24 hours this time around. So much better weather conditions, more likely. Although, having said that, was it last year or the year before when, I mean, they only did about 8 or 9 hours of racing because of such bad weather conditions overnight, and eventually never got racing again, which was a real shame. I think it was last year, but thankfully we don't have that to deal with in iRacing. The conditions will never cause a red flag, even if the weather and the rainfall is absolutely biblical, which it could have been this afternoon, but the forecast says it won't be.
Yeah, well, you can never really trust the weather, can you? Particularly in the forests of Germany. But yeah, I mean, weather really is inclement here, whether in the real world or in the virtual world. We often see in iRacing now, when we have some big races at the Nordschleife, a little bit of precipitation does creep in, and it is always a risk that the drivers have to face. Not for well, at least, you know, the next foreseeable future in this race, at least, but generally something that always has to keep the drivers on their toes. And again, a circuit where rain really plays havoc. So many differing lines and so many different corners change in an instant, and you don't come back to the same part of the circuit for another, in some cases in this race, 9 minutes, which can then be so difficult to read the conditions. You feel like you have to go onto the wet tyres. To have a 9-minute lap means that you've really got to nail the decision on when to pit in, and that can be so tricky to do. Luckily for the drivers now, they're not having to think about that and factor it into their strategies, but it is always a risk that I think the teams will have factored in the weeks leading up to this. What will happen with certain rain conditions? They're not having to use it for the time being, but it's working out. That is the number 13 Maniti Racing purple car coming through on the 68 and the 11, and that's because they've overtaken these two for overall race position. So that's 36th place now for the number 13 M2. See how long it can stay there.
Oh, well spotted. Yeah, that is absolutely correct. Jaden Leidig moves through into 36th overall. And Daniel Robertson, Kay Merton might even use him for a bit of slipstream. Wonder, there you go. Now through the corners, the M2 struggles a little bit more, and the TCRs just gain a little bit of time there through the corners. Now, can Roberts get into the carousel a little bit better this time round? He certainly can, and doesn't even take it cautiously either, just goes flying in. And yeah, so that is good speed from that BMW M2. Number 13, and actually Jaden Ladix only 21 seconds now behind Jan Semer, who is leading for the Grid and Go team. Mentioned in a run-through earlier on that the gap was minutes, but I must have been talking during a pit stop window, because that gap is down to 21 seconds for the lead in the BMW M2 class. One of our closest classes, actually, when you compare all five together.
Yeah, really is quite exciting, isn't it, at the front of that class? And really, with the battle which could form for the lead in the M2 class, not being a million miles away for that battle which is still occurring in the TCR class, means that we could see those guys tripping over each other, as we are seeing the M2 almost holding back the two TCRs through some of these more technical parts of the lap.
It's such an awkward interaction, isn't it, between the cars? The M2 way slower in the corners, but way quicker in a straight line. That makes it super hard for the TCRs to get past, because they want to use their speed now, but there's a BMW M2 in the way. And when they get into the dotting hurt, Jaden Ladic's going to fly away. I mean, even in the slipstream, I don't think these TCRs are going to keep up.
Neither do I, and that's really going to be part of the difficulty here. I mean, the M2 and the TCR, over the course of a full lap, very evenly matched. Last time by, that Maniti Racing Purple was a couple of seconds faster than the 68 and the 11, but clearly a lot of that is done on certain parts of the lap. Through here, where the TCRs feel held back, and it is almost meaning that they're tripping into each other and could be coming together, which is kind of what we were saying could be the only way to break up those battling for second and third. Oh, they get very close again. Middleton nearly going into the back of Daniel Roberts, but these guys continue to battle onwards with that Maniti Racing Purple car with Jaden Ladich in the car. I think when they make their way through the Dothringer Hoa, that gap may increase with the M2 pulling away somewhat, but remains to be seen whether that will be a genuine gain away, and how much that will still hold up these guys running down, because of course they've got the slipstream which will benefit them, so this could get slightly messy as they converge.
So are they going to stay in that slipstream and keep the speed here, or is that M2 just going to fly away? The 9th place GT3 car, that's STR Sim Racing, and Dino Filippa getting through on the left-hand side as well, or the right-hand side of the road. And there you go, the M2 is just flying away here. So Robert's getting a nice slipstream, and that has just held off Middleton for a little bit longer here into the Bilstein Bridge. But surely, if it's not going to be at the Tiergarten, then it will be down in towards turn number 1 after the Grand Prix start-finish line.
Yeah, let's see. Is there a chance now for Middleton? He's made a move at turn 1 already, remember, to the inside. It was, I think, the first chance he had. He's given up the opportunity. He's not elected to go for it on, I think, at least 2 or 3 occasions now. Will this be the time that he decides to pop out of the slipstream, make that move for the inside line once again? He's close enough. He's closing. The gap is under 0.2 of a second, but there is still that slight slipstream effect that Daniel Roberts is picking up from the M2 in front. Not great, but it is giving him enough pace to stay ahead into turn 1, early turn-in as well, to cover off any kind of chance. And now there's traffic that Middleton's going to have to factor in here. Looks like he's going to have to sit behind for yet another lap.
That's the GT4 leader, by the way, who pits a lap earlier than the rest, and so Williams Sim Racing now have pit from the lead. Beckham Jasir only 11 seconds behind David Bosco, just had to work his way past those 3. Abo Torres also for TC Esports on the way out again. That is 3rd place for TC Esports in their first iRacing special event, just under 30 seconds off of the lead. And then it's the What's Cooking Racing Adventures car that is into the pit lane and will be back out in 4th place fairly comfortably. Jesse Jones comes in for Door Esports, followed by Fiercely Forward, and they will continue their battle for 5th place on the exit of pit lane as well. This is GT3. Priscilla Spaziotis versus Rainer Taubal recommences as the gap to the leader continues to grow. Luca Kita for the Apex Racing team, now leading by 23, nearly 24 seconds.
Yeah, and Luca Kita doing a really good job to just keep that gap sort of where it is and gain away. Fastest of anybody in that class last time by. It was an 8 minute 8.1, 1.2 seconds faster than that Williams Sim Racing Shield Blast. So doing enough to really pull away. Oh, sorry, that's a complete lie. I was looking at the best time. It was a 10.7 for him compared to 11.3. So still a gain away, but just not as much as I suggested there. And Apex doing a good job. This is getting chaotic. 3 wide for a moment.
There's contact!
Rainer Talbot. How's he held on to that one?
No idea how he's held on to that. Absolutely no idea. And how did he get through? A 3 wide moment, 3 BMWs in 2 different classes. Absolutely squeezing themselves through the Stefan Bellafest, and how there was contact there between Talbot and Bellaziotis, with Talbot holding on to that 89 car. I've got no idea. That was unbelievable between those 3. Onto the Dottinger they go. I'm not sure why Talbot was so aggressive in making that move at that particular point, knowing that Dottinger's coming up next. Maybe he struggled to get through so much that it was worth the go at that point anyway, but surely Williams Sim Racing are going to come straight back through here. They took themselves into the slipstream. These 2 BMWs going to do battle again onto the Bilstein Bridge for another time. We're still over 2/3 of this race remaining. Talbot chases him across the road. Bellaziotis even hits him in the rear, I think there. Was he trying to bump draft him maybe down the Dottinger? I'm not sure. But Rainer Talbot gets up into 2nd position in one of the sketchiest moments we've seen today.
Yeah, an incredible car control to make sure that he didn't lose it, A, when making the move, B, when their contact came from the rear. It looked like he was snaking across the road, inevitably going into the wall, but Talbot keeps it beneath him. Bellaziotis, we may have a go down in towards turn number 1 again. We've seen it in all classes so far, an inside line, a late dive to the inside. Is there going to be yet another one? No, the number 3 will sit in behind him. This could be the chance for Rainer Talbot to gain away in P2 and maybe start to try and chase down Luca Kita at the front of the field. They lost 2.5 seconds that last lap with the BS competition car to the Apex Racing team, but getting through, there'll be a little bit of confidence that they can start to work on that gap and close it down for the BS competition team.
Yeah, that was quite a moment there, but Rainer Talbot's been quicker for a little bit of time here, and surely that was part of the ploy here. Get in front of Vasilis Bellaziotis almost no matter what, and to be honest, they very nearly found themselves both in the wall there, up in towards Schwabentrans. That was quite remarkable. Here it is again. BMW M2 traffic just in front of them, just before the Stefan Bellafest. You can see that Bellaziotis had to wait. Talbot wasn't going to lift. There was a slight bit of contact, but how Talbot saved that, I've got no idea. That was an unbelievable bit of car control from Rainer Talbot, who now is into 2nd position. Unbelievable. Hats off to both of them.
Yeah, incredible. I cannot believe, you know, we saw them snaking twice, Talbot both times, but we also saw Bellaziotis, of course, snaking his way when that move was made. I do not know how. None of them made contact, and to go 3 wide, it seemed briefly, and yet to not make any serious contact really shows incredible car control. Oh, and was that a slide? It looked like it was from Bellaziotis. May have just been the angle of the lights, but they make their way through onto the Nordschleife once again. But Talbot, what a job he's done. His competition trying to hunt after yet another special events win.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're making your apologies now. Trying to give them some good coverage. There you go. I see what you're doing.
Doing my best.
Yeah. just the 2 entries this year into the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours, by the way, for the BS competition family. Firstly, the number 89, the famous 89 car, the Zebra, the blue Zebra, and the Marla Racing team, who won Bathurst 12 hours, as you said, and are currently running in 7th. That is David Williams getting that all wrong down in towards the first corner. That was a strange angle to come in at. He was briefly into 5th position. Jenny Lola gets that position back again in number 26 fairly easily. He looked like he completely missed his braking point there.
He did. Luckily, there was no major contact, and they can continue onwards in the same fashion. Talbot's still ahead, doing all that he can. And I know I'm trying to make up for it, Ewan, but I've also now put on my BS competition scarf just to try and get myself fully in the spirit. It sits on the back of my chair, genuinely, for every broadcast that I do. So it's now on my neck, and I'm now a proud member of the Talbot fan club. So.
I didn't know you owned one of those towels.
I did. Florian Asper himself, the man himself, handed it to me personally last year, the Esports World Cup, and I've kept it close to me for every broadcast we've done.
Wow. See, Dareth Thacker can be bought, it turns out.
Not for much. A scarf will do.
No, that isn't much. Meantime, through the middle sector for Tauvar and Belazziotis. You'd think that when Tauvar was behind, he did look quite a lot quicker than Belazziotis, but that's not been shown so far. Bit of traffic here through miss, hit, miss for Tauvar, and now there might be a bit of a difference. Is Belazziotis going to be able to follow? It's going to be a squeeze. Side by side with the GT4. Oh, and there was contact. There was always going to be. It was down into Versiphon, where Vasilis Belazziotis tried to follow Rainer Tauvar. I know he was trying to stay close for the battle for second, but sometimes you've just got to let him go.
You do, and that nearly went very wrong indeed as they run their way through again. M4 traffic clearly being... Sorry, M2 traffic clearly being a big problem for these guys. I mean, it nearly caused them issues just a couple of moments ago. This is what it looked like on board with the number 3. Inside line, just trying to squeeze through a gap. Just about finding a gap that then closed, and the number 3 around and having to now pick up a lot more time. This is the offboard, so the outboard shot, the offboard shot, and you can see there is a gap, but with the nature of the circuit, it closes and work now for Belazziotis to do.
It's just a tiny bit of contact there, but that's all it took. And there you go for a spin. Well, that is how races can change, and so that's both BS Competition and Williams Sim Racing with a spin in the last 90 minutes. And it's only giving the Apex Racing team a bigger lead. 25 seconds is now the advantage. And we saw an exact indication of what from their teammates here, the Williams Sim Racing teammates. Number 1 car of Parker White doing exactly what I think a team should be at this stage in the race. Just let Daniel Lafuente go in the Veloce Sim Race, Veloce Thrustmaster BMW, knowing that, you know, you don't need to fight tooth and nail over every single position at this stage in the race. You don't need to risk it all at this stage. Parker White saying, no, you know, you're faster than me at this stage. We'll get you back later on, but for now you can have the place because, yeah, there's still over 2/3 of this race left.
Yeah, and we talk about, you know, hour, 2 hours is, you know, big chunk, particularly for the drivers in terms of the stints, but realistically, an hour or two really is insignificant in comparison to the entire race. Such a long way to go. I mean, the twists and turns that we've already seen, the changes of the lead, you know, the cup, the moments at the top of the cup or order that have really changed the shape of the race. They've come in a split second. In the opening, just over a quarter of a race. GT3, of course, those big moments that we've just seen between BS Competition and Williams, still in the first third of the race. You know, there's so much time for these battles to continue to develop and for them to change around once again. And the Nordschleife is the track where you can never count yourself as a winner before you've crossed that finish line, because there is so much to worry you, to concern you, to keep an eye out for at this circuit. And that's kind of what we love about this kind of race and why we keep coming back year after year. And we have so many drivers taking part in numerous splits because there are so many opportunities for drivers in races like this, and they will keep going to the end because there's always the shot.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you've got the numbers actually on how many have competed this year yet, or how many splits there are, but it's a lot again, that's for sure. It always is in the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours. Have you ever done an endurance race around here, by the way?
No, I'm nowhere near good enough to do an endurance race around here. Similar to many stories I've heard from other people that frequent this commentary box, I won't name names, I would probably crash quite a lot, and so haven't done one. So I can't claim to be a race winner or something, but I can claim to be a regular spectator. I hope that's enough.
It's enough for this.
Well, it's enough for this, I know. Have you done, I think you've done 2, or have I made that up in my mind?
2 endurance races around here? No, I've never done. Well, depends. I did an hour and a bit on my own. That's not really an endurance race. That's a sprint race.
There we go. That's one. That's one. We'll count that. I'm halfway there.
It's a longish race. I did. Maybe I did a couple of those. Can't remember. But I used to do a series that it wasn't on iRacing, but back before there were series around where you would only go to the Nordschleife. I did I know over an hour race. I think it must have been about 10 laps in a TCR, however long that would take. Yeah, it was quite long. I can't remember how I did. Probably okay, but yeah, that is such the big challenge, isn't it? Here, I mean, just the fear of crashing for this amount of time is just the big thing, really, isn't it? I mean, it's so easy to do. We've to be fair, only got 8 cars out of this race so far after nearly 8 hours. That's a pretty good strike rate, I would say, personally, compared to what I was expecting. But unlike in some of the other races around the world, and you know, the Daytona 24 comes to mind, Spa 24 as well, in the iRacing special event calendar, normally there is a stage in the race where the track almost becomes comfortable with the amount of cars that it's got on it, and that there's not really any more incidents car to car, certainly very few and far between towards the latter end of the race. The Nürburgring 24 is the only of the 24-hour races in the world, in my opinion, that the retirements, the attrition continues on again and again, because the circuit is such more of a bigger factor at this 24-hour than any of the others there is in the world.
Certainly, and it really is what makes it such a difficult test. There's a reason, obviously, that it's called the Green Hell, right? I mean, this is a circuit which is so demanding, and particularly overnight. You know, it's difficult enough for you know, an hour's race in the day. Overnight, when you've got the pressure of yourself, pressure of guys around you, pressure of your teammates that you're handing off to as well, it's so difficult to make sure that you are continuing that high standard. And I mean, there's a reason that these drivers are in this race here tonight. I'd suggest that we'd like to see maybe a couple less retirements in this split than we might see in splits further down, however many that there are. But these guys still feel the same pressure. They're just able to deal with it in a slightly different way. I mean, Tristan Iglesias, he's in a big room at Kandah. He's got other simulators near him. There's no one else around him, apparently. But he still has the pressure of the whole team on his shoulders now, leading that class, particularly after your teammate has an issue, who was leading the... Well, not teammate necessarily, sorry. Sister car, who was leading the race, coming into problems, and now you've inherited the race lead, the pressure then increases, and there is always that risk of the problems happening again. Yes, this is a long lap. There's a lot of room on the circuit for the lapped cars to be almost hidden from view for a little while, but when they appear, it can be tricky to make your way through, and you have to do that hundreds and hundreds of times, and to nail it every time is such a tricky thing to do.
Get your names in, by the way, for naming each room in the Kandah facility, by the way. They've got their own names, but we're making up our own. So get your votes in if you like. Do keep them so we can read them out on the stream. Can see that going rather badly. There it is, full view. I was going to say it's a great. It must be a great facility to do a 24-hour race. And I've spent a bit of time in the Apex Racing Team facility in the UK, and you know, they were telling me about the 2024 Daytona 24 that they spent together in person. Must be such a great atmosphere. You know, maybe a very pressurised atmosphere actually, because these guys are obviously really trying to win, and so were Apex as well at Daytona as always. But yeah, it was just effectively just hanging out with their mates for 24 hours over there. So it looks like great fun. Although, as I say, very, very serious as well. They are trying to win the Porsche Cup class, and they are at the moment leading it.
They are. I do worry for Tristan though. He looks like he's been to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory with the lighting there. Slightly concerned, I hope, as well. He looks like he's well though in terms of his pace on the circuit. He's going along at quite a nice clip at the front of the field. But yeah, to that point, it is great that these teams, and sim racing has grown to the extent that there is a possibility that teams can just come together for races and events like this, and it's expanding in all kinds of different events now. I think we're seeing it a lot more from teams being able to bring their drivers together for certain events, have a base, and really be able to make the team have a team identity and a team community, which of course all teams have. But being able to be in person really adds that element to it. And certainly for drivers who may not see each other particularly often, to come together as a team when you talk so regularly virtually really can keep you as a tight-knit group, which is kind of what you need for events like this regularly. So it is really nice to see Kandah doing that. But yeah, slightly worried about Tristan. Hope he's okay.
Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, yeah, was Very funny. I enjoyed that. Joachim Franoch, who's part of the Kandah setup there, says, what's wrong with our name of the Purple Lounge? I don't know. It just feels a bit, It feels like a very German name. It very describes what it is very well, but it's not very exciting, is it? It is a lounge and it's purple, yes, but we're coming up with our own name, a nickname for it, if you like, to go with a proper name. There you go. So answers on a postcard, if you like. Says it's been a great time here, and they're hoping for a good rest of the race. Well, it's certainly been a good start to the race for them. I do wonder what a setback it is that the Kandah Esports team have lost that 1-2 that they had. And Xander Reed has just come in, by the way, for his first pit stop since that incident, down back to 9th again, and they're off cycle now, obviously. But I do wonder what a knockback of momentum that is to have lost one bullet in the gun there, per se. Yeah,
it definitely is. But I guess as well at the same time, the counter argument to that would be they're still involved, realistically, and still part of the event in a way. They're still knocking around, so there's definitely they're not lost, really, is what I'm saying, in terms of the race in its entirety. So there is still a hope, but you're absolutely right. It really does take away somewhat from the momentum or the thought process, I think, particularly for the team. So they're going to have to deal with that and work on how they're going to adapt over the course of the next 2/3 of this race. But doing so well generally, and to be in a position in the position that they're currently in is one that I think quite a few teams would want to be in anyway.
There is the TCR battle again. I know that some people watching along have said this is their favourite battle of the day between Daniel Roberts and Kay Middleton. It has been good so far. I've enjoyed it over the last hour, 40 minutes or so that we've been here. We'll be here for another 20 or so before Justin Prince and Jeremy Scott join us to take you through the next couple of hours. But this is the battle for second in TCR again. And just as the Maniti Racing purple car had gone away and stopped annoying them, that car's come into pit lane, so is now back behind them all over again. Yeah, and, well, it's Groundhog Day, isn't it, really? It just, it's happening over and over again. These two... Yeah, they can't separate themselves. It's going to take an airplane crash, I think, from one of these two, probably with a lapped car, something like that, to split them up, because they are attached at the moment. That we haven't seen them separate by more than a second. Well, more than a second and a half, mind you, for quite some time. The last time I said that, of course, Daniel Roberts made a mistake and threw Kay Middleton, but it hasn't happened this time yet. But they are really equally matched on pace. Interesting, really, that they're so far behind the 272 that leads the race, really, when you think about them being so close in terms of that pace. But People's Racing with WSR Esports have just been so consistent, and Konstantin Stolzenberg has just steadied the ship, really, at the front and hasn't had to worry about a battle like this in behind. And even with these guys, they haven't had to worry about others behind them either. They've got quite a nice gap back. They've just been able to focus on the battle between themselves, and it's a mighty one of that. Yep, absolutely. Well, it's continued on for some time, and you get the feeling it just is going to continue as well. Just behind them, the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car, Logan McKinsey has just come into the pit lane. Logan was driving in the iRacing Thruxton 4 Hours 1 week ago. That was here on RaceSpotTV and the iRacing YouTube channel as well, by the way. A very exciting 4 hours. Don't know if you caught any of it, Darren, but it was TCR action for 4 hours non-stop. Normally in endurance races, even 4 hours, we get moments of respite. But as I think is being shown here, TCR doesn't really offer that sort of respite, even in endurance races. No, it never does. It's constant, and it's really nice to see that, I think, really being factoring into endurance races. I think we often associate a lot of TCR racing that happens in our racing with, short, sharp races. They are aggressive, they are fast, they are tightly contested, but to have this kind of longer format, 24-hour race with these TCRs really opens the door to the strategy, to battles, to, having to be smart about moves, not really applying the throttle 100% of the time, at least mentally, in terms of how you're racing. But
Yeah, it really is an exciting class to watch. I think we always look forward to seeing the TCRs in any race. If you see there's a race on and there's TCRs in, that immediately sticks out to you as a group of drivers that you're going to be watching very closely throughout the race. I don't think we thought we'd be watching them this closely, though, because this kind of battle is titanic, really. It's great to see these guys fighting like this. And it feels like in a couple of the other classes, we're not far away from a couple of those battles as well. I mean, we kind of had that for a little while at the front of the GT3 between the BS competition car and the Williamson Racing Shield Blast car. And we could have it soon between the Veloci Thrustmaster and the Williams Gaming Club, which is only about a second apart. But great to see these kinds of cars and the slower classes really having these kind of battles.
Yeah, it is good to showcase all of the classes on show this year in the Nürburgring 24 hours. We're back to 5 again this year. Had 5 in the last 3 years now. After a 3-year hiatus through the COVID years, the first 3 COVID years, 2020, 21, 22. And in fact, that was the end rather of the 4-class structure that we had here in the Nürburgring 24 hours. Had 5 classes since 2023 and onwards. I mean, it does make more sense for the Nürburgring 24. I know it does reduce the amount of teams that are in each class, but it feels a lot more like a Nürburgring 24 hours proper, doesn't it, if we got 5 classes rather than 4? Because in the real world, there's just so many different classes, even down to the very low production level cars, which I'm really pleased we've got a really fitting car and a car that fits that role better than any of the others that we've seen in years gone past in the BMW M2 this year.
Yeah, it is great to see, and it's great to see that M2 is kind of in competition with the TCR as well, because it adds another factor into this battle that we are seeing at the moment, and it's also been a really interesting almost theme to watch with these guys having to tussle with themselves, but also with M2s, which are having their own battles, but also then getting involved, but then quicker on the straight, slower in the corners, and it's just that different class but similar pace difficulties that you don't often get in a race like this. So I am really quite enjoying these TCRs and the M2s together, particularly in this race, and well, I'd hazard to guess say that the M2s are enjoying it as well. We've seen some really good battles with them, and with the, of course, with the TCRs as well. We were talking just earlier with the Mini Racing Purple car getting involved in this PT battle in the TCRs. And they're just popping up. they're being very much seen on the broadcast, whether it's having to be overtaken through traffic or getting involved in these battles. It is great to see them out on the circuit.
Yeah, it is. Certainly is. I don't know if you caught the start of the race, by the way, but when they were interacting at the very start of this race, when see that some of the slower TCRs are legitimately over the course of a lap slower than the faster of the BMW M2s, but see they don't come up on the grid like that. So the early part of the race with TCR versus M2 class drivers was very exciting. And if you're following the timing, which you can get through the YouTube chat link there, the one that's pinned, you can see that it's just mixed all throughout. You've got TCR leading, then an M2, then 2 TCRs, 2 M2s, 2 TCRs, and then it's one of each right the way down to a few more M2s towards the end of the field. So it's just all mixed up all the way through, and that's how it looked in the racing early on as well. Some of the faster BMW M2s had to work their way through the entirety of the TCR class, and that's what Grid & Go Esports in 003 actually had to do in the early part of the race. There has been a pit stop from an Easy Racing Purple, as I mentioned, in BMW M2 class, so when Jan Sammer comes into the pit lane at the end of this lap, it should be, we're going to see a very close race at the front of BMW M2 by the looks of it here. At least it will return to what it was like before.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting one once that all shakes out. In the coming minutes, really, it's going to be definitely one I think we have to keep a keen eye on throughout, because we've seen this ebb and flow over the course of the race, but you're right, it does look like it's going to come a bit closer together. Hello, traffic coming through on Cade Middleton, which is why he's lost a little bit of time, can you believe it, to Daniel Roberts, and you would expect them to come in very shortly. Can there be any more? Also, what I'm looking for, any more swaps, changes around on pit lane? We've seen it already. There's nothing to say it won't happen again.
And it is likely to come down to that, but the gap's opened out to a second. Finally, Roberts has extended this advantage out to more than a second here in this battle that just never ends between Daniel Roberts and Caleb Middleton. No matter what driver is at the wheel of these two cars, they are nose to tail no matter what. But for the first time in a while, the gap opens out to a second, and such is the darkness, you can't really see when you're on board there. You can't really see the tail lights that you're chasing further out front. There goes Reiner Talbot, passed in the BS competition. BMW M2 GT3 will now also pull through on the back straight as well, past the other TCR that's currently leading this this group. They'll be very pleased to clear those two slower class drivers on the straight. And indeed, it's time for another round of GT3 pit stops as well. Luca Kita at the end of that stint, out to nearly 25 seconds of a lead over Reiner Talbot. A productive stint for the Apex Racing team.
Yeah, and Luca Kita doing another fantastic job at the front of the field. He's been in the lead of that group of cars ever since we jumped into the booth, nearly 2 hours ago now. So really impressive to see how he's done. He's going to jump out of the car, and jumping in is Maxence Godinho, and we'll see what Maxence can do to try and keep that lead for the number 99 crew. And for Reiner Talbot, now in P2, now can see the leading target in front. We can see if Reiner stays in the car and continues that march, whether he jumps out. Looks like he's staying in, and this could be a great chance for that BS competition crew to maybe close up over this next stint, put some pressure on that Apex Racing car.
Boxes being shared as well. Good that the TCRs were able to spot their boxes actually there when there's somebody already in them. It's quite hard to see sometimes, but they managed it. Maxence Godinho makes his way out of the pit lane and onto the circuit again, still leading in that Apex Racing team for Mustang as expected. New tyre model hasn't come into effect for those GT3s just yet, so they are not quite struggling on the cold tyres on the exit, which they'll be very, very pleased about at the beginning of these stints. Reiner Talbot is going to have a 40-second pit stop as well, as Alessandro Bico, who takes over from Vasilios Belaziotis, and will come out in third position as well. So they power off into the night and begin another long stint here at the Nürburgring. Another 7 laps likely before they all have to come in again. At this stage, it is just about doing those 7 laps, coming in, staying out of trouble, staying in the race, staying up towards the front, and not letting this circuit beat you before the sun rises. Certainly tomorrow morning, it's going to be a long night to get through, and there's still a long, long way from sunrise.
Yeah, and a lot more time, I think, for these teams to still be wary of the dangers, of course. The night falls really quite quickly in this Nürburgring 24-hour, of course. We've been in the dark for a good couple of hours now, and we've already been going for 8 hours. The sun will rise earlier in comparison and give us more hours in the light towards the end of the race. But yeah, really is a dark one, the Nürburgring 24-hour, and for the middle half of the race, just a little bit early in the middle half of the race, of course, it is tricky, really tricky to pinpoint exactly how these drivers go about the night phase, and it's something that I think they focus on quite a lot of drivers will focus on quite a bit, because it is that difference to what you would normally get in a race of the Nordschleife is racing in the dark. Yes, they'll know the racetrack quite well, but your reference points can change quite easily, so having to change those really is a big adaptation. So interesting to see how they can adapt to this, but they will cycle through drivers regularly, won't they, all the way through this night phase. Everyone will have to take a turn, or if they don't, lucky them, they get to have a nice sleep in the middle of the race.
A couple of questions coming in from the YouTube chat. First of all, what car is leading in GT3, where you can see it right there on the screen, the Apex Racing Team Ford Mustang. The gap now 23 seconds, so a little bit of time lost to Reiner Talbot since he got up into second place. Earlier on, someone asking if any rain was in sight or on the horizon. Not for the moment. We are not expecting rain here today. It's certainly there's a small chance, 25% chance of rain in another 9 hours' time. So if there is going to be any rain, it will be in the final third of this race and in the distant future, really. Also, somebody asking about the Drago Racing team. Well, depends which car, but number 96 of Thibaut Prevost is currently 8th in GT3. Their Cup car, their Porsche Cup car, is currently second after passing the Apex Racing team in the last couple of hours. That's Mauro Troncoso, who's now driving for them and is now up to second. But unfortunately, number 69, that is actually number 2, whatever, that was started by Nicolas Rubelat, retired at the beginning of this race in the first hour, unfortunately for them. So Drago Racing are down 1 from their 3-driver effort up in the front of the Nürburgring 24 Hours, the top split of the Nürburgring 24 Hours this year. But still a very, very long way to go. And still, I'm glad to say, 52 cars in the race. Only 8 retirements in nearly 8 hours, which I think is, as I said earlier, pretty good ratio, pretty good strike rate so far today.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how low that stays throughout the race, because you're absolutely right. I mean, only having about... what is that, about 12%, give or take, of the cars out of the race at this stage really is good to see that we still have so many cars on the circuit. But of course, with the increased number of cars, there's the increased possibility of incident. And so we could see a couple of those moments throughout the middle of the night. Not maybe for a couple of drivers if they're able to keep the pace up. I realised halfway through that sentence that I don't want to jinx anybody, so I'm not going to name anybody, but we have seen some teams that are looking very, very consistent at the moment, and we haven't talked about much because their lap times have just been metronomic in their consistency, not really looking particularly penetrable in terms of some of those gaps. And so the teams that are able to do that, and the drivers that can do that when they jump into the car immediately, really can be effective for them as they run their way through the race. And particularly these hours, which are often the troublesome hours with more cars in the race, with darkness falling. You can get through these hours with confidence and maybe even extend some gaps, and that's really going to do you well towards the end of the race.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, we are just 8.5 minutes away from 1/3 distance now in the Nürburgring 24 Hours. It is ticking along nicely, flying by this afternoon, as these longer races so often do. We've been following the current race leaders because there aren't too many close gaps on the circuit now. Xander Reed coming back through the field, I suppose, is an interesting one, but a little bit heavier on fuel compared to Jeff Giassi of the Grid and Go Esports team. 5 laps different in terms of fuel for them, so that battle for 8th place is not quite materialising, but there you see it, down 8 for Xander Reed. That's the big story, I guess, the headline from our 2 hours here, Tara. It's going to be that Kandah Seibel here dropped from the lead after a crash just before the Stefan Bellafes with one of those BMW GT4 cars that gave them about 4 minutes of repairs and dropped them down to 9th.
It really is, but the interesting thing in all of this, it's since that incident, is how they've been able to gain their way back. They were a minute behind anybody. They're now 3 seconds behind Grid and Go's 002, and then that is a further 10 seconds behind Kandah's number 81 car. So, it is really interesting to see how this has ebbed and flowed, really, particularly gained back from Xander Reed, who's done a really good job, and quietly so, because of course not getting any positions being so far back, but really putting in some good lap times and consistent lap times as well, enabling them to keep themselves very much relevant in this battle. And they are slightly off strategy after that incident has, caused them to come down pit lane. But they are still kicking around, and if they can try and work out that strategy by the end of the race, and they had, 17.5 hours to do so from the point where they crashed, then they are still going to be in relative contention for at least you'd say a top 5 here if they can. So definitely hope for them. But for Kandah to drop from a 1-2 to now at best 1-7 isn't really what they were looking for, but they have still got Tristan Iglesias at 76 seconds in the lead of the race at the moment.
Because we have got a quiet moment and we're approaching 1/3 distance in the race, I'll just run through the top 5 in each class again, just to update you on where everybody is. We've just gone through GT3, but I will remind you that the Apex Racing team are leading the way. BS Competition have just got up into 2nd place, ahead of the Williams Sim Racing team, who are now 3rd, 6 seconds behind. Alessandro Pico is now driving for them. Veloce Thrustmaster are now ahead of Williams Gaming Club for that 4th position. That has been a change in the last 10-20 minutes as well. Kandah Esports are still leading in the Porsche Cup class, despite their teammates falling by the wayside. Kandah Seibel to 9th. It's promoted everybody up a place effectively, and Drago Racing have gone up a couple because they passed the Apex Racing team for 2nd. Grid and Go.com Esports are a further 9 seconds behind in 4th, which Chesy Esports in 5th place. A further 17 seconds behind. Then in the GT4 class, Grid and Go are leading by 11 seconds now from the Williams Sim Racing Playseat car, Beckham Jasir. Abo Torres lost a little bit of time in this stint for TC Esports, and so he's just over 30 seconds off of the race lead. Was Cooking Racing Adventures are still 4th, and then Door Esports, bit of a gap back to them now, but they are in 5th. And there's been a long stop for Fiercely Forward Pink, so that battle for 5th is no longer. Benedek Vida drops down to 8th position. In the TCR class, Michael Polasek is now driving for the G-Force Racing WSR Esports team, an amalgamation of teams, an absolute super team, you could say, for the TCRs. It's Daniel Roberts still ahead of James Cullen now, who's gotten behind the wheel of the Delta Sports Sim Shop TCR. I'm sure that will be about a battle to continue on watching a little bit later on. Bytes 500 Blacker in 4th place as Spin and Tow Motorsport, which they haven't been doing a lot of so far, although their last stop was 2.5 minutes. In the BMW M2 class, Grid and Go Esports are leading the way ahead of Maniti Racing and Nürburgring Esports rounding off the podium. Simify Esports and now BS Competition with Alexander Voss are into 5th place in the BMW M2 class. So they're giving a couple of classes a go this time round after Team RSO had an incident in the last couple of moments, in the last hour or so at least, and they came into the pit lane for 13 minutes. So that is why they are a little bit further down. 16 hours, 4 minutes to go here, Darren. It's been a fun stint, I've got to say. This is the 10th place Scuderia Ferrari esports team. Lorenzo Manfredotti is just over a lap off of the lead at the moment, but still going, as are 12 GT3 cars, which is fantastic to see, even despite some of them having some fairly major incidents and accidents over the course of the first 8 hours.
And even some big moments. We've seen a couple of hefty slides and big wiggles, not namely for Reiner Talbot, of course, and for the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car, now with Alessandro Bico behind the wheel. But Reiner Talbot just about managed to hold on to it and continue on. It was one of the big moments of that class, wasn't it, in the last couple of hours. But generally, the GT3s have kept quiet. We've talked a lot about that Cup class, a lot about that TCR, and even the M2 class to some extent as well. It's been a really action-packed couple of hours, isn't it? With a lot of battles continuing throughout the stint. And it has been really, really fantastic to see that we have seen battles run all the way through. That, you know, as much as we joke about that TCR battle being so close together, it's been one that we've had to keep an eye on. We've had things to talk about throughout the race, and I think it's fair to say sometimes in endurance races you get to the stage where there isn't a great deal to talk about on circuit, but that's not been a problem for us today, and I don't think we're going to be complaining about it, are we?
No, absolutely. It especially can be like that at the Nürburgring sometimes. This track can bite so hard that, yeah, it can really be a big sort of stretched out field, if you like, but it's not necessarily been the case. You know, got gaps at around 5 seconds, a couple of them in GT3, less than 3 seconds in the case of the Porsche Cup class, and that battle in TCR has returned again because James Cullen has just caught back up again. But just give us your assessment. Perhaps it might be about to see a replay here. Actually, hang on, Logan McKenzie. Oh, wow, that's traffic. Not sure, couldn't identify the car that came down the inside there, but you can see Logan McKenzie's pit stop going up to 4 minutes now. That's why the front right suspension of that car is broken for Sim Racing Grid. They were running inside the top 5 in the TCR class. They are no longer because of their minutes-long pit stop. That's a big crash at the top of the Mook curve there.
Yeah, and again, another mistake that we have been talking about to look out for throughout this stint, and they are creeping in. We are seeing a couple of drivers start to fall a victim to that. But however, having said that, of course, that doesn't affect the battle with the 68 and the 11. I feel like if I wake up to that, I'm going to be slightly concerned. Here it is again, Alexandre Delatraz. There's contact, big contact. The number 8's gone around. That's not quite the crash for the M2, but then it's a horrible decision of trying to get it back right. That was nearly contact as they came back through. This is the battle, though, again between the two TCRs, and I think James Cullen has just about made his way through.
He has, round the outside of Flugplatz. That was a very, very impressive move indeed. One of the Porsche Cup cars will come straight flying past on the way towards Schwedenkreuz now, the corner before Arenberg, but that was a very, very impressive move. The Delta Sport Sim Shop TCR up now into second position. They'll consolidate that in towards Arenberg. A little bit wide of the apex there, actually, but they'll be okay. That's an outlap for them last time round, don't forget. So they're both getting back up to speed and down the other side of the hill. Cullen's going to be under pressure here if he wants to force the issue here, Daniel Roberts. Does he want to get straight back through again? At times it has looked like he wanted to here, but not on this occasion. He won't do it in towards Adnar Forst. Well, stay with us here on the iRacing and RaceSpotTV YouTube channels. This is the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours of 2025. It's been a very exciting first third of the race. I've been Ewan O'Leary alongside Darren Thacker for the last 2 hours. To hand you over for the next 2, it's Jeremy Scott, but first, Justin Prince.
Thank you very much, Ewan. So far, so intense, the battling TCR. It's continued on for a while now for these drivers. They've been battling for a good 4 or 5 hours when you think about things from earlier on today and then some. So now we look to see how these drivers fare out in the nighttime and then some in this fighting. Jeremy, it's been intense racing so far here at the Nürburgring. Welcome to the broadcast and welcome to what's surely going to be an intense time here in the dark.
Justin, are we really surprised that we're seeing a battle in TCR? It seems like no matter where we go, and it doesn't matter what time of day, if there's a TCR class in endurance racing, there's going to be a tight battle. Thanks very much. Really excited to get this one going because, look, we're running at night in Nürburgring, and anything that can happen usually does, but this battle kind of eases off a little bit. Regardless, I'm excited to see what the next couple of hours you and I have. That's what we're going to see.
Absolutely, a bit of off track right there in the TCR battle for now, but in terms of when you're racing the nighttime condition like this, what goes through your mind when it's so late at night, but also knowing you don't have those visibility of those markers around a racetrack like this, while also trying to battle not just for position, but make sure you race the track?
Well, exactly. That's the big thing. You have to race the track, and that's why you take those early hours, those practices in the daytime to learn the racetrack. Then you go out at night, and so you can kind of decipher, okay, well, there's this waypoint. Well, there's that waypoint. You got to figure that out. A little bit of an off track there as well. To just a couple wheels off, no harm, no foul. But yeah, you can only see what's in front of you. Of course, the nighttime is the right time for the wildlife to come out as well. As we see, we're up at post 133, but either way, it's just very interesting to see how these cars are faring here in the nighttime. Plus, you got to deal with faster traffic if you're in the TCR class, if you're in GT3, you know, so on and so forth. That's why in real life that the officiating crew says, hey, you've got to run the 6 hour, you've got to run the 4 hour Nürburgring in order to be licensed to run this race.
Yes, indeed, as they currently make their way to the course. Oh, a big mistake there. That time for Delta Sport, they missed the curbing and went up the hillside. Able to make the move as a result. Roberts able to swap with Cullen back and forth there. So easy to do, and the TCR switch spots for second.
Well, of course, Roberts, we've seen a couple of mistakes he's made so far, and he's probably thinking, thank goodness that somebody else making the mess ups there. And you kind of heard there, if you're listening close to the broadcast, the scraping. So that's something you got to watch out for too. You know, the elevation changes, the turns, and of course you have some faster traffic up ahead. I do believe this is one of the GT3 BMWs, and indeed it is making their way around. That's the number 96 of Thibodeau Prevost. It's sitting there in the top 10 in GT3, but one wrong move in a TCR, and it can go all wrong. Of course, Cullen has caught up once again to Roberts. Only lost 0.6 of a second there in that little miscue, but this is such a great battle here for second place in the class.
And as said, it's been going on for a while. Michael Polasek has put up a dominating performance with G-Force Racing and WSR Esports here today as well. That's how things go. But an interesting thing we should note here for some of these drivers, they've had some overlap. For those who have been keeping an eye on things too with the M2, so there has been a bit of overlap, so to speak, in your bottom two classes in regards to on your pylon at least here today. So we might see some more overlap between these TCRs and some more of those M2s fairly soon as you see them line up bumper to bumper again.
And of course, we are nearing pit stops as well for TCRs because, you know, 5 laps is a little, 5-6 laps, long time here on the Nordschleife as watching this battle for second place. here on the TCR. Again, this is Daniel Roberts and James Cullen. 0.3 of a second separate them as they go around and dealing with this. So we'll see what this overlap has to do is drivers are pitting, as you see on the left-hand side of your screen on the pylon, and faster traffic's coming up. But look at this draft that Cullen has on Roberts. Coming down the straightaway, would not be surprised to see Roberts pop out, and indeed he does. So he is trying to get that second place back as they're on that long straightaway. It's going to be one heck of a ride. Of course, back there you got faster traffic that's not going to be too patient, but right now Cullen has that nose out in front for second place, and he's going to get it.
Able to get the spot right on back. These two just will not quit, but here comes the run back once again. Still side by side amongst these two. Cullen and Roberts still not able to switch on forward. Able to get the edge now is Roberts. Roberts able to hold on, so the run died off for the TCR of Cullen from the inside line as they stay back single file for now. Here comes the run yet again. Another poke side by side. Another run for Delta Sport as they look to try and clear this time. Well, they get the edge as traffic tries to pass. Oh, Delta Sport trying to use the Maniti machine a little bit to their advantage. They do make the pass as a result of the traffic.
Yeah, traffic, he really got to play that nice and tight. And oh, look who gets that advantage there as, yeah, a little bit of a pick there. So that's good to see as well. But still, they're going to get the M2 traffic to get around. And now we start to see what they can do in the TCR. Once again, this is the battle for second between Cullen and Roberts. Roberts lost a little bit, but now able to get back in. Wouldn't be surprised to see something tried here going from the Grand Prix circuit into the Enduro circuit. But lots of time left for something to happen here. And I've got to say, it's always great to get cracking into a great battle once you're replacing somebody else, Justin.
Especially with how tight things have gone, absolutely. Once the different cars that you have on the racetrack. But as mentioned, there was some overlap. We just seen with the Maniti Racing Purple Machine to be able to zip on by them. No issue two for the time being in this fighting and inroading for the time being. By the way, M2 being led by Gringo Esports, for those curious, still has some separation between them in a while with Jan Sammer behind the wheel. So there's still a lot of time to go on the clock here. And we mentioned pit stops coming up soon. Strategy going to be coming into play here. In terms of the planning process, what would you be telling your team right now at this point of the race as we're already quickly approaching the halfway point?
Yeah, we're getting close to the halfway point, as you said. Just over 15 hours left. Honestly, if you're up near the front, bide your time. Anything can happen. You know, yeah, these cars aren't as fragile as they were, 15, 20 years ago, but still, 5-cent parts have been known to break. So you've got that. You're going to have lap traffic to contend with because, drivers have hit the wall somewhere or had to, gotten a run-in with some faster or slower traffic. There's a lot of variables. So you know what? Get out there, run your laps, do the best you can, because if you're up front, I'd say the top 5, 6, you're going to have a great position to win the race.
I think so as well here, as lots of traffic management for these cars now in line. Well, the car stepping by, looks like Drago might have been one of the competitors going on through there. No issues in terms of that lineup through on the order. And what do you love the most about a racetrack like this when it comes to the Nürburgring? What comes to mind when it comes to the Nürburgring 24 to you, Jeremy?
Oh, it's just old school, Case in point, last year I was in Daytona. This year I was in Sebring for both of those endurance races for IMSA. And yeah, it was kind of cool being there. And, there's some light there, but nothing beats a 24-hour race where maybe the most light you have is at a corner post. Most of your race, you're seeing out of your headlights. And yeah, it turns into a safety issue. But at the same time, it's just so darn cool seeing these drivers go full throttle and they can maybe see 15, 20 feet ahead of them. So this is what's, I think that is absolutely fantastic. And I wish that more sanctioning bodies would do this here in the States. Of course, again, safety and insurance has to come into play to that, Justin. But This is just so cool sitting at this time of night, watching these cars go all the way full throttle through the Nordschleife.
Absolutely here. Still lots of time to go on the clock, obviously, here too. So it's worth noting with some of the various different teams too in this class for TCRs to move back to the car conversation. Seen Spin and Toe coming to pit lane recently amongst this class. You also have Byte 500 Black, that's a fair ways back, that's now gone themselves adrift after being in the conversation for some battles earlier. Some of these cars have really separated out amongst these classes. This is still your closest fight on the racetrack right now in the dark. But so far, the TCRs have had to battle a lot with these front-wheel driving race cars, Jeremy. What is it like trying to race this type of car around here in terms of what you need for the setup to be able to power your way around this circuit by the nighttime?
Well, you got to really watch those front tires because you don't want to eat them up too much. Now, granted, you don't have the heat of the day to worry about it, but you're able to use that front wheel drive to go just a little bit faster through the corners. Is as fast as GT3? No, as we do have the 009 into the pit. So that is your GT4 leader that will hand the lead over to Becky Chaser, and there's the lead right now. So that lead has changed hands. We'll see how many more positions that will lost there. There it is. There's Steen Ledger, who will be in the 009 here shortly. But back to my point, it's a little bit easier to have to worry about the corners. You still got to slow down a little bit more, but having that front-wheel drive traction, Justin, it's going to make things just a little bit easier getting off that gas, and you have to keep the momentum. That's the big thing, especially in TCR.
Yeah, keeping momentum growing would be very critical for a lot of these teams as we look at Abel Torres, their respective car in GT4. This is TC Esports. Heard some conversations earlier. TC Esports making their debut when it comes to this event. Organization that's raced in a couple different sims, but also has been able to grow its presence now on iRacing so far. Your thoughts on the performance from TC so far? Right now, top 3 in class in their first major endurance race on the platform.
No, that's fantastic, and it just goes to show that you can really do well in the top split if you could do it. I mean, there's a lot of very fast drivers here in this top split, but nonetheless, it's great to see TC Esports up near the front for that first very big race. Of course, looking at the timing screen, they've got a little bit of distance between them and fourth place, so really, they're doing quite well for this being a big race. It's like stepping up to the big leagues, and by the way, you're in the World Series for your first big league game.
And coming through with big names of note, just throw it to the mix, Diego Fernandez. It's part of the team of 14-year-old from Spain, but also Agustin Canapino making the swap over to the organization for a long while being with Williams. So this team drawing some big names to the organization for its debut on iRacing this weekend, and it's worked out well in terms of the running order for them and the star power. They're in a good piece right now to be able to battle for the podium positions. Right now, holding on the second on the racetrack by 11 seconds. There was Cooking Racing Adventures.
Well, and you mentioned Agustin Canapino. You take a look at what he's done in TC Argentina, so really no surprise that this team's doing quite well, especially with having such star power in that BMW.
And knowing Canapino's experience too that he's built up on the sim, bit of off track with the left side tires that time, but so far so solid here. Looking along with some of those watching along on the iRacing YouTube side of things were some people mentioned, such as Stonehill Rally. I've done laps in real life on this track, and it's an amazing experience that every sim driver should try. And that's the one thing that a lot of sim racers have to think about. It's a tough place to be able to battle upon here. Imagine the real life counterpart when you actually run on the Nordschleife.
Oh yeah, definitely. And honestly, it's one of my bucket list items to fly over there and do a lap, and not necessarily at speed, but be able to do the quote unquote toll road portion, before they decide to shut down. If people decide to get too stupid, but that's something that you still can do in real life, and I would love just to do it once, just to say, yeah, I've done it.
What's the closest you've come to actually driving on a track like this?
Here's the thing. I've got plenty of experience as a safety car driver at my local road course. So I've had the experience, obviously as an announcer. The closest I've come to doing anything at Anger is taking the rental car out and citing what a road course is. And you have to do that sometimes, just so you can kind of get the experience of being in the booth. We're doing a track walk, but I would love to do a track day. It's just a matter of getting something that is track day capable.
Yeah, that's the tough thing, right? Is finding the budget for a race car. It's kind of hard to be able to find that budget unless you have some of the means built up or you find some luck. Sometimes you can drive the street car onto a racetrack, but have to definitely sign the waivers. Make sure you don't wreck the race car. That's all you need is drive on a racetrack, having a little bit of a jog around at like 60 miles an hour, and then boom, you hit the Armco barrier because you somehow missed the braking zone. No, that's not a real story, but it can happen. So we'll say we've seen a couple swaps around here as we take an eye on the Cup card, 7th place at the moment. You have Kandah now up in 6th spot. You have I should rather say ADAC, who is in this spot. WSR, let's phrase it more that way to keep it simple, with Harley Hannen trying to catch up at the moment. Houghton trying to close up to be able to get to Kandah.
Still plenty of space there, but now we're starting to get into the point where we're going to get off of the Grand Prix circuit and onto the Nordschleife. And these Cup cars just sound so great in Anger. And that's another thing I'd love to do is here at nighttime, those flat sixes just bouncing off of the Armco and the forest in the back. Oh, there's just something about this race that just makes sports car racing just even more magical.
I agree with absolutely here. As you see, small bit of close up right now with this traffic. They are starting to reach, I believe a couple TCRs might be up the road there. Yes, Kandah makes the move on the outside. No issue for their traffic management. That's so important here in the dark right now too, is you have to be able to make sure you go to the traffic no issue. It's so difficult to be able to do that, especially when your front two tires are getting picked up off the ground like right there. You have to get the marks perfect around traffic in the dark here.
And 11th place in the M2 class, Malte Romer into the pits. You see on the right-hand side of your screen. Yeah, that's what's neat about this circuit, with it being so old school. They haven't graded down the bumps or the ridges, so especially with a car that's more rear weight heavy, you're going to have those issues as we see the Cup cars going around the TCR traffic right now. But you got to learn how to manage, throttle management. That's the big thing. And you talk to drivers who have run in the Nürburgring, and Justin, I'm sure you know as many drivers as I do, being in the sport, but that's one thing that they talk about is you have to remember, okay, you know what, this is what this track looks like in the daytime, got to figure it out in the nighttime, but just being able to throttle management on some of those ridges.
Have to be careful on throttle, have to be careful in general around here, such as spots like this one. See some more of the management going on through. No issues, it looks like that time. This section. But the one thing I love about the nighttime is it brings out not just the different senses that you have to have here but also just the amount of sparks that you can bring up to the visuals. Just are so intriguing in the nighttime to keep an eye on that you normally might not be able to pick up on, that are illuminated in the night, if like the brake glow, like the scrapes of the car, like stuff like that.
I was just going to say the brake glow. That's one of the best things about the nighttime is you really get to see it just full throttle as these drivers are getting into that deep brake zone. And it's great that's cool enough to where when they get off the brakes, it'll cool off now. Your leader in class there, I believe that was in the GT4 class, Beck Jessier is now in the pit, so he lasted an extra lap. That's something also to talk about with the Williams Sim Racing team, as if they can keep adding a lap on top of the rest of the class, Justin, that's going to be fantastic, because now the 01 TC Esports car also in the pits. So let's see how that plays out here in the next couple of hours.
It's all about, in that situation, trying to cut on the pit stop or limit the amount of time on the final pit stop where it's just a top off, usually, in theory, correct?
You would think so, but here's the thing: it's going to be an advantage later on, especially because of how large the track is. If you can, get a lap ahead of your competitors, that's great. Or it could have been, oh no, we miscalculated, minus a lap. We're going to have to come in a little bit early, so going to have to figure that out. As was Cooking Racing Adventures also in the pits, so we're seeing cars just come in and out. Nobody with a real driver change. We see Beck Jessier back out, so it looks like he'll get back into the lead here shortly.
Yes, indeed. Making service quick. There goes going to go to the point. Right on cue for Steen Ledger to be able to jump in front so far. Jessier has been able to handle things as well on the racetrack now after the sequence of pit stops also, as Torres does stay in the car. So, more drivers making those swaps just like that as we take a look at some of the other drivers on the racetrack. This is Jessier. Take a look at the Williams Sim Racing Place Seat driver. Williams doing very well in this event this year. They're having a lot of fun playing in the driver's seat here today. A play on words. Your thoughts right here on Williams Sim Racing tier of this event, Jeremy?
Williams, if you remember, one of the first F1 teams to really embrace sim racing as not just a video game. They saw it as a tool, which now you're starting to see more and more teams and companies come on board and say, hey, you know what? Maybe there is something to sim racing. And you've got to give the whole Williams team a whole lot of credit to do this, because now you're seeing, companies like teams and companies like BMW, Rafa Racing, Red Bull, Apex, so on and so forth, come in and really have drivers under their wing, and some have actually done well. The one that comes to mind immediately is Rafa Racing with Ian Porter, the Porsche Sprint North America champion in the Caymans. Now he's racing in IMSA full-time, and they're taking these drivers, taking them from sim, giving them tryouts, putting them in real cars. So there is still hope for drivers who really don't have the means to run, like starting go-karting and then go to a club racing format into a pro racing format and be able to run that. So this is why I love this portion of racing, as we're watching cars just go around. Some are in the pits as well, trying to see if we have. None of our leaders are in the pits as of yet, but one of the front runners we do see in the pits is Manatee Racing Road, Justin Alonso Jr. in the GT4 class. You also have Tom Griggs. They're both 6th and 7th in class, but they've got a big enough gap to where they may not lose positions. Alonso Jr., he's out of the pits. By the way, that was his 8th pit stop. So it looks like we're seeing about 7 laps for the GT4s to come into the pits. I'm trying to see what else. TCR, it's about 7-8 laps as Griggs gets a position up on pit stops. Just listen to that beautiful AMG Mercedes, Justin. It's just absolutely gorgeous to hear that thing in anger. But, mention these pit stops. It's going to take about 7 to 9 laps for these drivers to come in, do a full service pit stop. And I wouldn't be surprised here in the next pit cycle if that's where we start to see more and more driver changes, especially in your GT4s, your TCRs, and your M2s.
This is where the calculations on the BOP and calculations on all the runs you get from practice come into play, right? To make sure that those marks to know that you can try and get as far as long as the 9 as you can, depending on your class. All those calculations so critical over the course of the practice sessions to make sure you get those fuel marks perfect for this race, as we've talked about.
And you gotta stop and figure too, how many teams have a dedicated person who's sitting there watching the data, seeing how the energy, I'm gonna say energy because really you are using technical fuel, but seeing the energy replenishment, how is the energy being used so far in your race car? Stuff like that. And sometimes it's either A, up to the drivers, or B, it's up to a driver. It's a rotating position throughout the drivers. And we're on board with Tom Griggs. And I want to really hone in on what I was talking about earlier. You can only see what's ahead of you. Look at the darkness there. A couple corner stations, yeah, they're gonna have lights, and that's great for about 5 seconds or however long it takes you to go past. But you've really got to react to what's 15, 20 feet ahead of you.
Which makes having the headlights functioning also important here. You pick up damage that breaks the headlights, anything along those lines, you can spark disaster to your race as a result of something like that. We've seen it happen before. Someone's knocked the headlights out from contact, and then it's a battle to get around the racetrack. Right now, it's the matter of hoping, too, that nothing's in front of you that's going to surprise you on this racetrack. A lot of dirt kick up, I've noticed in a couple spots right now that you might not notice until you actually reach that section.
Oh, yeah. And, here's the thing. In iRacing, you know that the dirt model's not going to last long, so that means that someone just freshly got off course and hasn't had a chance to reset. Or in real life, yeah, you're going to have the clag, you're going to have the dirt. That it is what it really is, as everybody kind of spacing themselves out so far, trying to see if there's any good battles. Looks like we got a tight-ish battle for second place in the GT3 class between the 89 of Renier Talvar and Alessandro Bico and the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast. That's the number 3. Yeah, just a couple of handful of good battles so far, and really to have those battles 15 and a half hours into this race, it just goes to speak of the talent pool that's within this this top split here, to say the least. You have a lot of your great drivers, as you're looking at the 5th place driver right now in Cup. That's Daniel Ola, up 5 positions from his start. Let's see who he's going to be around right now, as it looks like he's got Simone Maria Marceño in his grasp. So let's keep an eye on this one, as right behind them they got a little bit of traffic. I believe that is also on the same position, Justin, with Falcon Sim Racing team of Lewis Woods.
Yeah, some of these Cup cars all staying together, grouped up right now. Daniel Oa still, time being in the 26, trying to sort things out and trying to get some draft closed up on the car in front for a grid and go. Last time by in terms of the pace, in terms of them, they're in the 822s. They were 1.3, 1.4 seconds quicker than 4th on the racetrack in their class. They're just putting down some rapid time right now to close up in the midst of this draft at the moment, around the midway point, just about on their fuel run here. How things are looking. Tough thing's going to be actually making the pass work, if they so choose to make the pass, or if they just continue to try and say, let's save some fuel and stay in a line to work together.
Yeah, because now you're at the point of the track, Justin, where you can draft off of somebody and save that fuel, at least for yourself, but you don't want to make the move in the wrong place at the wrong time, because now you got to worry about faster traffic around you, so on and so forth. Again, this is the battle for 4th place between Marceño and Ola. Marcinho has it. Ola wants it, and we're watching the 26, I should say. Been a long day already of Daniel Ola. Looking pretty good so far. Last time they pitted. So here's what's interesting too. Marcinho just coming out of the pits. Ola has a little bit older tires, but that just means that they're heated up just a little bit more. So now this is going to give Marcinho a chance. Once the tires get warmed up in that double out one, that car is going to get faster and faster, and we are seeing the gap open up as well as the leader in GT3 just passed 11th place. The leader in Cup just passed 11th place in GT3.
Yes, indeed. As I go through the darkness, you see them taking things viciously around the bumps. And we'll say, when it comes to all this as well, with the section of the racetrack, it's so tricky to be able to keep up with all the different corners in the sequence where it comes down to the visual markers to figure out where am I going to line up, where am I on the racetrack, where am I going to be sorted out here. Thunderdome, obviously one of the main areas people pick up and down the straightaway through the north slide for always the photographic part of things. But you also have flute plots that comes to mind as well. You have the carousels that come to mind as well. It's about trying to map things out pretty tight, and that's the thing about trying to keep a track of all around this racetrack in general for a lot of these competitors is making sure you learn the tens of dozens of corners if you want to hit this track right. So it looks like there's the run. No place to take the run, though. They check up.
Yeah, this is where it's going to get dicey here, as you want to make the move, but you don't want to make it too soon because you're getting to the point in the track where the draft is going to be king. And you mentioned the carousels. You want to hit, you got to hit those right, to say the least, because a lot of them are banked. And if you hit one of those wrong, you're going to slide up and end up making basically a mess of maybe losing one, maybe two, depending on who's around you positions. As, Ola thinks about a move going into one, doesn't do it, as Lewis Woods actually behind them goes into the pit. So we'll see if Ola has anything for Marcinho here. But like I said, with Marcinho just coming out of the pits a lap previous, Marcinho's got the better tires. It could be a situation where you have Ola just sitting back there thinking about a move, wanting to make a move, but really biding their time to get up a position.
Yes, indeed. All about picking the right moments here in that regard to be able to make these passes work around this racetrack, to be able to slip on by. No issues around here. Stay in lockstep in the GP section for the time being as they go through the Grand Prix areas of the racetrack before they go to the Nordschleifer part of the racetrack. So now it's going to be where for a lot of these teams too pretty soon. They're going to have to sort things out on how they want to attack the track. And this is the tough thing about the strategizing side of things, Jeremy. Once you get to this part of the race, your strategy is almost set in stone. Is there any chance you can make an audible? What type of adjustment could you make in these situations if you find, oh, I'm not on the right strategy in this situation, and it's putting you up for grabs in battles such as this one with the squeeze?
Oh, what a fantastic move with Reed going to the inside, and Houghton thinks better of it, gonna sit there tucked in line. But yeah, that's the kind of move I'm talking about. It's a low risk move right there, you know. But Reed, that was fantastic, just shoving his way to the inside of Houghton. Granted, that's for 7th place in the Cup class, but man, stuff like that is so cool to see late at night. But back to what you're talking about, yeah, your strategy is basically set in stone. You might be able to call an audible here, middle of the race, but you also want to have a plan B should stuff go sideways. You have that in your back pocket, and your drivers know about it, but you don't. You say, hey, it could be a possibility. We're gonna stick with plan A, but there's plan B here if we absolutely need it.
what's been an example where you've been put into a box where you have to go to a plan B in a race like this, or one you've seen for some of these competitors?
Well, I know, having a full course yellow at Nürburgring isn't something that you normally see. So I'm going to go back to like a 24 hours of Daytona or 12 hours of Sebring, where, you're on a strategy, you're leading the race. Oh, by the way, now you have a full course yellow right in the middle of your stint. Well, maybe you might want to short pit and get out there so you have your faster driver later on. Maybe you had a strategy where, you're planning on having a 15, 20 second lead. And you know what? You could put the gold or the silver driver in, but now we got to put the platinum driver in. So you have that in your back pocket. And that's where that's where your race strategists are really paid for. And it's going to be interesting to see what audibles we have called here in this race. Again, I don't think you're going to see them right away. It may not be noticeable with 15 hours into this race, but it still might come out. By the way, look at this gap that Xander Reed has already put on Harley Houghton. That's 1.2 seconds, and we're maybe a quarter of a lap into this. What a fantastic move that was for Reed to get ahead of Houghton.
And I'm not surprised to see this build up so far by Reed. We've seen Kandah be fast on the platform in general. They've expanded into a powerhouse, known for their Porsches and known for their ability to run with the organization as a result of their partnership with Porsche. They built a lot of sponsorship connections as well for this event this time around in terms of the organizational standpoint here. So I'm not surprised to see Kandah just pull off and away, at least with the Kandah and Seibel car.
Yeah, no big surprise there, but we'll see what happens. That battle between Marceno and Ola hanging stuff at 0.8 of a second. I think those are the two closest battles we have there. There's your cup leader, Tristan Iglesias, a minute 20 seconds between themselves and Manuel Troncoso as we're looking on board at the Kandah headquarters. It's not, in my opinion, it's not very often that we see a team say, all right, we're doing a full endurance race. We're all going to do it from one position. Normally, they're spread out around the world. So Kandah actually doing this right here. And it's really neat to see that one team is deciding to have everybody around. So all the resources are in one place. So you're automatically eliminating any sort of tech issues that may arise from being remote per se.
Right now, seeing things stay calm on the track for now, this time around.
And Justin just jinxed it.
What? I mean, if we all of a sudden have 5 spins in the next 10 minutes, then you know what happened here.
I will say this, as a veteran announcer and a veteran traffic reporter, there's several words I don't use. They start with C, Q. Nah, we won't even go down that road because then we'll really open up Pandora's box. But this battle for position in GT3 between Marceno and the 001 GridandGo.com Esports 001 and the 26 CZ Esport 26 with Daniel Ola. It's been basically accordion these past couple of laps. We've seen Ola try and go for a pass, but Marceno, for the most part, like we said, Marceno is 3 laps fresher tires. So that could also be a part to play. But here's the thing. Ola is going to try and do all they can to catch up, but Marceno is able to walk away just a little bit for that 4th spot.
Marceno does have the experience as a driver here on the platform to be able to stay confident in the car. We've seen him run with platform organizations, and so far, his first laps essentially in the car, he's done a good job being able to hold the fort in this fight in the midst of things right now. This event bringing a plethora of experience levels here too, will note. In regards to some of the drivers, you also have drivers not only there's the real world competition in the field, you'll have some of those with the road course experience, obviously, since we are on the road course, but also some of those in the NASCAR iRacing Series experience, for those wondering, 6 lap stint for one of the cars on the pylon. 5th in GT3, Parker White also in a car. Prince Gaming Club. Wide range of experience of drivers coming out to have fun here in this top split. Some of the top of the platform, development drivers, but also some pros from various other series on top of those who are looking to just try and put their team on the top step of podiums.
And here's the thing, that's the best part as well, is seeing the experience levels from your drivers who have raced in the top echelon of motorsports to those who, you know what, this is fun for them. They can kick back and have a good time. So it's great to see that we're seeing so many different experience levels here. As look at how close Ola has gotten to the back of Marcinho. This is probably one of the closest we've had in just the past couple of laps between the two of them. Let's hang here with this battle, and I love this camera because now you're getting to see the different lines. It looks to me like Marcinho's running just a little bit higher, but let's see here. 7 laps might be right about where you need to be as for pit stop. So Ola's got a couple more laps till he needs to think about coming into the pits for fresh rubber and tires. Oh, look at that slide going through the hairpin as Marcinho trying to hold on to it. And was that a flash of light? Nope, not a flash of lights I saw, but nonetheless, this battle for 4th place in Cup really heating up.
Seeing a replay here with Drea Ramsidi, bit of contact there, looked like with the slide. Great job to stop in the midst of the darkness to allow the car to save it. My goodness.
I don't know if that was as much contact as it was Chiatti hitting the curbs and spinning, which is also a big danger here, but props to that GT3 driver for missing the 23. That could have been really nasty. Oh, Pascal Costa having the same fate.
It was Costa who took the slide, actually. It was Ramsetti with the dodge right here. Yeah, it was Costa with the curve. No contact for the impulse machine. Great effort by the car behind in the 23 to let him hold on to it and save. McKenzie, meanwhile, not again. Oh my goodness, I can't tell if there was a technical issue or a crash. I think it was a crash into the nether realm.
Yeah, it just happens this time of night. You get too focused on what's going on. You make one slight mistake, and there goes part of your race. But still watching this battle in the Cup class between Marcinho and Ola. It's kind of died down a little bit. It's just getting to the point where, it gets a little feisty at some parts, and then Marcinho decides, I'm just going to go ahead and open up the gap just a little bit.
So I think that jinx was definitely on timing there, by the way. It was about 5 minutes on the dot, that separation on the replays. So you're right about that.
Yep. Hey, you know what? Better be lucky than good. That's all I've got to say.
Yeah, and I think everyone likes to be good and lucky. Both of those things at the same time are great.
No, they really are. I totally agree.
And the one thing being mentioned is the new foxhole curve that may have came into play, by the way, in that previous replay section here. The curbing can be very vicious around this racetrack if you hit it the wrong way, hence why there's some of the mention of that by some of those on the comment side of things here. You can hit some curbing in some areas, but in others, it can absolutely snap you around like we've already seen for a couple of the drivers in the replays.
Yeah, the curbing does come out and bite. And we've seen some tracks, even here in the North Americas, that have that curbing more than they have the rumble strips. Now, meanwhile, it gives you good momentum if you hit them right, but if you hit them wrong, it could lead to all sorts of problems, as we saw in the replays.
Yes, indeed. By the way, GT3 leader in the pit lane. Apex Racing Team is now in for their service. And it looks like they're bringing in a whole wave of drivers because BS Competition also just hit the pit lane belt with Rainer Telvar. Alexander Biko in the Williams Sim Racing Showblast car also in. So GT3 leaders fairly close to each other are all in the lane for their service.
Yep, once one's in, the other's in, so no surprise there. We'll see if La Fuente decides to come into the pit, but with the top 3 in class there who have pitted, would not be surprised. Ryan Barneveld now in the number 89 BMW M Team B Esports competition. Let's watching the gaps kind of close down with the 25. Also, you have the 1 of Parker White, and yeah, Daniel Lafuente is also going to come into the pit. So interesting that, yep, so it looks like 6-7 laps, Justin, is the time as Godahino goes back on course, but looks like about 7 laps is the that sweet spot for the pits.
Off and away goes BS competition with the driver change. They have put Ryan Barneveld in behind the wheel of their respective car, and look how close it is. Alexandro Bico able to close up with that pit stop sequence. It's a battle now for second in GT3.
Oh, this is going to be fantastic as they both come into the pits. Fresh tires. You're on board with Alessandro Bico in the number 3. As now the battle is afoot for the top class and overall, as drivers in GT3 are coming in and out of the pits. Now Barneveld, we know how good he can be. Let's see if he can hold off Bico. And a little bit of a hard break that we don't normally see, but then again, cold tires, cold brakes, and Barneveld's first laps at night in this race. So anything can happen. A little bit of scrape there. A little bit of dust kicked up.
Small little bit. They gained 4/10 in the pit lane, by the way, to close up this gap on the racetrack. And Williams looking to try and see if they can get the chance to be able to move up. They've also, by the way, had Daniel Fuente and Falanche Thrustmaster equipment taking a pit stop this past lap. Parker White stayed in the car for Williams Gaming Club. Shore Esport has Luca Alpert behind the wheel that just completed their pit stop service also. So GT3s are all on the window to make the respective pit stops. 9 pit stops so far for them in the nighttime here for the respective class. So Bico seeming like they're trying to plot and plan this out after previously gaining a 1 second on the lap coming into the pit lane. So they are on the charge to be able to try and leap up and pass by the 89, the Zebra Stripes.
There's still plenty of time left, though, as Bico trying to hold off, trying to get up to Barneveld. Barneveld just can't shake his leg to get him off that rear wing, as the BMW's just too good so far in the early part of this stint. We'll see how long it takes for both of those cars to come up to temperature. We do have a couple cars that decided haven't come around to the pits yet, but basically I'm looking at everybody in the top 7 who were able to pit. They did get into the pits.
And no issues, it looks like, in the pit stop sequence in terms of coming into the pit lane this time around for service. So now we'll see where the battling now really settles them on out as we almost reach 15 hours on the dot here in this race. Still plenty of time to think about things, you would have to say, in these conditions here. So in terms of the passing situation, would you prefer to have someone be your chase car, rather your carry on a stick for a while and then make the pass after a while if you're up in the front like this? Or would you prefer to just get the pass over with as soon as possible and then try and run away if you can and not get passed on back? What would be your preference and why?
In this part of the race, I would rather have that carrot on a stick because I can draft off of them. I can save a little bit of fuel, and maybe that way it gets to a point where I can go for the overcut later on in the race. If it were a case where I got out there and there's a different driver in there who maybe isn't as fresh as the driver who came on last time, then yeah, I would say, okay, let's just go ahead and just pass them, get them out of the way, because they're going to wreck, you know. It's that kind of race here where you're going to know who's good and who's not within the first couple of laps in the stint. But yeah, right now I think Biko is doing the right thing by sitting back, letting Barneveld go ahead and, you know, run most of the fuel down, because now Biko's running just a little bit easier on fuel.
Yeah, just that little extra bit to be able to help them in terms of pit stop time. Those extra couple tenths can help in the long term in terms of the track position game, be able to help strategize somebody in the pit lane in about an hour's time. It's about the long con, the big game in terms of things, not the small one in terms of strategization. Absolutely. So keep an eye and see if they end up indeed doing what you expect them to do here for this fight. Now, everybody else staying pretty separated out for the time being, still on the racetrack as we continue on. Just trying to go on in terms of thought process here, in terms of classes. Apex Racing Team, Kandah, Gwen and Go, and G-Force. And once the teams lean, you also have Gwen and Go lean a second class also. Lots of traffic management now starting to pop up a little bit. A bit of trouble getting around some of this traffic.
Yeah, you've got to have that traffic management, especially if you're in the faster traffic. And of course, it's an M2 car, so you know you're more worried about what's behind you than what's in front of you. You don't want to get involved in this battle for second place, because this could be a race-changing battle, not only for you, but in the GT3 class, as a couple of the M2 cars able to put discretion in the front pocket and let them race their own race. But the gap not really changed between the 89 and the 3.
Yes, indeed. See how they continue to handle all this traffic right now smoothly as they can to get around this circuit. No issues getting around that time by on the car, so they get on through, no issue there. So all this is while a lot of teams are planning out their driver swaps in terms of their stints here. We already mentioned a couple teams just recently making the changes here. It's about trying to keep the drivers fresh, right, Jeremy? Make sure those drivers do not get overburned out over the nighttime. It's also about making sure they get their fair share.
Oh, no, it really is. And, you know, here's the cool part. Here's the thing. You may think, if you're just watching this for the first time, you're thinking, how hard can it be? It's, you know, yeah, you're not dealing with the heat. You're not dealing with, you know, being bounced around as much as you normally would. I've got to say this before I get to this point. Barneveld using slower traffic as a pick, fantastic, but that hasn't shaken off Biko yet. So Barneveld's probably thinking, what's it going to take for me to shake off this competition? So that's interesting to know. But anyway, as I said, you know, in spite of that, a lot of the drivers using force feedback wheels, so you're still feeling what the car's feeling, but you're not feeling it like you would in a car. It's still exhausting. You're still using a lot of mental capacity and focus to try and perfect a lap and not go off circuit, or in the case of this battle we've been watching for the past lap, staying and getting close to somebody and figuring out how to make the pass.
On the rear end right now on screen. No change for now. No major send opportunities popping up yet as they go down to the GP section. Will there be an opportunity to poke around if they so choose? It looks like they'll just ride for now. Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast electing not to push the issue as they go earlier on the braking zone. And there's that fuel saving we were talking about. You don't go fully 100% on throttle. You just let the draft carry you forward. Let the car in front. Make sure you sip the gas tank and make sure it doesn't burn as much gas.
And that's half the battle right there. It's just making sure that you know, you save fuel. You want to get into a point where you want to overcut somebody later on in the race. So what you do now could win you the race later on today.
It could. It very well has worked out for many drivers. I remember a couple years ago, it was about trying to save that additional pit stop fully for a lot of these teams in every bit of time. So critical for a lot of these organizations to be able to make sure they get every little ounce of speed out of the cars right now. We have, looks like some swapping on the leaderboard here in terms of some of the drivers. Drago all of a sudden has jumped to the top of Cup. I think we might have had a technical issue. Yes, Kandah is in the pit lane. The 08 car is in the pit lane. Mitchell de Jong's trying to get in the car. It looks like the leaders for Cup have had their drivers have connection issues. Several drivers had issues right this moment. So something's happened at the Kandah house with their drivers.
Looks like, yeah, that's not good. And it looks like we have a new leader also in GT4 with Beck Jacier taking over that lead as well. So the changes in the lead for the classes, Justin, are really taking shape quite quickly.
Yeah, that is a nightmare for their class, and that's why I see de Jong on the leaderboard right now on the right side of your screen, specifically in pit lane. Drago Racing in a huge spot now as a result. What goes to the mindset when you have something like what you just had happen to the class leaders break out, where you are going to have a massive toe now for that class leader?
Well, first of all, you're thinking, all right, great, we're in the lead, but at the same time, you wonder in the back of your mind, could that happen to me? And yeah, it could. You know, we've seen the issues where multiple teams have had problems, but yeah, you really got to watch this story because this might be something that could either benefit or hurt Drago Racing in the end. So watching this battle for second place in the GT3 and overall, the past couple of laps, and lap traffic really notwithstanding, both Barneveld and Biko have really been close to one another. This is probably the closest we've seen Biko on their own. Let's see what happens here as we get towards some of the carousels. I have a feeling Biko is just waiting to use a move up because he wants to A, save fuel, but B, he's watching what Barneveld's doing around the circuit.
Yeah, just following line to line as they go right now for the time being. But now we'll have to keep an eye on, will there be eventually a swap? A lot of drivers currently trying to hope their cars stay on the racetrack here, we'll say, in terms of their strategization, in terms of the connection side of things, but these two staying hooked up to the pavement as they go on right now on the racetrack. So, almost at the top of the hour, and things have changed in these classes here. GT4 has Beck Jacier on the chase. This is Westeen Ledger. This is for the class lead also. Williams Sim Racing Placey looking for a race lead on Grid and Go.
So Beck Jacier thought he had the lead for a little bit, and he indeed did. We'll see if he can get back up to that lead in GT4, but Legier trying to do all he can to keep Jacier, our earlier leader, into second place. Not sure if it's going to be a fruitless battle to keep him behind because Jacier has been nothing but quick, and he's looking for that lead once again.
Yeah, the lead earlier with the strategy in terms of the one lap offset, remember, in pit stops. Well, 7-8 minutes, give or take, on the difference offset as a result of their strategies here. So, can Jacier find their way by the Williams car up to the point is going to be the major thing. Seeing how much time they've been able to close up down these straightaways right now. Be able to slipstream up, just no place to go yet. Just trying to find the right opportunity to be able to make a move around this track.
And it's going to be Aston. It's like, yeah, looks like going to be this way for quite some time, as these two will reach a point to where Jacier can draft off the back of Legier. Not going to happen just yet, but I have a feeling that when that does happen, Jacier, it's just going to be just like Legier is going to basically be like an anchor, and nothing can be done. But do have slower traffic up ahead, so that could be a benefit as well.
Could be used as a strategization moment to be able to separate things out by grid and go, or maybe open up a passing opportunity here. We're at the 15 hours to go mark, just like that here as we go. So we'll see when they get to the Dodger Ho how they're going to go for the heave-ho in terms of the lineup here in the next moments or so. By the way, pit stop window is open for some of the drivers as well. Reed has now jumped in for Quentin Seibelt for their respective car. You also have the Eric Coanda car, the 081 of Johansson into the pit lane also. So part of that is with the whole team.
Ooh.
I think some troubles there.
No, that's actually slower traffic they got around right there. But something else I was noting too while you're talking about pit cycles, this is the second time in about a half hour that Xander Reed has come into the pits. So something must be wrong with the 018. So Coanda having even more issues than we saw earlier on.
I think it's the whole team. I think it's all their Coanda cars are having whatever connection issue. I think the whole entire team lost connection to whoever was in that house, was in that car. It was ever that same connection in that same spot. Just had all their cars have the issue in the Cup class.
And we're talking about the benefit of it. This is the huge drawback, because if one glitch happens, it's going to be a problem for everybody. Oh, this is going to be interesting, as now the battle for GT4 has to deal with M4 traffic, M2 traffic up ahead, as well as 009 goes to the inside, going to get around that M2 traffic easily. But can we see Jay Sear do the same thing? Yes, he does, but still not able to capitalize on that M2 traffic. Is there more lap traffic ahead? No, not really. So Jay Sear had a problem that he really couldn't take advantage of.
Yeah, this is now turning very intriguing for the Cup class, but still intriguing for GT4. So we've gone along as, again, your top three as we run for each class, just past the 15-hour to go mark. Apex Racing Team, BS Competition, OMC Racing Shield Blast, lean in GT3. Cup is now Drago, Apex, Grid and Go. You also throw GT4 in the mix with Grid and Go up in front over Williamson Racing, place seat in TC as we go at the moment. Then you have G-Force lean with WSR Esports, support TCR over Delta Sport, and Byte 500 now their gap. M2 led by Grid and Go, followed by Maniti Racing Purple and the Nürburgring Esports Whipperman machine. So very quick run through in terms of those on the lineup, in terms of what to keep an eye on for your top threes on Pylon. We still keep an eye on some of these cars to make their way through the traffic right now. Some of the Cup cars trying to move to the side. That's the Drago car. Not playing too nicely. Not the best of spots to reach them.
You don't want to catch traffic in the wrong spot, and this is where, and unfortunately, if I'm Beck J. Sear, I'm thinking, I can't catch a break because traffic is just being caught at the wrong places to try and keep up to Steven Ledger. Now that gap is opened up to about a half a second between the two of them. This is one of the big battles we're watching, because it's the battle for the GT4 lead, as some slower traffic is up ahead as well. So we'll see if J. Sear can take lessons that he learned trying to get around the M2 traffic to maybe get into that GT4 lead once again.
Absolutely. Now we can tell you, by the way, to update on the storyline, the Coanda cars, all of them are back in the seats and back on the racetrack from what's happened to them. They've gone from basically all in the top 5 or 6 in Cup, now down to 6th, 9th, and 10th, their respective class. So what has turned out to be a disastrous sequence now for Coanda in their situations. Now it's time to see who can get on the right side. Jasir to the right side, looking for the lead in GT4, makes it work. able to get the overlap and make the move in the Williams car.
But here's the question. Did he make his move too soon? So far, no, he hasn't, because he's opened up a little bit of a gap between he and Legier as they go onto the Grand Prix circuit. But we'll see if Legier has something for him. And indeed, he's getting up under that rear wing going into turn 1. Legier with defensive line into that heavy braking zone. And they're going to go side by side, but the outside line here may not be the right one. Indeed, it is not. Oh, they both hit that curbing super hard. You saw some things get kicked up there, but JCR so far has kept that GT4 lead. But the question is, Justin, for how long?
Will there be a chance to be able to make a pass back? That's going to be the major thing. We'll have to keep an eye on things in amongst the fight, as Cup class has just now reached their pit window for scheduled stops. For a lot of the teams reaching their 8th lap, including Apex, Drago, and CZ Sport, have all come in for the respective services. So a pit stop party for the Cup class as we go on. Right before that, I was mentioning all the cars have come on in for come back out for Kandah. They had just debuted today the Purple Lounge, which, as talked about by some of the fellow colleagues today, it's a new sim rig setup for the organization for all their drivers who are all supposed to be racing in their new Purple Lounge with their sim rig setup and the new hardware set up with triple monitors, 4 monitors actually, if you include the timing sequence screen, quad monitor stands, strong PCs, all sorts of things that were set up in that Kandah house for their drivers this weekend.
All right, I've got to ask you this because it's kind of something that I've seen across the board. Are you more of a VR guy or more of a triple monitor guy? Because it seems like the trend was originally VR. Well, now everybody's going back over to triple monitors as we see this battle for second place really heat up in GT3 between Barneveld and Bico.
I've always preferred the triples, to be honest. I had VR for a while, but it can be disorientating if you're not used to it. It has its advantages in terms of being able to look around whatever you want to look around, but the triples just brings that extra stability in terms of overall where you're actually looking at the visuals. It depends person to person, though, what the preference is.
Okay, yeah, that's what it seems like. I mean, I've done VR, but here's the thing: I wear glasses, so it's kind of hard for me to see, the way what the VR is. But now they're starting with these companies now using lenses that you can put your prescription in. Makes it a little bit easier. I just need to get my wheel over here. Look at this battle for second place. I believe Barneveld almost lost it to slower traffic with Bico taking a look to the inside as now Barneveld gets full throttle around the corner. But oh man, we almost had a swap for second place there.
Almost made the move once again with some of that traffic. Not able to take advantage fully, though, as a result, though, in that sequence, but still able to stay lined up astern for now. By the way, some other cars still in pit lane. Marcus Deek, who's in the lane for the 002 machine. Once those closing out their services, that's in our Cup car. So, as we were about to say, though, in this fight, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. In these situations here, Jeremy, is the major thing for a lot of this, where it starts to open up the gaps. We've seen it plenty of times tonight.
We really have, and it's been interesting to see how these drivers are handling traffic. And I've got to say, if you want to see how to handle traffic, watch Ryan Barneveld. He's able to kind of give Bico a chance to catch up. But once he gets around that traffic, he finds a place to use that slower traffic as a pick and put himself in between the car. Now watch this once again, right there. But Bico, he's able to get around that slower traffic. Has he gained a little bit? Maybe, but Barneveld's still able to hold position. I have a feeling, though, that's not going to happen for very long as Bico now in the slipstream of the number 89.
Yeah, just bump drafted him. quite simply thinking big picture, not electing to make the move. Could make the move if he wanted to right now. Just prefers to ride and stay lined up. Let the car in front help save the gas. So we touched upon as a strategy here. So, still continue to see time tick forward here at this point. It's going to be important to make sure you stay energized at this point. What's keeping your mind energized in a race like this? When you're running an endurance race, what keeps your mind stimulated when you're in the car outside of, you know, the car?
Oh, that's a good question, because honestly, I'm one of those guys that actually, you know, when I'm in a race, so say, for example, you and I are calling the race for, you know, more than 2 hours, which, you know, Larry and Cam Roger will be joining us here in about 50 minutes or so. I'm so focused on what's going on around the race, you know, where everybody's at, where my guys are at. But nonetheless, it's tough, especially when you're in, the early parts of the race and it's this dark. You've got 14 hours left. You're not even near halfway of this 24-hour race, and so your thoughts can go all over the place. But you stay focused on what's going on around you, what's going on around the circuit, what's going on with your car. Easier said than done, but you know, it can't be good. As we see Philip Schiff in the number 13, second place in M2, entering into the pits.
Haven't talked too much about the M2s here tonight, but just able to keep on going for their class with the separations now. Right now for them in ET Racing Purple and for their respective strategy. In fact, almost all the M2s have been able to find a way around TCRs on the racetrack as we've turned so far for them. So, I have to ask, when it comes to some of those other classes like the TCR and M2, what's going to go into your mind when you have equal speeds between two separate classes, and how you're supposed to play that? Because normally, yeah, faster class as you go up the order. TCR and M2 have been identical on pace today.
No, they really have been identical on pace, and yeah, will that change? Yeah, it will change as we get later. The track gets, you know, greasy, and that's something you got to think about too. I mean, yeah, the track's fine for now, but the later you get into the race, how are the track conditions going to change? So that's just a lot of things to think about here. As yeah, this battle for second place, man, this has just been great. But I have a feeling that Biko, he's not going to make a move. He's going to try and save as much fuel as he can, because you're in that point of the race where you're in fuel saving mode. If you're a smaller track like Lasarth, which we'll see here next week in real life, you know, you're gonna want to, you know, try and make moves when you can, because here's the thing, Justin. These 24-hour races have quickly turned into 24-hour sprints.
How so would you say they've turned into sprint? I know to me, it's always been a marathon feeling, where you're trying to plot and plan for the next window and then get your team to that next window. Where do you see the sprint come into play, where you have 24 one-hour sprints? How would you say that?
You know, you take a look at how much equipment has come. Oh, we talked about at the beginning of our stint, how much equipment has come in the past 15, 20 years. You know, at this point in the race, you're running probably 8/10, at most 9/10. Well, now, because technology has made these parts so good, you can afford to run 10/10 the whole time. As your second place in GT4, Steen Leger has decided to throw the white flag. He is into the pits for their stop, but you know, you can't afford to lead on the cars for the entire races. Now we see slower traffic catching up to Barneveld and Biko. Does Biko use this as an advantage to finally say, you know what, I'm just going to go around? And no, he doesn't. There's that pick that I keep talking about, where Barneveld able to use that slower traffic. He's now doubled his gap, might even triple at this point, because Barneveld has gotten to that lap traffic at a point where he can get around and kind of use that. But back to what I was saying, these parts, the composites, the cars, the drivers are so much more complex than they were almost 20 years ago that they can run full throttle the whole time while still saving what they need to do parts-wise.
Yeah, just right now trying to go preserve what they have for the whole race comes to mind, in my opinion. Don't want to destroy the car, don't want to overcook the car, don't want to destroy any parts. Just have to keep on chugging along in the nighttime conditions here. So they still battle for second and GT3 on screen. And one of the major things people have mentioned in the comment section on the Twitch side, let's mention the exhaustion that's coming up. We talked about trying to keep yourself stimulated. A lot of these competitors now have been racing for almost 10 hours nearly by the time we get to the bottom of the hour, or top of the hour. So that's a lot of time for the organization, and they're going to be racing, you have to remember, many of these drivers, for their 2, 3, 4 stints worth of runs, 2 to 3, 4 hours at a time, Jeremy.
Yeah, so you're going to see drivers triple stinting, you know, so that's something to watch out for as well. And it's going to be interesting to see who decides to run more than the usual double stint that you see. But then again, let's see here, 9, trying to do some math here, less than an hour per stint. It's only a handful of laps. Granted, we're halfway through a stint here in GT3, so no surprise there. You're on board with Alessandro Bico in the number 3 as he's doing his best to catch up to Ryan Barneveld. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who triple and quadruple stints. Yeah, I think that's going to be a part of the race that's going to make things a little bit more interesting. You get your middle of the road driver in there, and I think that's the point. You know, that's what you need this time out. You get your middle of the road driver, and you get your really quick driver there in at the end, especially if you're up near the front, because you might be able to make some hay there.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities to be able to gain some time around here. You see Bico on board with. Just riding the curbing, running the Esport line just about here as they get ready for the Dunader Hoa terms the run. As some people do say, on the viewer side of things, there are people that will say this is chill. I mean, they're not wrong. On the outside perspective, it can be very calming to be able to see a car just drive in the nighttime. Keep in mind, for example, you drive on a highway. That's usually pretty chill to run in the middle of the nighttime if you're running late hours like this, when you're trying to run to wherever you need to go.
I gotta say, part of my job, I have to be into work early in the morning, and sometimes going down the highway at dark at 3, 4 in the morning, it is some of the most peaceful driving you will see, especially on the country roads where there is nobody else around you. And that kind of reminds me of what's going on here. Just a countryside drive through Germany as another lap is ticked off by Barneveld and Bico onto the Grand Prix circuit, dispatching of that slower traffic. And Bico doing all he can to just save some fuel, getting that slipstream. It's interesting to watch the racecraft here. It's not about just going fast. It's about making sure that your strategy works to key.
Exactly here. I almost wonder too what the virtual fans are thinking about in those grandstands, because in these types of events, you might see fans circulate in and out of the grandstands as the night goes on, or try and sleep in the grandstands maybe. These fans are standing basically all night long in the excitement here. They are watching every moment with intrigue.
Justin, have you been to a 24-hour race?
Honestly, no. I know you said you have.
Yeah, it's interesting because one of the experiences, if you've never gone to Daytona, I'll let you in on a little secret. Around, what was it, 2 in the morning, they roll out tins of coffee, and they give out coffee to the fans so you can stay up Did I see people sleeping in the seats? Yeah, it's going to happen, you know, and why not? Why not have a ASMR of real live race cars going around the circuit? There's something special, as I said, about night racing, but it's even more special sitting in those grandstands and just watching the cars at speed through the tri-oval. But yeah, you're gonna. I mean, if you can fall asleep at a racetrack, why not do it? I think it's absolutely fantastic.
Could be a different experience from what you've explained. Absolutely, those, and as some say, for the driver's side too, as we touched upon, it's more about muscle memory in terms of things. It is tough to be able to go and make sure you stay into the same flow of things in the night conditions. I know there is one person asking, can you use turn signals on the racetrack? No, I don't think so. No, you cannot use turn signals, for those wondering, because it's a race car. You do not need turn signals for the night conditions, for those asking about turn signals.
Yeah, but you know what? Here's the thing. The cars are fitted with them, so sometimes the turn signals do get notched off. As a, you know, I have a wide experience of working in motorsports, and I have seen turn signals be turned on, whether it be in club racing or even in pro racing. So it's been done before. Is it a little frustrating, annoying? Yes, but it happens.
Makes me wonder if iRacing would program the left turn lane indicator, so to speak.
We know the people there. We could probably ask, especially for, you know, their annual April Fool's joke. I don't know if you follow. Well, I don't know what chat you follow real quick, but Max commentates on Twitch just said, well, even if you could use turn signals, all the BMW drivers wouldn't use them anyways, and I'm just going to leave it at that.
I mean, is that an insult on all BMW drivers on how they drive?
Look, it's an option on some of the lists from what I've heard. I'm not in that tax bracket to be able to buy a new BMW or use the blinker fluid for a BMW, so.
Well, all that's with these drivers looking to have some fun here, to say the very least. So, now, it's going to be all sorts of figuring out here in the nighttime what they can do. You can tell we're getting full sim racing commentary in terms of endurance racing. If we're getting to this conversation point on turn signals here in the nighttime. I know that is always the comedic side of things about these types of races is, okay, let's talk about kitty cats or anything along those lines. Stuff like that's popped up. It is a calm race right now. GT4 is opening up their pit lane as they look to try and get their service. So pit lane is very dark right now as the lane is open.
Sometimes commentator humor is just as dark as pit lane is right now. I'm not going to go full Martin Haven on you guys because he can get away with that, but as a lowly sim commentator, I really can't. Pit sequences, we see some of the cars go blank. That means that we'll have a driver change with a couple of those cars. So we'll see who gets out and who ends up in. Oh, here's an interesting name that we see for TC Esports in the 01. Augustine Canapino will make his appearance in the nighttime.
Going to a veteran in terms of real-world experience tonight. We'll see how he fares now in some of that battling. Was Cooking is also now in with Tower Phase in the car. Jaden Munoz now behind the wheel with the 6 machine. It's part of those respective swaps there. By the way, for those wondering about the Kandah situation, Mitchell DeYoung is still in second. They are off sequence now in that Cup car, but DeYoung has finally been able to get out. They are needing to close up a fair bit of time to get up to Rennen Go Esports if they want to have a chance. So that's going on in that respective class. What's the panic like when you have something like that happen? What's kind of going through the team's minds when you say, oh no, driver's gone, we have to sprint?
of course, there's going to be a little bit of panic, but at the same time, that's what we talked about early on in our stint. Remember, we were talking about the strategy. That's when you go to plan B. It's like, okay, we had this difficulty. Well, now we can work this to our advantage because they are about, they're running basically 2 different stints. You've got Marceño in 7 laps into their stint. De Jong, they're about 4 laps into their stint. So there's going to be a little bit of an overlap. Now, Kandah, as we said, they're in second place still, so fantastic they're able to do that. But I don't know how much of a panic there is within that team. Obviously, they're trying to stop the bleeding to get back up near the front because you already lost the 081. They're actually further back than they really need to be, sitting in 10th in class in the cup class. Kandah Axebel had some issues as well with that little glitch. So they're sitting 8th in class, but really, I think most of your efforts are going to be on that 08 sitting in 2nd place.
Yeah, at this point, it's going to be the wonder how long it's going to take as more pit stops are underway. By the way, in GT4 class, that will open things up. But the last time by, we've seen some sequences. Now, the drivers to the back half of the field have ducked on in. Zipping on through here. Will there be some overlap in this battle for GT3 this time? Went to the middle of the racetrack. Looks like, again, answer is no, not for now, although there was a small poke there for a split second. Just riding by their time still with plenty of time to work with.
That was the first time that we have seen Biko attempt to make a move there, so that was interesting. Let's see if the patience is worn out in that number 3 Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast BMW going down into turn 1, not too far away to make a move, but that's something that we haven't seen this stint. Where Barnabal running his line and Biko saying, I think I'm going to take a peek and get you in get in your mirrors.
Yeah, fill up that back mirror, fill up that digital screen if they have it as well. So, there has been more conversation on the blinker lights, by the way, in terms of some of those, in terms of a lot of the drivers that mentioned the conveniences of that. Just say, everyone's looking to have some fun here as they stay very calm here. And once these drivers, let's see something else. How about Mia's competition in a different class? How about in the M2? They are a -1 on the night so far, in the middle of a fight at the moment for looks like 4 for M2.
Yeah, Manuel Cubo Torres is in that 4th place. Elias Raika in the 5th place, number 7. And it's just the momentum. Oh, I saw some brake low. That looked absolutely beautiful. And of course, I think we got some faster traffic behind them as well. Yeah, that's definitely going to be faster traffic because the closest competitor behind them is about over a minute, almost 2 minutes behind. You're on board though with Raika as they are trying to stay within distance of Torres, stay within sight to try and get into that 4th spot.
Looking for a place to build up a run so far. They have been running in the 9-minute, 11-second bracket. 2/10 quicker than Simify Esports last time by. Pretty equal footing here in terms of these cars, in terms of the handling. An interesting perspective on the classes here this week of the M2s. Your thoughts on how the M2 drives in general here this weekend?
Oh, I absolutely love the M2. You know, it's a great handling car for somebody who wants to get started into iRacing. You've got that. You've got, obviously it's not in this class, but you have the Toyota, you know, the GR Cup car that's in here as well. The M2, though, if you want to learn how to race on a road course, this is one of the cars you definitely want. As here's what's interesting also. As we see the faster traffic up ahead cutting through. That's our earlier GT4 leader. But Raika has pitted 2 laps ago. So Raika's the BS Plus competition team has been, looks like they've been using pit stops to their advantage to try and march their way up to the field. If they keep that up, they might be able to battle for a podium spot here near the end of the race.
Let's see. Absolutely here.
You know, something else too, Lucas91 on Twitch also said MX5 Cup, and I forgot that, yes, MX5 Cup is a fantastic way to learn how to race. But when you get the pro level, don't stay there too long because you'll be bump drafted on circuits all over the world.
Yeah. Well, interesting enough, in some classes, some of that style of racing does not encourage bump drafting.
Correct. So,
see that, for example, in your Cup competition that comes to mind. It serves the same realm of style. Criseno is now in the pit lane. Grid and Go is in the lane for their service as they now come on down. So we have some other drivers in Cup making some pit stops now. Drago, by the way, for those wondering what happened to them, pit 2 laps ago. That's why they fell back, but also Kandah drove on forward and has closed up a significant portion of ground. Lots of ground being lost right now by BS competition at the moment in this fight. Gonna have to find a little bit more giddy up for those zebra stripes if they want to ride the zebra up to the front.
Well, of course, also this is such a momentum class in M2 that, you know, one slip up, one, you know, missed brake application, and Raika's just going to be all over the back of Torres. So just keep that in mind that, yeah, he may have lost a little bit of ground now, but should a faster class car make a move, a little bit iffy there, that might open the door for Raika to get back up there. But I also think having that lap, you know, pitting 2 laps later than the rest of his their competitors, still looking pretty good. Back to the battle for second place for GT3, Barneveld and Biko once again. We'll see when they pit. If they decide to pit together, would not surprise me if they do that. But, you know, I wouldn't also be surprised if Biko has a little bit extra fuel to maybe be able to run 1 extra lap. He dips back just a little bit to get in, so get around slower traffic, to say the least, and indeed they do. I believe that was GT4 traffic that both those drivers were able to get around.
Able to slip by and smoothly get through there. No major issues in that regard, so we continue going. Less than 30 minutes until we have an hour commentary swap, by the way, in terms of those keep an eye on commentator stints here. Everyone being kept fresh here. About 2-hour stints here throughout this event. It'll be Ewan O'Leary back, Cameron Roger for 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock Eastern Time stints for their respective run through at 7:20. We'll be making that swap. So, all that being said, and these drivers now reach the traffic. That's a bit of a squeeze with one of the BMW M2s.
Whoa, that was close action there. That's one of those spots that's just tight because you've got the walls so close, and one wrong move, and those guardrails are so enticing through that stretch.
Not wrong in terms of that follow through. So tricky in regards to that in terms of how things are around this racetrack. You see the sparks to fly up around this track as they hit some of the curbing. All that's while they continue to chug along and try and see where they get all situated in the long run in terms of the pit stop sequences here on the circuit. See them doing up Donder Ho, and then once again for some pole every single time. Coles on up, gain some ground, close the deficit, elect to run single file around this racetrack. It's just remaining patient seems to be the main thing right now. Just being patient is such a virtue.
Patience is key, especially in a 24-hour race, because one wrong move, that could end your race. I mean, we're seeing how many cars we got in the pits so far? Got about 10 drivers who have been in the pits As, yeah, look at this. Biko really getting in there, getting in the head of Barneveld, but he's such a good sim racer to where, oh, just that sparks I saw against the wall too. Well, that might be something to watch out for here in the next couple of laps. And I have a feeling next time by, we'll see our GT3 leaders come into the pits because we're getting within their pit window to get something happen. Of course, more slower traffic coming up. See how Barneveld handles it and if Biko can maybe take advantage as well.
Here's slip on by, no issue. And of course, one of the major stories to think about too as we go through the iRacing calendar is it's actually build week in a couple days. In fact, your thoughts on the build week coming up? A lot of content coming up at the oval side, I know, with the Gen 4 car. For NASCAR stock cars finally making its debut on the platform, the true 2003 style car with the Chevy and the Fords, but also you have the Ferrari going to make its debut. Then a new Ferrari, should say, going to be making its run on the platform, the 296 Challenge.
You know, I got to talk about the 296 because the Indy 500, I ran into one of my buddies who is actually an instructor with Ferrari Challenge, and I asked him, I go, what's the difference? And he's like, it is a whole lot of race car. It is almost a GT3 car in Ferrari Challenge, so that's going to make things interesting to see the 296 in gameplay. On to the Gen 4 car for stock cars. Fantastic. I think they're probably one of the better looking cars. Hopefully they won't be too bent like you saw that. I actually showed my wife when we were in Indy a couple of weeks ago. We went to the new museum. Side note, if you have a chance to go, I can't recommend that place enough. What the Holman George, the Penske families all have done to make that place a success is absolutely fantastic. So if you can go to the IMS Museum, head over there. They didn't pay me to say that, to say the least. I paid them. But anyway, having the Gen 4 car is going to be very cool because now we're going to see a lot what, you know, obviously with the old paint schemes, what they look like, but I think we're going to see some of the new paint schemes, which is going to look fantastic in there. And of course, week 13 always brings its craziness. I know iRacing has come out and said what some of the combinations are, and I think I saw trophy trucks and Daytona prototypes running together for week 13, so that's going to be pretty interesting.
And that's going to be a little bit of a different combination. You also have amongst various different series. Look at the rotation here, a lot to talk about in terms of the Ferrari 296. That includes the Bend, which is one of the newer circuits, I believe, coming up on the platform. You also have, for a lot of competitors, a chance to be able to feel things out on the various other tracks. Also, there's a lot of hill climbs, actually. The time trial side of things expected a part of that layout. As well, there's the charity event coming up with Race for the Cure, benefiting MS at the National Multiple Sclerosis Society. It's been officially confirmed for August 2, a part of the calendar for those curious on what's going on amongst those various events. Still keeping an eye on the M2 battle, by the way. Rika's still keeping things close. Still feeling footsteps as Simuvai.
Yeah, you don't want to be listening to those footsteps because that's when you start to make mistakes and got to go back to your hill climb and time trial point. Personally, as somebody who's come up through the ranks and has called time trials on a circuit track, I don't think the time trials are given enough credit because that's where you're 11/10ths there, and I absolutely love watching. I love calling time trials. It is so fantastic to watch yourself go against your time and try and really try and beat your own time. Maybe if you're lucky, you might be the fastest guy out there. We're getting a question also on Twitch. What if iRacing gets a WRC license? Stop. Just stop, please. I can only get so excited.
Yeah, let's not speculate on the potential of things. I'm just going to say that right now. It's iRacing's platform, and we are on iRacing social media platforms here today, remember. For those watching along with various different platforms, RaceSpot, as well as on iRacing, YouTube, and Twitch. Hope you're enjoying the action so far. What happened to Drago Racing was one question for it. For those watching on Twitch, they pit. It's simple as that. And funnily enough, Mitchell DeYoung is in the lead end cup. We're looking at GT3 again. But even with the tech issue, Dion is in the lead, albeit they are offset from grid and go strategy by 5 laps.
Yeah, and that's not a surprise, and that's why I'm thinking here, if you're Mitchell de Jong, you're thinking, okay, we can actually make this work. They're the ones who really fared the best out of all the Coanda teams because they're up in the lead. You still have a couple of the teams in the top 10, so they might still have a fighting chance. There's still plenty of time for anything to happen. But really, the 08 car, they've done about the best in terms of making lemonade out of lemons.
Yes. Chance for these drivers to be able to have a lemonade stand almost in terms of opportunity. Yes, indeed. So we continue to see how things plan out around this racetrack still. It's going to be interesting where in long run, where they now go in about 14 hours time, but still plenty of thinking as we've touched upon here. So it's now gotten to the point where a lot of you have to love the community that's built up here on iRacing. There's been a lot of fans connecting with one another as part of this event to be able to keep things social. That's part of an event like this it's about connecting fans from around the world to motorsport.
Exactly. Hey, by the way, I'm looking at the official iRacing YouTube chat. Our good buddy Ramiro said hi to us. So hi, Ramiro. I was going to reply, but I'm having problems replying on my phone.
Well, hello, yes to you too, and hello to all the Aero fans. And I love the social media side of things. In terms of that aspect of things, to be able to keep well connected with everybody around the world. So we'll keep on going in terms of the conversation points here. So with under 20 minutes to work before we swap out for the time being, I will ask this in terms of this. Is now in terms of the strategy, how long do we see them run like they are right now on the racetrack in this battle for GT3? Eventually, something's going to have to give. Do you give it to the end of the pit window? Do you prefer a couple of hours? Do you prefer until the end of a driver swap? Where would your preference be on the carry on the stick method here?
I would say it's going to take a little bit of time. I don't see anything happening this day. Now, if they do switch drivers, different story because you're going to have a different mindset, although you know, the team manager may come on and say, okay, you know what, don't race them. Let's still stay within position. Because now we're getting to the point in the straightaway where both Barneveld and Biko have really closed in. This time we do see that Biko does pop a nose out, still too far away to make anything happen. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see them come into the pits together. I also wouldn't be surprised with Biko staying out an extra lap and kind of getting what would be a gap as we see both drivers coming down into the pits, and there we go. So now let's keep an eye on to see if Barneveld and Biko, if they are, of course, also the leader of overall in GT3. Apex Racing Team 99, they're in the pits as well. 1, 2, 3, see on your screen.
Pit stop window's open. You're already seeing some overlap as they run to the pit stalls here. Apex already found their way to the respective pit stall. And remember, last time in this fight, it was a 0.4 of a second pickup. Last time, it looks like they're going to make some driver changes. That's why there's a bit of a flicker there on the screen for those drivers right now. So you're able to get things swapped over for this change. You're identical coming off the jacks. This is going to be actually pretty close. The race off pit run in this battle for second as that safety car sits there. I don't think I've seen that version of the safety car before with the BMW look, by the way.
Yeah, that's the first time I've seen that look. So if that's what's new, oh, look at this, a race off pit road as Bella Stosis is now in the number 3. Oh, he has his, they're right by each other going into turn number 1. So close, they're interlapping. And now Barneveld holds on to that second spot. But wow, that's been a while since I've seen that coming off the pits.
That's not what you normally see at this level. Never see so identical they get like that. That's disorientating, and at that point, you have to give up the ghost. Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast electing to be the first to back up so they can sort things out there. Any bit of underlap where they weren't crossing over, we might have seen a crash there.
I don't know if that's going to be a top 10 or not top 10 moment. That was absolutely funky right there.
Yeah, that is a little surprising in that sequence right there, but I mean, that shows how good the pit stops have been tonight for Williams Sim Racing Shield Blast. They are that extra bit quicker every single sequence.
So if you're keeping score at home, the 89 had a pit stop of 38.767. The 3 had a pit stop of 38.917 with a driver change,
which is impressive in the midst of itself. And now, the percentage, you see all drivers on your pylon. So it's a who's who on who's some of the top drivers now behind the wheel of their respective cars now in the sequence. Apex still leads by 6 seconds in class. Keep in mind, before the pit stop sequence started, these two had faster laps than the 99 car, so they were closing in a little bit to be able to chip away that gap.
and now that both drivers have fresh equipment with a new driver in the third place car. In the 3, it's going to be interesting to see if we saw a nice play that we saw last time with Barneveld. I don't know if Belatosis is going to be as kind and patient. Could be just different styles of racing that might hype up this battle for second place. And Barneveld now 7 seconds behind the Mustang of the 99 Apex Racing Team 99, who is overall and class leader here, as we have 14.25 hours left to go.
Absolutely. See them try to sort themselves together here as we continue on here this point. So it's going to get interesting, to say the very least, what we go through now for these drivers sort themselves together. So, trying to get back to the focus of things, it's been an interesting one so far here. So now, what's kind of popped up in your mind that you think should be an important thing to think about, Jeremy, and if you're amongst these teams?
If I'm amongst these teams, quite honestly, my thought is just surviving through the night and making sure that everything happens, because, you know, we've seen how some, especially these GT3 and these Cup cars, have really caught up to your slower traffic, your TCRs, your M2s. I thought a couple of laps ago that we might have seen the 3 go around the 89 there when they came up on the slower, the TCR traffic right there in turn 2, but they didn't. And now you got to start thinking about patience. You've got a new driver in the 3 car. Are they going to be as patient and easygoing as the last driver? That's a good question as well. You're going to see fresher drivers because some are going to cycle out. There's a lot of things to really think about here. Now we see Cup traffic in the way of some GT3 traffic, though. That should get out of the way here in no time. But there's just so much to think about. You know, everybody's on their own, what they think is the correct strategy. That might change as well. But so much to happen late at night. Look at how close Barneveld is on that Cup car, because he's got Beltosis on that back end as well.
Yeah, right now that Porsche Cup car holding them back a little bit. There's no place to go quite yet. The Seatbelt machine. Oh, that's near contact. Still no place to go. Still having a hard time making the pass.
I'll tell you what, they're lucky that nose on that BMW wasn't as tight as it was, because now Beltosis, look at how close he is. He's right under that rear wing. This Cup car is being nothing but a nuisance to Barneveld. That's not what he wanted early on in the stint.
You just cannot seem to find a way around. The Seatbelt machine still holding on for now. And this is frustrating. Go ahead.
It is, because you see Barneveld using those flashers, trying to get around. I'll tell you what, if I'm Beltosas, I'm licking my chops right now, because this is exactly something that he needed. Now he's going to poke to the inside. Barneveld is the GT3. I'm not even sure who's in that GT3, what car that is, because he's really just being a thorn in the side of both of these cars right now. I think that is the car 9. So we'll get that for you here. That's... oh, this is just so close.
Here we go. PS Competition trying to force the issue. Still no move to get alongside. Now they get alongside. There's the door.
Contact. A little bit of contact there. And now this is exactly what Barneveld wanted. He wanted to put that pick in between him and Beltosas. Beltosas now has to do all he can to get around this cup traffic.
Lucios is trying to find a way around quickly. PS Competition building a buffer, bit of curving for the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car.
Looks like it's Elliot Veyron in the 018 8th in class in the cup traffic. So now we're going from bad to worse for the 018. They had those problems. Now they're in the middle of GT3 traffic. That's not something that you really want to do.
Yeah, right now PS Competition just taking off with this right now as they get ready. Dr. Host should open things up down the straightaway here. This has been now near almost drafting distance lost as a result of the 3 machine. So they go down that straightaway now. It should open things up to get the overlap. Can make the run. They're actually pushing the Porsche car. This is interesting, trying to work with them a little bit instead of trying to leapfrog and keep up with the classmate.
And of course, Barneveld has opened up a 1.2 second gap to the BMW in the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast. And I gotta imagine that's gotta be pretty interesting to be going that flat out and still going faster. And now Beltos is able to get around and reel in the number 89. Oh, that was interesting.
I think that might have been actually a smart move now, thinking in hindsight. Use the car in front to build the trap in similar straight line speed down the track. Why not to be able to slipstream instead of cutting yourself out of the draft and trying to make a pass early down the straightaway, it looks like. And they're right back where they need to be at the end of the lap, right back where they were at the start of the lap. Well, just about when you think about how they exit pit road.
Yeah, and of course, you take a look now at the time. If you take a look at lap by timing, really no gain, no loss for this battle for second place. But really, you can't go by what's on paper, because that tells a totally different story than what's exactly going on. But that was a very interesting, smart move by Beltosas, as both the second and third place make their way around the hairpin. I've got to say this. Godahino is gone in that number 99 Mustang, so it's Mustang, BMW, top 3 overall and in GT3.
Yes, indeed. Still no place to close up right now to be able to get back alongside the 89 after all that sequence. By the way, that all cost them about a second plus to Apex Racing Team up at the front of the field in this one. Let's take a look at a replay. Lampard, that's a bit of a ride made into the wall. There go the headlights. And whoa, boy, into traffic.
Let's see what happens here. Oh, Kadalik with a little bit of the same thing. He may have gotten Lampard just a little bit, and that's what I was talking about. You get into the grass, and all of a sudden, those guardrails start to get hungry for race cars, as the second and third place drivers in GT3 have made their way into the Nordschleife. Now we're getting to the point where these little mental errors are going to be causing problems, Justin, as we just saw from that replay.
That's all sparring things off here as a result. What the rest of these drivers now do here. About 6 minutes away to a commentary swap as our next crew gets ready to settle themselves on in here. So let me ask you this here. What have been your thoughts, first of all, on these past couple hours of what you've seen here with the darkness? What's been pretty calm racing, except for a couple attrition points here and there, it seems.
So I'm going to apologize to Ewan and Cam because I'm going to use words that I wouldn't use when I first start into any sort of stint, but it has been quiet and calm, copacetic, easy going. We've had a couple of incidents so far, but nonetheless, a lot of great racecraft that we've seen from some of these drivers. Easy going for a lot of these teams. And, you know, that's what you want in what is basically quote-unquote garbage time in endurance racing, though it's not, you can't call garbage time because there's so much good racecraft that goes on here. And if you're not used to doing racecraft, if you're used to doing these sprints of, you know, an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours, I think that the Nürburgring 24 hours has a place in learning racecraft, and that is the big thing here. And we've seen some great passes, we've seen some great racing, and we're seeing teams that have had problems in this stint, like all the Kandah cars. They've been able to really capitalize on what's been going on. And really, speaking of Kandah, Mitchell de Jong soon to pit. That's going to give the 169 to Drago Racing of Carlos Villosa the lead. So all you asking about Drago, there you go. They're about ready to take the lead in Cup class. And it's just so interesting, Justin, to see how different cars and different drivers have really been able to manage these past couple of hours.
It has been all about managing things just right in terms of traffic. It's been about trying to make sure you smoothly get your way up through. It's been so critical all night long. And one thing I've noted, what teams are you expecting to be able to keep an eye on the most? Do you think that is going to be the talking points here as we go towards the halfway point of this race, where some of these teams are going to shine? Which teams do you think are going to be those main points to think about?
I'm going to go class by class right now. I think that what we're seeing here in GT3, those are the two we're going to watch unless Apex Racing can keep going in that team number 99. I think the stumble by Kandah has hurt every of those drivers in Cup except that 08. If they can make this strategy work, I think that they're going to be one of the drivers that you'll see up here. Oh, a little bit of an off by the M2 battle, as we're seeing once again the two M2 cars we saw earlier on for now fifth place between Shorter and Stang. Those two drivers had to make evasive action to get around the GT3 traffic. Anyway, back to what I was talking about. Williams looking really good in GT4, but as we said earlier, TC Esports having such a great showing right now with Augustine Canapino in the driver's seat. I think that TC Esports might be one to watch, but Munoz and Ledger really making things easy for themselves by getting out front and kind of open up that gap to about 26 seconds in GT4. When it comes to TCR, right now, it's been all G-Force Racing. We have not talked much about them out front, with Gail Valero basically dominating that class. And Peter Zuba not too far away in M2, so I think those two are going to be the class of each field.
So again, to run through how things are class to class as we approach the top of the hour. GT3 looks like this. It's currently Apex Racing Team up at the front of the field, the respective class of the pylon. This battle is still going on for second on screen. BS Competition in second. Williams Sim Racing Shield Blast is in third. Vlanche Thrustmaster is in fourth, with Williams Gaming Club rounding out the top five. Sure Esport, my racing team, Drago in the top 8. Then you compare things to the Cup class. Kandah had technical issues for basically everybody in the Kandah house. They end up still being in the race lead, though, with Mitchell de Jong now behind the wheel. Drago Racing is in second, under lap to them, in fact. Rennen Esports, they just hit a little while ago. They are third in class, followed by Apex Racing Team, and then it's TC Esport in the top 5. ADAC Racing, Rennen and Kandah say about the rest of the lineup in the top 8. Compare things for GT4 right now. You have Williams Sim Racing Shieldblatt, or rather Williams Sim Racing Placey of Athletic Rennen Go Esports. That's followed by TC Esports, What's Cooking Racing Adventures, Door, Maniti Racing Red, Effect Solutions, and Fiercely Forward Pink. Next in TCR, you have G-Force Racing and WSR Esports dominating that class over Delta Sports Sim Shop, Bike 500. Luke Mansky Racing Esports, followed by Sure Esports. Spin and Tow just came in after a 10-lap stint. For their class, they're a lap down for the rest of the class. Rounding out the grouping for them for the time being is Sark.MC and Fiercely Forward Gray. M2, led by Grenico Esports, followed by Nature Racing Purple, Nürburgring Esports, BS Competition Simplify Esports, WSR Esports Black, Team RSO. The last running in that grouping right now is She's Esport for GDC Racing, also back there. So, that's a quick run through how things are in the order. We have pit stops starting for a couple different teams. As mentioned, that includes some of the TCRs right now. But our next grouping of drivers are just about set to go. I'd like to thank you for the time, Jeremy, once again here at the broadcast booth, but it's time for us to transition to Ewan O'Leary, Cam Roger, also alongside. Take it away, Ewan.
Thanks, Justin. Thanks, Jeremy. Good to be here again with 10 hours gone at the Nürburgring. 24 hours, 14 hours still to go. Myself and Cam will take you to halfway of the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours in 2025. Just while Justin was wrapping up there, by the way, you may have seen some of the vision of Etten Rutman coming into pit lane. That's now actually a driver change. Matteo De Feo is now the driver of number 500. But you will have noticed that Honda was dragging itself along the floor. I'm not sure what has happened to that car, but it's certainly got some damage. You will have seen the sparks through the night sky as these two leaders pass them. A good evening, Cam. We have got 14 hours ahead of us, but I bet when you signed up for this stint and saw yourself on it, 14 hours to go, I didn't think there was going to be a leading three separated by 5.5 seconds, that's for sure.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well. The fact that we come into this, so far into this race, and we really have a close battle. That is awesome to see, and hopefully this continues on. It's very dark out there, as you would expect. I actually kind of forgot this. It is literally pitch black out there once you get past the GP loop. It is tough conditions out there, but we have such a strong fight here. Balasiotis and Barneveld putting on a show in the recent times in this race. It is great to see them fighting through the traffic. So hopefully this continues on, because they are obviously trying to catch down just that 5 seconds to Apex losing the way. So this night shift for these boys is certainly going to be interesting.
It's not a graveyard shift in the normal sense of the word, that's for sure. Bit of traffic now for these two leaders. There's going to have to be a bit of a lifting off here. Well, they'll just get single file just in time for the two GT3s to come through, but look at this over the top of the hill. Super close with lap traffic, the BMW M2 class and the new class, of course, and the TCRs as well. BMW M2 class bidding for the very first victory ever in that class. Bertsiotis gets close to Barneveld on the way towards Schwedenkreuz. The fast left-hander over the top of the hill and now down on the brakes for Arenberg. While that was close, you just get the feeling that Ryan Barneveld is going to be safe from any attacks from Balasiotis at the moment. Just with the leader only a few seconds further up the road, they'll be able to see the leader in the not too distant future. Just doesn't seem to be the most sensible thing to do to start battling side by side. And Balasiotis, I think he's going to wait here really, because this gap's coming down and we might have 3 for the lead by the end of this stint.
Yeah, that's why this track actually races quite interestingly, because the best overtaking opportunity, of course, is on the Duttinger Hut. I mean, that is almost 4 kilometers long. There are some circuits that we go to that are shorter than that. When you get out onto the Nordschleife itself, you just have this expanse of 15 odd kilometers of corner after corner after corner, and it's very difficult to find a way through. It's very old school, of course, easily 100 years old now. It's not as wide as some of the more modern purpose-built circuits. It's a very tough place to try and make an overtake on pure pace, and especially in these GT3 machineries. I mean, there's a reason why the GT3s are the top class here, because they are so fast. Imagine having prototypes around here. It would be quite carnage indeed. and they're quite big, therefore, as well. Very difficult one indeed, but you can put a lot of pressure on the car in front. And so far, Barneveld is eating up that pressure and hasn't made a huge mistake. But when a bit of traffic comes ahead and you have a split-second decision to make, that is when it really sort of counts.
Yeah, absolutely. It's super high pressure stuff at the front of this field right now, that is for sure. The race leader in the Porsche Cup class in the meantime is into pit lane, Mitchell Dion, in number 08. That's a gap that's really come down over the last 4 hours or so in the Porsche Cup class. It was a minute, and it was a 1-2 for Kandah at an earlier stage as well, but that's come right down now in the Porsche Cup class, which they haven't won, by the way, since 2019, their only victory at this race in the Porsche Cup class. That was using the previous iteration of the car, of course. Never won this race overall. Aren't too many events in iRacing that you can say that for in Kandah's history, that's for sure. Now onto the brakes again at the Gesamtstrecke. That's another one of those overtaking opportunities that we talk of around here at the Nordschleife. But again, Belziotti's not interested. There's the Mustang going through your shot there, and then the two BMWs. For perhaps the first time in hours, all three of them were in the same camera shot there just before the carousel.
That's an awesome sight when you see the headlights in the distance, and they're obviously trying to chase down. But what a tough situation this is for Barneveld, by the way. He's trying his hardest to chase down Apex up ahead. And then he has to have the pressure in behind to not make a mistake as well. This is a bit of an off there for the 500. That is quite a big hit, actually. He's got some significant steering damage to that car as we're coming down the hill there towards Flugplatz, I think that was, or Vanzgarten, I should say. But unfortunately, that is going to be some damage repairs for sure.
It's a bit odd, wasn't it? Just seemed to drive straight off there. That was Ayrton Ruteman who was driving at the time, by the way. That's the number 500 car that you can still see down on pit lane. Nearly 6 minutes, but now is finally finished with repairs. So we'll stay in the top 5 of the TCR class, but no higher than that in TCR, as I say. Number 909 has also been in for a while. Try and work out where that is in the field and what's happened there. That's Effect Simulations GT4. Was just about half a lap off the lead at the time, but he's going to drop off the lead lap now after that long repair time. That looks like a tow for that car 6 minutes ago as well. So a couple of cars with damage in these last couple of moments by the looks of things, but this is when the Nordschleife properly bites. As I was saying earlier on in my previous stint, it's one of those races where the attrition just keeps on coming. After a while at the likes of Daytona and Spa, we sort of see a bit of a thinning out of the attrition because everybody has sort of got comfortable with the amount of traffic that's on the circuit. You see a few less incidents, but around here at the Nordschleife, the track can bite so easily that it's still super intense for all of these drivers, even at this stage of the race, over 10 hours in to this one. Down the straight now. Let's see if these two BMWs are going to exchange places again, or whether Belziotti's is just going to give the push to the BS competition car. And this is part of the reason why the lead gap's coming down. They're working together excellently, this group for second and third.
Yeah, there's no real reason for him to make the overtake at this moment in time. They need to catch up, and then they can start having a bit of a fight. If he overtakes, or they have a bit of a battle, they lose each other time. That doesn't help anything. If they bump draft, of course, they gain those few tenths of a second on the straight, and one by one, tenth by tenth, they will be chasing down your race leader. So that is a very important sort of moment of the race for them if they want to be challenging for the lead as they get towards the halfway stage in the race. But I guess this is just a smart play. It's an endurance race, of course. If it was a sprint race, if there was only 10-15 minutes left, maybe you would be seeing slightly different decision making. But of course, it is the 24 hours here at Nürburgring, and the difficulty of this race, to be honest, is unmatched in many regards. Every single one of the endurance races is great for its own reason, but for this race in particular, I think it's just the difficulty of even getting to the end, let alone winning the thing, makes it so special.
Yeah, it It is certainly the most difficult of them. I'd say Spa's probably the easiest because we did it, so it can't be that hard.
That's true. We did it alongside commentating as well. So
I know.
Definitely.
It's definitely easy, yeah. Can you imagine if we did that for this race? Goodness me.
We'd be out of the race already.
Yeah, we just focus on commentary at this stage.
Yeah, Lewis would have been in the car again in hour 4, and then that would have been it.
Yeah, well, there you go. So there you go. We've ranked the iRacing 24-hour races live, and it didn't take very long. It's Nürburgring, Daytona, Spa. I think is the undeniable order of that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, there's a reason why, like, think about it, there's a reason why Daytona gets the most sign-ups, because it's actually kind of like a fun, easy circuit to drive with floodlights. Here, there's 5 classes going on. It's a difficult track. It's pitch black. You can't see anything. It's, you know, I mean, I guess it's easy to, if you've driven enough laps around here, you can remember the corners, of course, but it's so difficult to get a perfect lap. There's just so many more variables compared to a race like that. Of course, Daytona is special in its own right, and it is one of my favourite tracks to drive, but this is a completely different challenge.
Felix van Delft has just sent me a video of you crashing into a pole on a straight at Spa, so that's...
yeah, he likes to bring that one up every now and again. That is true, good old Felix van Delft. The situation with that is that, you know, the little the Kemmel curve, which is easily flat out in the LMP2 car. It's not if you try and send a text while driving. So wow. I learned that the hard way.
Highly illegal. There you go.
It's, you win some, you lose some. It's all good.
It's only semi-illegal in sim racing. But anyway, yes, 3 seconds now, the gap for the lead. Good afternoon or good evening, by the way, to wherever you're watching this iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours. We will concentrate on the race at some point, but have a bit of a giggle first. Or at least we will. Just less than 14 hours to go. We'll take you to halfway, and by the halfway stage in this race, I do feel like we're going to have had a battle for the lead. We are, I think, on lap 4 now of this stint for these, maybe lap 5. We're certainly through the middle of the stint now for these leaders. Maybe they're just going to get there in time for the pit stops. They're still all pitting on the same lap, by the way, here at the front of the field. Top 7, maybe even top 8. All on the same strategy and all within about 2.5-3 minutes of one another. Been a very clean start to the race for the GT3s. You don't often see that from the Nürburgring 24 hours. So I get the feeling we'll see those 3 coming into pit lane one after the other when they have to do that in about 3 minutes time.
Yeah, there's certainly limited strategy options, to be honest, because a lap is so long around here. So it's a lot different. It's different when, you know, you go to maybe somewhere like Petit Le Mans around Road Atlanta, is a 4-kilometer circuit. It's a lot easier to save a lap, or even a couple of laps maybe, on your arrival there. But here, so difficult to do so, because percentage-wise, if you think about it, if you're only doing sort of like an 8-lap stint to then go from 8 to 9, that percentage is absolutely huge compared to obviously like a 40-lap stint just to do an extra lap. So it's a lot of fuel to save around then, and at that point you just start going slower. But therefore you just have to push out there on the track, and that is what these boys are doing at the moment. They're flashing. I mean, they're flashing like 20 seconds before they're going to get to this GT4 BMW. Around the outside they go, up towards the Nook curver, throwing sparks in the air as they push so hard, even onto the grass on the exit. They do not care that it is 1:30 in the morning where these guys are racing. They are pushing hard.
Yeah, they certainly are. Makes sense, Godinho, Brad Bardeveld and Versus Betsiotis. I think they all are in the Central European time zone, aren't they? We need to check that, but yeah, it is getting a little bit later on in the evening. Not sure when you count the graveyard shift properly starting, but you know, it's got to be soon. In sim, I think we're at 2:30 in the morning now in sim, so we're actually right in the middle of the night, and actually sunlight is not that far away especially if you live in Britain or towards the west end of Europe, sunrise does often come up in the Nürburgring and Spa 24-hour races on iRacing a bit earlier than you'd think. And so I guess maybe now we're right in the middle of the night. This is graveyard shift as far as in-sim is concerned, but as far as these guys are actually in their own lives driving, I mean, this is not too difficult to still be awake at 1:30 in the morning. It's a few hours time when it get a little bit more difficult and you've not been to bed yet at 4:30 in the morning.
I'm in bed by 10 o'clock normally during the week. What are you talking?
Yeah, these are sim racers. You've got a proper job.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. Very true. And also, it is the weekend. But no, I know what you mean. At this point, it's just a little bit late. But if it's like 4 o'clock in the morning, you 100% have to have gone to sleep already by this point. There's no way you're going to be 12 plus hours into the race and you still haven't had a proper sleep by that point. That is just bad team management, to be honest, at that point, because then you start getting tired and then you don't have enough rest coming towards the end of the race, especially as there will be quite a few teams, obviously, that do this with like 3 drivers, which is it's obviously manageable. In real life as well, that's what they do, but that means you've got to average 8 hours per driver, and if you just do sort of double stint before you get back in, there's a maximum of 4 hours that you can have, including some prep time. Really, you're only going to get a 2.5 hour nap between driving stints, so you do have to manage it quite important.
Yeah, there is a reason why there's only 2 teams in the last 3 years who have won any of the classes with just 3 drivers rather than 4. It is certainly the way to go, 4 drivers. You wouldn't have heard this earlier on, but the TC Esports team, who are currently running 3rd in GT4, by the way, are doing this race with just 2 drivers, Agustin Canapino and Abo Torres. That is a huge task for those 2. I know, one of them's Agustin Canapino, which, fair enough, that's a good driver to have, but still, and you'd like to use him for 12 hours as well, but that's a lot of driving for those 2.
That is tough. I've only ever attempted a 24 with 2. I've never completed, because that's just so difficult. You have to really, at that point you're just going for the grind, because you'll probably end up doing 2 hours on, 2 hours off, and just keep going. Because if you try and do 4 on 4 off, you'll get so tired during those 4 hours stint that you won't recover properly. So by the time you get to your 3rd driver stint halfway through the race, you'll just be absolutely knackered as the night comes in. So it's a very tough one to manage, to be honest, but fair play. Let's see what they can do. If you say they're up there in sort of 2nd place, obviously doing a good job for now, but there is still half the race to go. When even thinking of 7 hours to go in this race is still quite far in the future.
Yeah, exactly. Surely you'd imagine there's a team manager, engineer, someone to stay with the driver who's actually driving, so the other one can go and sleep. Sometimes that's up to the other drivers to do that engineering role when they're not driving in a 3 or 4 driver team, but that won't be the case for those 2, you wouldn't have thought. This, though, is the battle for the lead. The top 3 are covered by a 2.5. Can you believe this? 13 hours, 43 minutes to go. That's over 10 hours into the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours, and we've got 3 different teams, 2 different manufacturers, and 3 great drivers covered by a 2.5 here on the Nürburgring. This is lap number 5 of a 7-lap stint. We have got plenty of time to enjoy one of the battles of the race coming up over the next 10-15 minutes.
And last lap, it was 2.5 seconds faster for Barneveld compared to Godinho. So this is looking good for the BMWs chasing down. Of course, they are working together. They're gaining some time, a lot of time on the Duttinger with that bump draft as well. But I think they've just got slightly more pace. The stint length is, of course, the exact same. So there's nothing different in that regard. This is just the pure pace that we've got from Barneveld and Belliziotis at this moment in time. We've got a little bit of traffic up ahead as well that they've got to work their way through this very difficult section through the Hatzenbach section, one of the M2s that they're getting past, and they're getting closer and closer. And as Godinho feels their presence in the mirrors, he sees those headlights coming through his mirror. That is where potentially a mistake might be made, and we've got some more cars actually as we come up towards Flipplats. This could be an interesting moment of the race to see how Godinho is going to react when they actually get up directly up behind him.
Oh, I don't think he was quite slowed by them there through Flugplatz. He just about got away with it. Now, will all the BMWs get past as well down here? This is a long, flat-out section for all the cars. That's one of the TCRs, and it will be negotiated. The BMW M2, though, won't be passed because it is quite fast on the run down towards Schredenkreuz. Coutinho doesn't know which way to go, and he has to go to the inside now at Arenberg. Barneveld will follow, looking to the outside, speculatively. Belaziotis tries to go around the outside through Arenberg, but can't. And now down the Fuchsrohr, they are together. The front three, Mustang, followed by M4 and M4. 3 for the lead in the Nürburgring 24 hours. Maxence Coutinho under maximum pressure here in the night time.
And up to Adenauer for such a difficult sequence of corners on your own, let alone being pushed. We have 3 cars separated bumper to bumper for the lead in this race. This is absolutely exciting. And who is going to sort of be leading this one? Is Belaziotis going to be able to make a double move later in this lap with the double toe down at Dottinger Her, or are we going to see a mistake before that? Because Coutinho has lost about a 5-6 second lead in our time since being in the common box. That's in the last 20 minutes or so. That's a lot of time that he is hemorrhaging, and obviously Barneveld is looking fast at this moment in time. He just needs to find a way to slide his BMW through.
We have got a little bit of TCR traffic not too far in front of these guys, but there's not that much traffic. You can just see some of it in the distance there with some of the headlights. Not that much traffic. Once they get past that little bit, there's actually a little bit of a nice gap for them to go into before they have to catch up to the Scherer Esports TCR that Chris Shorter is currently driving. So that's going to help Coutinho, I think. When you're first on the scene in traffic, you can often get knocked back as far as your momentum's concerned, and that's where Barneveld could really get a run on you, but that's not happened here, where it's not going to for the moment, because there's not much traffic about. Coming up next, after Bergwerk, a long run up towards the Mutt-Kurve, where Brian Barneveld's got a decent chance at making a pass.
Indeed, as he's got to get the exit through here. And I actually quite love that drone shot that we just had, showing the speed of these cars. I mean, GT3s kind of feel slow at certain circuits. They don't around here. It's so narrow, it's so fast, as we've been mentioning, and now they've got some traffic coming up towards Mutt-Kurve. The Bravery Corner, it is called, when the Aston Martins is going to get absolutely freight trained by 3 GT3 cars, and around the outside of them they're going to have to go. No moves in terms of the order of these GT3s. He's going to run a little bit wide, Coutinho, and now Barneveld is getting closer. He's putting him under pressure in towards this next tricky braking zone. Bit of a kink to the inside stops that attempt, but now we've got traffic coming to the carousel.
Now, who's going to get through on this TCR? They're all going to terrorise this TCR into the carousel, aren't they? No, wow, patience. Can you believe it? Patience from the GT3 drivers. And they don't dive down the inside on the way towards the carousel this time. Coutinho, though, has Barneveld pushing him, coming out of the carousel. He's not going to have anywhere to go, though, going into the final sector. And this is unbelievable. You would not believe this is over 10 hours into the race, but Barneveld is putting the maximum pressure on Maxence Coutinho here, who at one stage had nearly half a minute's worth of a lead. That's come right down now with these 2 BMWs working together, and they might well work together to pass him on the Dottinger Haar this time round.
What a battle. I love, as you're saying there, the patience. That's actually kind of what you see from drivers in real life. You don't often see that in the sim, but you even saw from, you know, Belaziotis, from Barneveld, they all recognized that situation, thought, no, this is not the time, because you have to be on that concrete of the carousel. Going on the outside is so risky. So they just had to take the couple of seconds time loss there following the Honda. And now, as they work their way up to the fast sequence of corners, they need to stay close to try and make something work. So this corner here, this is where we saw the number 500 go off about 20 odd minutes to go now, and then down the hill over the jump in towards Svensgarten. Such a tricky part of the track to balance the car when you have the Ryan Barneveld chasing you down in your mirrors through this flat out section. Got to keep it pinned. Just kiss each of these curbs as you work your way through the Stefan Belofes. And this now, of course, is the important part of the track in terms of setting yourself up for the Dottinger Haar. How many car lengths do you want? But to be honest, I don't think Coutinho is going to have too much when you have the bump draft of Belaziotis pushing Barneveld through.
Oh, is he going to bump him, or is he going to make it 3 wide himself here? What does the Williams Sim Racing team really want out of this situation? Through Gaudenkopf they come. This is going to be extraordinary coming down the Dotting Hill. They've got some of that space in front of them, as I was mentioning earlier on. They're going to use some of that free air now with no traffic up in front, just pure darkness up the hill there towards the Bilstein Bridge. Godinho moves it over to the middle lane here. He wants them to go to the left, does he? It looks like he does. Barneveld is going to go to the left-hand side. Where does Palacios go? There's not much space for him here. If he wants to make it 3 wide, he's going to have to go through the middle of them both if he wants to, but no. Barneveld's going to get the push here from Palacios. It's a fairly big shove, in fact. Ryan Barneveld's going to lead this race for BS Competition. After just about 10.5 hours, Maxence Godinho has gone from first at the start of this lap to third by the end of the back straight.
Perfect team play there by Palacios. By team play, I just mean friendly, helping each other, getting themselves into a 1-2 situation. The two BMWs lead, and of course, BS Competition, so much success around this circuit. Let's see if they can continue on. Of course, a long way to go, but they now lead the way in the 89 machine, and Palacios following them through in their fellow BMW for Williams. And now, are they going to pull away? Does Godinho have anything to respond on this lap? Can he keep in that slipstream when we get back to the Dotting Hill? As you've seen, that really is the overtaking spot on this track, but you just have to keep putting the pressure on. But Barneveld is looking strong, he's looking comfortable, and he now has the race lead.
Now, the question for me is whether Maxence Godinho and this Apex Racing Team Mustang can actually stay with the BMWs, because we've seen part of the reason why these two have stayed together so well, for Palacios especially, is because he's had the slipstream. Now, eventually he has been helping Barneveld and bumping him down the straight each time, which shows he's not exactly hanging on to Barneveld. He's not clinging on to the slipstream by the skin of his teeth. But can Godinho do the same? Can he stay within that slipstream now? Another 3 of them going to tow each other around for a while.
Yes, I think you're right in that regard. Palacios definitely has the speed. As you say, it just depends. Is that Mustang fast enough through this sort of 20-odd kilometre section of the Nordschleife before we get back to that straight? That is going to be, yeah, certainly an important point in the race. We do have some pit stops in the GT4s. You've got your race leader, Jaden Munoz, coming in there in the number 6 Williams Sim Racing. Looks like he's going to retake the lead. He's got a couple of cars in behind him with Was Cooking and TC Esports as well, also making their pit stops this time around.
If you were with us a few hours ago, you would have known that gridandgo.com esports were leading not so long ago, but over the last few hours that's been evolving into a Williams Sim Racing lead. Jed Munoz now leads Alessandro Quintai, but these are the GT3 leaders we're following here through the Hatzenbach. TCR traffic, and he can't get through there, Barneveld. You can't risk it all for a simple move with this long to go in the race, that's for sure. And Barneveld now is going to get a little bit of a gap. Palacios wasn't quite able to get through quite as quickly, but that's only one TCR. It's where you get the real thick traffic, where it can be really, really difficult. But they're not going to get much of that over the next few moments, I wouldn't say. Just trying to gauge where they are in terms of traffic. There's a little bit to come up in head, but again, it's sort of in clumps up ahead, so they're going to have a bit of free air now for a while, and again, more chance for Godinho to show whether he's got the speed to be in this leading 3 or whether he's going to be cast aside in a moment.
I'll tell you what, I'm loving some of these camera angles. As they came off Flugplatz there, that looked so fast. You couldn't believe that was a GT3 car. It's amazing how fast these cars are around this track. Absolutely love it. As you work our way through the night stint here, 3 cars for the lead within a second or a second and a bit of each other. Absolutely fantastic. And Palacios lost a little bit of time there with the traffic, but he's caught back up straight away. And to be honest, I think he might be the faster one, but he just needs to sit there for now. There's no reason to do anything. Barneveld is fast enough. But definitely keep that number 3 Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car in the back of your mind, because at some point, I think they are going to take the lead and potentially try and pull away.
But I've got to be honest, if I was Palacios with this speed at the moment, I'd be thinking about making a pass this lap now and trying to see whether I could gap Barneveld. I think you're probably right that Barneveld will be able to hang on even if the roles were reversed here, but by the end of this lap, it looks like they will have done enough to distance Godinho, who just doesn't look like he's got the speed here to stay with the two BMWs right now. And Belliziotis is so close to the back of Barneveld at all times here. So I'd begin to wonder by the end of this lap, if I was Belliziotis, can I maybe draft past on the Dottinger, maybe even to the muck curve if I'm feeling brave, and maybe even break the slipstream to BS competition and lead this race for Williams Sim Racing with nobody in sight.
That would certainly be fantastic, and they are losing Godinho, aren't they? Corner by corner, we are losing a few inches at a time, and those thin Mustang headlights are getting smaller and smaller in the background of the shot. So it looks like it is going to be a two-way battle up towards the front. We're not going to keep the third member of this battle, which is a bit of a shame, to be honest. But the speed of these BMWs in the last half hour or so is absolutely unreal, and they are pushing each other. They're putting each other under so much pressure that is bringing the best performance out of these drivers as well. Up towards Mukkurva, though, is Belliziotis going to be making a move? He's going to have to be potentially on the outside, which is always the scariest moment of the track. But no, this time around, he's going to stay there, and he lets Barneveld continue on in the lead. But once again, Barneveld sparking up on the entry, hitting the grass on the exit, and really pushing the limit. So he's doing what he needs to do. The fastest way around the track is, of course, the racing line, the qualifying lap, and that's basically what he's doing.
Yeah, absolutely. One more thing to note, by the way, is that last time around, these three as a whole, I know that they were following Godinho, and we'll maybe get a better indication at the end of this lap, but these three were some of the slowest in the field. Fourth place was faster, so was fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and that's it. But the next five, all faster than the front three. So you can understand Belliziotis not especially wanting to go alone just yet either and help Barneveld here, because if they are still being caught by all the other five in the top 8 right now, even when they're helping each other, they absolutely need each other more than ever, even though they are 1 and 2, and they do hold 40 seconds over fourth place.
That 40 seconds can come quickly. I mean, you mentioned already the lead was about half a minute at one stage previously, so it can change around very quickly. In traffic, you can just lose so much time here compared to other tracks as well. It's very, very important, very difficult. So if you do get that time, of course, you want to be holding on to that, at least for this moment. You're just going to use the speed when you've got it. And I do think a mixture of obviously the battles and just where they met a couple of bits in traffic, I think that is the answer for why we had the differential in speed on that previous lap. Because before that, because that was like because they're doing 8-minute 11 laps. Before that, they were doing sort of 8-9s. So I think the potential is still there. We'll have to see, obviously, what this lap time is when we get back around to the start-finish line.
Yeah, this is a full lap now without Maxence Godinho in the way, for want of a better word there. He's just not quite as quick as these two at the moment. It looks like that lone Ford Mustang out front being surrounded by BMW M4 GT3s. But I still think Daniel Lafuente has possibly got the best speed in the field right now. We'll report back all the lap times over the next 2 minutes, because would you believe it, the top 8 are covered by 2 minutes 17. This is an outrageous race. It's an outrageous race. Over onto the back straight again for Barneveld and Belliziotis. What does the Williams Sim Racing driver decide to do here? Does he give him that big shove that he's giving him? I've got to say, sometimes when he's giving him this shove, it's looked like Barneveld's going to lose control of that BMW completely. But thankfully he hasn't done so far. Belliziotis again just bumps him here. They clearly still see the threat from those behind. They want to help each other right now to distance the rest.
Yeah, if you have the speed right now, just play the game and keep it going. If it's working, it's working. And this is always good as well, because now Barneveld knows he's not going to be challenged from behind, so he can relax, and the pair will just be faster. If he's stressing, thinking Belliziotis is going to come past him, he probably will make the extra mistake here or there, lose a few tenths. Whereas now he can relax, he knows he's going to get the push on the straights, and they can just go as fast as possible. So this is the perfect plan, basically, between both of these cars. And this is nothing to do with the fact that actually working together. This is just the drivers on the track right now being smart and reading the race situation that they're in at this moment in time and realizing that this is going to be their fastest way through this next sequence of the race. They have lost Apex in behind. It was quite a bit, to be honest. It was 1.7 seconds on the previous lap, so definitely Godinho doesn't have the speed right now.
Not at the moment. Veloce Thrustmaster just make their way over the line as well. They were still quicker than the two working together, so that shows a lot for Daniel Lafuente and his speed, but he starts with a 45-second disadvantage. He's now brought it down to 41. Oh my goodness, that was close. Through the Schumacher S there on the Grand Prix circuit. It's one of the BMW M4s, that M2s rather. I'll do that again, I'm sure. One of the M2s that just got in the way, and one of those bigger clumps of traffic that I was mentioning earlier on is going to be upon these guys very shortly as well, by the way. So this is where it gets more complicated. If this was just a GT3 race, it would be a lot easier for Barneveld and Belziotis to do this for the rest of the stint, the rest of time perhaps, but with the slower traffic about, it's so much harder to stay together.
Yeah, absolutely. It's some GT4s, really. It's some GT4s and a few pickups that are going to be ahead of them over the next lap or so. And that's actually quite difficult because it's not difficult to see exactly, but there's a good at least 6, 7, 8 cars that they're going to have to overtake, which obviously adds up very quickly, and the risk as well depends exactly when they find them on the track. So hopefully for these guys it's not too bad, but hopefully for the excitement of the race we actually get a couple of interesting and sketchy overtakes in the traffic. But I'm loving the execution from these guys right now. Barely seen a mistake from Barneveld in the 35 minutes that we've been following this battle, and he's just continuing to push on. We've done 6 laps on this stint, so we're on to 7, so a couple laps to go before the pit stop, before they start thinking about potential strategy options.
Well, it should be this lap that they come into the pit lane yet. So 7 laps the limit these days, and I do have a little bit less fuel than the 100% tanks in GT3. So Trago Racing just complete their 7th lap. Nicolas Matteo ruins our 8 cars in 2 minutes and a half mantra, and that's going to go away just for a moment. But the fact that the top 7 still are on the same strategy means that that's 7 GT3s who've gone at a pace pretty similar to one another and haven't had a single crash in nearly 11 hours. I mean, maybe I'm misremembering from previous Nürburgring 24 hours. I don't remember that happening at all in previous years. You know, you'd always have big names dropping back and losing a lap and having to fight back. And we do have some of those, with the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team, for example, and the Falcon Sim Racing team, both 1 lap down. But really, those GT3s who've fallen by the wayside and fallen away because of crashes are so few and far between this year.
And it's always a sad thing when that happens because of the way the split works with the 5 classes. We don't actually have that many GT3s. So obviously if you lose 3 or 4, that can, potentially that adds up quite a lot. But yes, you're right. The field stayed a lot closer than it has in previous years at this point, which is good news, I guess. The drivers are having a lot more of a cleaner race, and they're obviously feeling maybe more comfortable at this track. I don't know if there's some reason behind that, or if it's just the chances that the laws of averages balancing themselves out over time.
It was a slightly long stop for Nicolas Matteo, wasn't it? 1 minute 19 in the box, which almost suggests a speeding penalty, maybe. An easy thing to do around here, especially when you can't see the braking zone very well. Number 7 is in PS Competition's BMW M2 of Elias Riker. That car, by the way, is now ahead of all but 2 of the TCRs, which is an interesting just little side note to keep watching on over the course of this race. The BMW M2s and the TCRs are not that far apart in terms of speed. This is Barneveld versus Belziotis, now making their way up towards the Moot curve. Again, it would have to be very brave and very out of character, I've got to say, from Belziotis, who flashes his lights. Barneveld moves to the left. Not really sure what that interaction's all about at all, but they stay single file and 1 and 2.
Is that just a friendly wave saying, hi, we're doing a good job? You never know when you just have the flashing of the lights. Generally, slow is more happy and fast is angry, but that's about it in terms of the indication that you get. We've got a GT4 BMW just up ahead of them as they will catch that car going up the hill here, I guess, towards her act, which is always a tricky little sort of chicane sequence as we get to the highest point of the track, and then following some of the best corners in motorsport. And yes, that is exactly where they are going to catch that GT4 car, and they're going to have to try and find a way through, because down the hill here it gets very one line all over the curbs. They do manage to slide their way through, the GT4 being very compliant at that point, and slightly offline there from Barneveld all over the curb on the exits. These guys, they are pushing. This is great to see. They're leading their 1-2. They're looking fairly comfortable, but they are pushing, and they're still trying to get their qualifying laps. And of course, they're basically on quali fuel at the moment, coming into the pit at the end of this lap.
Yeah, they certainly are. We've just seen a leader pit, by the way, from the Porsche Cup class, Roberto Maria Marcheno, former World Championship driver in the Porsche Cup class, has dropped to third as a result of that, and he's going to be right alongside Louis Balecki in a very congested part of the field. That's top four in the Porsche Cup class, covered by 25 seconds. This race is ridiculous in so many classes, absolutely ridiculous. In the BMW M2 class, we've got the lead separated by 2.5 seconds now. 6 seconds the lead in GT4. TCR's the only one with a mildly respectable lead. It's nearly a lap for GeForce Racing, WSR Esports. I don't know what's got into these guys here today. I don't know whether they've made some agreement to keep it close until the final hours or something, but it's a ridiculous race so far.
And that is what we love, as we get some more GT4 machinery for Belesiotis to slide up the inside. Just about enough space to get the two cars there as they work their way onto the Dottinger once more. And how are we doing in terms of the traffic for them? They are looking fairly okay, but of course a few cars still around for them to try and slide their way through. As Belesiotis is actually quite far back this time around. He's not bump drafting down the whole straight. It's going to take him almost to the top of the hill. He actually does go to the right-hand side, though.
He does go for the move because they're both coming in this lap. He's decided that the extra car length is worth it, and it definitely is. How far is Ryan Barneveld going to fight him for it? He didn't get much choice. Belesiotis just cut the nose off there, going down in towards the Tiergarten, and Williams Sim Racing take the lead, but it's going to be so brief because they both now get into the pit lane. Watch your marks here. Make sure you don't hit the car in front, and watch for the speeding penalty. There it is. They both slowed down in time. I think they both broke a bit early, actually, because Maxence Cadinho actually gained a bit of time. The two BMWs, nose to tail, going down onto pit lane.
Perfect timing for Belesiotis. That shows you as well, that's his sign to Barneveld, is that, okay, we worked together for that stint, but I'm racing you, mate. You watch out. So, of course, they are going to have almost exactly the same pit stop time. So, hopefully for Belesiotis, he will be getting back out ahead. Looks like Cadinho is going to be swapping out. Alex Gall is getting in that car, but Barneveld and Belesiotis seemingly staying in for another stint. The driver swap for Apex is interesting. Let's see what pace Gall has at this moment in the race, and hopefully we can have a sort of a battle for the lead that is going to continue on, because 3 cars this far into the race is very interesting.
And good luck yanking either of those two out the car, by the way. And early, a little bit earlier from Belesiotis. Well, now he's trying to steal a march. So Williams Sim Racing have seen that Vasilis Belesiotis is a little bit quicker and have decided, let's underfuel him slightly and try and give him the chance to break the slipstream to Ryan Barneveld. He starts with a 1.8 second advantage. Watch that gap now on this outlap. Ryan Barneveld has got a big test of himself here, because he's going to have to try and bring this slipstream back again immediately. He's got a bit of traffic that Belesiotis didn't have to negotiate, and that will be 2 temps, 3 temps lost immediately. The biggest test of Ryan Barneveld's afternoon is starting right now.
Yeah, so this pit stop from Williams is about a second faster than the average of quite a few other cars out there. So maybe you're right, maybe they did under fuel, or maybe it's because he sat behind for so long. He actually saved the fuel, so he probably had maybe 5 litres sat there left in the tank. Obviously not enough to do a full lap, but enough that he could save a little bit of time, just as an example. So he still filled up less. So that is certainly a good strategy option. And now he's leading by 2 seconds, which is a very important 2 seconds and a crucial point of the race as well. We're seeing 3 cars within a second, and now they're separated by 6 seconds overall, with Apex now unfortunately 4 seconds off the back of BS.
And Veloce Fussmaster, by the way, have gone from 41 seconds off the lead to 44. So they are not catching like they were before. And Daniel Lafuente is not driving anymore either. Lasse Bach is now driving for them in the race. Daytona 24-hour winner, but never of this race, the Dane. So we'll see where he gets to from 4th position. Nicolas Matteo is now down to 8th place considerably because of that speeding penalty. Everybody else, though, in the top 7 is out in 1 minute 45. The pit stop times all above 39.4. Apart from Belaziotis, as you say, the average, the centre of gravity, probably around 40 seconds, maybe. Belaziotis a little bit quicker than that. Crucially, he was 1.1 seconds quicker than Barneveld, who has so far held the margin out to Belaziotis on this first bit of an outlap. What a huge outlap it is for those two.
So Williams leading. In the last 3 laps, we've had 3 different leaders of the race, which is amazing to see. So deep into the race. But yes, Williams, they will be enjoying that one. They've had good track record on the special events over the last, really couple of years now. Of course, mostly in the GTP category. But now in the GT3s, let's see if they can continue that success over this point. We're looking at the 96 machine. This is the Drago Racing Nicolas Matteo. He is 3 minutes off the lead as it stands. But of course, you might as well keep going and see what happens, because there will be drivers who are making a mistake later on. He's one lap ahead stint-wise as well. Wonder if that's going to make any difference later on. All the cars ahead of him pit on the previous lap, but he did 1 lap prior.
Yeah, so he's done a 6-lap stint somewhere. Everybody else has done 7-lap stints the whole way. That was the end of stint 11, by the way, of this race. 7 laps is getting them to... I can't do 7 times 8 while I'm talking. That's 56? Something like that.
Yes.
Yeah, so something like 57 minutes 45 seconds, something like that per stint. Now, as you'll know, that doesn't quite match up with an hour, so there's going to be some real serious maths going on later on about when's the checkered flag going to fly and how many laps is this race after all.
Yes, it's always a tricky one when you get to that situation, because it's like, do you want to try and save that lap, which would be so difficult, and then you have to go so slow for a stint, or you have to find someone to bump draft? It becomes very difficult. Or do you just suck it up and just take that splash and dash? But that's kind of not really something to think about right now, because there's too many variables sort of between now and when you're going to have to make that decision. So I don't think there's much in the way of doing that. But actually, if so, therefore going a lap shorter for Drago is going to be quite bad, because then that might end up being a couple of laps, which is going to be even more difficult to get back. Yeah,
absolutely. Let's just script. What am I trying to say there?
Hello?
Whiz round? I'm trying to say all sorts of words at the same time there. Whiz round some of the other classes. Well, we've been focusing on GT3 a lot in the first, 45 minutes we've been here already. In the Porsche Cup class, the lead gap is well down. As I mentioned earlier, Kandah are 1 and 2 and leading by over a minute 4 hours ago. But now they are don't say in trouble, because they are still leading with Mitchell de Jong. But they've got 3 contenders within 30 seconds of them now. Drago Racing, the Apex Racing team, and Grid and Go are all within 30 seconds. Grid and Go are pitted most recently. That might give them an advantage later on, but they're all on different laps, which suggests some sort of minor problems here and there for those teams. In GT4, we've got a battle for the lead emerging. Alessandro Quintana is catching Jaden Munoz. Williams versus Grid and Go for the lead. Only a second between them. There they are on your screen right now. In TCR, as I mentioned, over a 7-minute gap for Javi Guerrero in this super team that has been created of TCR drivers. between GeForce Racing, WSR Esports, got guys like Michael Polisic there, Ross McFarlane, Javi Guerrero, another one, Konstantin Stolzenberg earlier on. That is a hall of fame of TCR drivers in iRacing, and they're all on the same team, unfortunately, so they're beating everybody else by over 7 minutes. And on the BMW M2 standings, we have currently got a pit stop difference between Maniti Racing and Grid and Go. They were converging, though, very quickly for a battle for the lead there in the BMW M2 class. So Peter Zuber has been left out on his own. I'm not sure if I'm going crazy, Cam, but I believe that's someone you'd raced against before. Do you know Peter Zuber, or have I made that up?
Yes. Yeah, from the other worlds of sim racing. I've seen his name around for quite a few years, so definitely experienced driver. And interesting, so Grid and Go pick up a few people because Alessandro Quintai as well is a driver I know from like 2018 or something, silly on other platforms. So yeah, the world of sim racing is certainly small but big at the same time.
Yeah, and Grid and Go have certainly been picking up different drivers. You're right, because the amount of entries they have these days in a
lot of seats to fill.
Yeah, absolutely, a lot of seats to fill. I mean, they've got 6 entries in this race. 5. 5 entries in this race. None of them in the top class, by the way, which is even more weird for them. But they are really growing their sort of, and they have been for a while. It's not I'm not talking about this like it's a new thing, but they've been growing their presence in these iRacing top split special events. A big feature at Daytona, of course, and being a big feature here at the Nürburgring as well. Not just the big teams like Kandah Redline don't put 5 into the same race in top split. They're filling some seriously high quality seats, as you say, in these different classes.
And I've always thought about that, though, it's like, why do 5 cars? Like, that is a lot of things to organise, but I guess the fun of it and the success is certainly, but I mean, when I sort of had a team and stuff like that years ago, even have more than like 2 cars in one race, I mean, that starts getting stressful. That starts to be a lot of drivers that you've got to sort out, and a lot of schedules, and a lot of just planning and that sort of stuff. And the fact that also they have cars in different categories as well in terms of setup options and driver preferences, certainly a very difficult one. So I do not envy being a manager over there at Grid and Go, but as you say, they've been doing it for a while now, and they're rather successful at it. They do challenge for the top places in basically every race that they come out for.
Yeah, and they did win Daytona. Don't forget the Daytona 24 hours. I'd say maybe it's unfair to say it's for their first big win in a special event. Of that caliber, won by 3 laps in the end after the disqualification of Ferrari. Over the Apex Racing team, and then Team Redline, who did get a podium in the end at Daytona. 6 laps behind. That was a very attritional race, wasn't it? 9th place, finished 48 laps down. Blimey. I've forgotten how just attritional it was. It all happened when we were on Cubs, if you remember, Cam. Everybody fell apart as the rain started to fall with about 7 hours to go.
You're asking now to remember.
Don't remember.
It's not that I don't remember. I think it's the fact that it was about a stint we did at this time in the morning. At that time as well. I normally remember these things, but unfortunately that one I do.
It was, what was it? I think it started at 6 Central European time, so it was a bit on the early side, that's for sure. Meanwhile, this is Alessandro Quintai, and look at that, the weaving down the straight. This is not the nice and friendly cooperation between Barneveld and Bellaziotis at all, is it? This is absolutely get out of my slipstream, please. Jaden Munoz does not want to give this up to Alessandro Quintai, but he might not have much choice as they just plunge uphill now in towards the Bilstein Bridge, and now back down the other side. Quintai's going to be quite close here to making a move, and he knows he's quicker. Munoz will defend for all he's worth here to try and keep Quintai behind him for as long as possible, and try and keep Grid and Go from going fast when they know they need to be. This is only the end of lap 4 of Grid and Go's stint. This battle could last a long time yet.
Yeah, this is going to be a big battle. Munoz is doing that already, and Quintai's not even that close, to be honest. He can feel the pressure, and therefore the Italian is going to be trying to make a move down in towards turn 1. They come, and they're going to make the apex rather nicely, but Munoz is certainly looking in his mirrors. He's looking at his relative and he's trying to work out if he's going to be able to hold on. What we're saying in terms of lap times last time around, it was quite a bit fast. That can't be true. That can't be true. 5 seconds a lap faster for Quintai. Yeah, I guess maybe that's why we're seeing this gap come down quite a bit.
It's a combination, I think, of Quintai being very, very fast. 43.9 is nearly the best lap. Well, I won't over-egg it, but that's quite close to the best lap we've seen today. It's certainly close to it certainly is the best lap of anybody on that lap. And I think Jed Munoz with one of the slower laps of that lap. In fact, everybody down to 9th place was quicker than him. So I think there's a combination of factors there. 5 seconds is absolutely true because Quintai just slightly quicker than everybody else and Munoz just slightly slower, and obviously they're on the opposite ends of that scale.
Yes, but 5 seconds isn't slight. I mean, that is almost a different class. In normal Grand Prix terms, an average 5 kilometer track, you can see classes separated by 5 seconds. Of course, this is 25 kilometers. So take that as you will, but still an interesting one. The fact they're in the same car as well, so everything is the same. But Quintai is just so much faster at this point. So let's see how Munoz does on this lap. Hasn't shown on this lap so far, he hasn't looked like he is 5 seconds slower than Quintai. So maybe it's just a bit of a blip on that previous lap. Maybe it was a small mistake, bit of traffic, who knows, didn't quite see it. But the 6 car is certainly working his way through the Hatzenbach and trying to hold on. And he is, I always find it interesting when a driver wiggles like that though, because it just shows that there's a potential, like the under pressure, there's potential that they're going to make a bit of a rash decision.
Now then, battling the Porsche Cup class by the looks of things. Martin Kadlec has caught Martin Varga of the Chesney Esports team. This is the battle between two teams who have really got quite a long way to go to get any more positions in this, or indeed lose any more positions than just this. There's a minute up to Simone Maria Marciano, who is 4th, and there's a minute and a half more than that actually back to Marcus Deck for the Grid and Go kart in 7th. So this is very much a battle on their own, but it's good to go and see the Porsche Cup class again. We haven't seen them for a little while. In the BMW M2s, by the way, Johan Breuer has now gotten into the Grid and Go car from Peter Zuber, and that is still the lead for Grid and Go ahead of Maniti, but 1.2 seconds the leading gap there. There's so many close leading battles here.
It's amazing. 5 classes as well. And the fact that it's not even just one, it's not even a lucky one that is being close. There's multiple of these classes. That is absolutely incredible. As you say, in the TC class, it is, let's just say it's a little bit more dominant. But apart from that, the other 4 classes are giving us some great action. And the fact that we're getting these battles low down in the positions as well is not all about winning. It is about obviously the taking part when you get to these special events. That's what it's about. It's a community event. Come out, do your laps and try and complete all the 24 hours. Kadlec wants to get this move done in the number 38 as he tries to pull to the right-hand side. We just have headlights to look at as he come up the Dottinger Höhe. Is there a sign of him getting ahead? He's certainly possibly a bumper as we come up towards the Bilstein Bridge. A bumper just ahead. Is he going to be able to try and get past Varga? It looks like he's just going to be able to squeeze in as he come through the kink, and he makes that move up into P5.
TCR traffic though, just into the Tiergarten section. Is that going to provide any problems? No. And that 38 car will move on up into the top 5, but how long will it stay there? The Audi not in an ideal place there at all for Martin Kadlec, and Varga is going to have a chance down at the first corner. If he wants to respond here, he might just let this one go, knowing that there is so long to go in the race and there's a pace difference between these two, and he does. Probably takes the right call there, in all honesty, to just let that one go. So that's a change for 5th position in the Porsche Cup class. As I mentioned, still 2 leading battles, less than a second and a half between them. 1 in GT4 and 1 in the BMW M2 category as well. It is all happening out there on the circuit as we approach 11 hours gone. remarkably, we're going to get to the end of the first half of a 24-hour race, and we're still not really going to have taken a breath here. Unbelievable racing, absolutely unbelievable racing. As I said at the start, I can bet we were not expecting this when we started this stint with hours 11 and hours 12 on the menu. This has been, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say it's the best Nürburgring 24 hours ever just yet, because there's a very long way to go. And we did have a last lap finish one year, quite some years ago. But let's just see. This is shaping up to be an absolute classic so far.
Indeed, when obviously we're sorting out the availability for the comms, I wasn't able to do the first few hours of the race, and I'm like, it's going to be night stint again. I'm going to be looking at headlights, so nothing's going to happen. But this is exciting. This first hour, me and Ewan, of being in the booth, it's just absolutely flown by. So many things happening out there on the track, and it's quite a lot to keep up with, to be honest. The one thing that is good about the laps being long around here is, of course, it's the time sort of flies by. You can easily follow a lap, and for these cars, it's anywhere between 8 and 9 minutes for the lap. So it's really, really good how the race can just flow on very nicely indeed. And of course, we had that big battle in the GT3s. It's now opened up to a 3-second lead for Belleziotis. So comfortable for the number 3 Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car. He sat behind in 3rd place for a long time, but now he is leading comfortably, because Alex Gall as well, who's got in the Apex car now in 3rd place, is 7 seconds off, not challenging either. So it's really flipped on its head and gone in the way, in the favour of that Williams at the front. But what a battle that was.
Yeah, so fastest driver on the circuit last time round, actually. Ziotis, as it's not over here for 5th just yet. Kandah really got slowed down by that BMW, and now he's under pressure again towards Schwedenkreuz. He will not be under pressure though, really, because Varga is not going to make a move on him down in towards Arenberg by the looks of things there. But yeah, fastest man on the circuit last time round was Vasilis Belleziotis, 8 minutes 10.3, 9 tenths quicker than Barneveld, 1.6 quicker than Gall, 8 tenths quicker as well than Lasse Bach. Sobrero 1.3 slower. Nicholas Heider 1.6 slower. Sorry, Sobrero 2.3 slower. Heider 1.6 slower. Lucas Herman 8 tenths slower. And Nicholas Matteo did a very good lap actually as well, but he's quite a long way off the back here in 8th place. As we know now, 3 minutes off of the lead. So that has all changed very, very quickly there. And suddenly Belleziotis is looking good. 11 hours gone then, 13 hours still to go of this absolutely brilliant iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours, filled with drama. Still plenty of cars out there on the circuit. The attrition has not bitten this field too hard, and the class battles in all but one are very much up in the air.
Which is what we absolutely love, as as you're saying, another hour ticks by, almost coming up to the halfway point in this race. And I always find it with these 24-hour races, they do actually go kind of quickly. In many respects, you expect it to be an absolute marathon. And yes, it's not easy. Yes, it's still a long race, but there's a nice flow to it. And we are getting, as I say, towards that halfway point in just 1 hour's time. We are still covered in darkness here. That's the Nürburgring Nordschleife. No floodlights out there in the forest, just the headlights of your car and your competitors around you. Sometimes it is actually quite nice to have a car behind you, because it sort of lights up a little bit more. You have a little bit more lumens all over the track in front of you. But of course, hopefully they are practiced enough to know where they're going around here. It's quite a simple track to learn, actually, once you've done enough laps around here. But the nuances, where all the bumps are, where all the curbs are, which ones you can take, which ones are flat, which ones are high, those facts are what you need to spend the hours and having the experience is certainly very important indeed. Maybe the drivers have been doing this for so long now, that is why they are enjoying a bit more of a cleaner race. We'll have to certainly find out as we work our way up towards some M2 traffic. He's going to dive it down the inside for Kadlicic. That is getting very tight indeed. M2 has to leave a little bit more space than he would have wanted, but Kadlicic was able to get himself through there as we work up towards the carousel.
I must must say though, do you remember your first laps around here? Because I remember taking me quite a while. I know I'm a bit dim, but it took me quite a while to remember which corner was coming next, to be honest. It's like a rally stage when you do this circuit for the first time.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, I'll rephrase that. I'm not saying it's easy to learn, but I meant it has a good flow to it, so you can sort of do the laps quite easy. But I learned this back on, what was it called? It was one of the Need for Speed games back in the day on the PlayStation, and there was a challenge in like some Lamborghini or something around this, and I had to like restart it so many times to like try and beat the AI like predicted lap time around here. That's how I learned it, because I kept on doing like the first half of the lap a million times before eventually you would remember it. But it just flows. That's the thing. Once you get from the GP loop is obviously like a little bit awkward, and obviously we have it for the space of the cars and things. But when you actually go onto the Nordschleife, from there, the whole way around to the Dottinger Höhe, it just flows so nicely, and you can really get in a rhythm.
Yeah, it does have a nice flow to it. You just need to get that layout in your head first of all, before you can properly have a go at this circuit. And isn't it weird, by the way, that when we're doing the Nürburgring 24 hours, and I certainly see this in real life, you start doing things on the Grand Prix circuit that you'd never do if you were just doing the Grand Prix circuit, because suddenly it seems so wide. And especially when you see, in terms of low lap traffic, sometimes you see some moves, especially in the real world where traffic's a bit thicker for the GT3s. You see them making moves that you think, if this was a Grand Prix circuit only race, you'd never do that. But when you get onto this Grand Prix circuit, you're suddenly spoiled with opportunity, and there's so much space on the Grand Prix circuit all of a sudden when you compare it to the Nordschleife, which is it's a single track road, isn't it, really?
That's a very good point, actually, because the GP loop is so different in style and in terms of stature and everything to the Nordschleife. It has its own presence. But often, if we have just an endurance race around the GP track itself, it may be a little bit boring in some ways. But here, it's kind of, as you say, it's the in some ways the nicer part of the track, because you have the more space and stuff. It's very interesting how, perspectives matter quite a bit. And when you have such a narrow circuit, I mean, we see the amount of times drivers going 2-3 wide, and they're basically using up the whole road, because it genuinely is that narrow. And especially the racing line, because we have, as I mentioned, quite a flowing track, when you go from curb to curb, like we're seeing here through Hassenbach, etc., it's really one line. So you don't really have the space on the racing line to go side by side. It's a very, very tricky track. And I think that's why the drivers love it so much, because the challenge. Imagine if this track had these big, the Armcos weren't there, these big runoffs, there was, space. It would feel very, sort of diluted compared to what we have now.
Very different. I suppose that's why there's very much a very clear upper limit when you get to the Nordschleife as to what could actually run round here. Everyone likes to fantasise a little bit about what it would be like to have an F1 Grand Prix these days around here, but it would be a bit of a disaster, to be honest, wouldn't it? These days, unfortunately, it's a bit of a disaster back in the day as well, in some cases. So yeah, it's probably a good thing that GT3 is the upper limit. And it's a great point you made earlier on about GT3s looking slow at some circuits. I mean, I've watched the WEC race at Qatar the last 2 years. The GT3s look painful. I mean, really bad. But around here, you're absolutely right. They look like spaceships all of a sudden, and they are because they are. I guess that's the Qatar circuit looking so slow rather than this circuit necessarily looking fast. This circuit well and truly brings out the proper speed, even to be honest, in some places, of the TCRs and the M2s. They're properly fast cars, and this circuit makes it feel like that.
It's because there's corners. You have a corner. It's tight, it's twisty, there's elevation changes. I mean, even at Spa, even GT3s at Spa can look slow, because we're used to seeing the prototypes, the Formula 1 cars, etc. around a big track like that. And Qatar is a good example for the GT3s, because it has these big, long, wide, open corners for, obviously because it's, you know, made for the bikes, and they, yeah, that's obviously the types of tracks that need to be made for that. And then you see, you know, F1 go there, and every corner is basically flat out because it's so wide and open and medium speed. So for the GT3s, there's no challenge because GT3s have way more grip than power. So they can very easily take this. There's, oh, David Williams, can he save it? The 0.81 on the curb, I think he does.
Whoa.
As he comes up the hill there. That is a very awkward place to do so. Easily done though, as you push through the, not quite flat out or anything, but you're still trying to keep the throttle on through that corner. Just catches the rear left on the curb, goes completely perpendicular, and fortunately is able to rejoin. I don't believe he hit the barrier front or rear there, so he should be absolutely fine.
And that car, those cars, by the way, the two Kandas have been slightly delayed this afternoon. 8th and 9th now, leaving their teammates to fight on alone out the front of the field. Mitchell de Jong still leading in the Porsche Cup class, second fastest category at the Nürburgring 24 Hours this year, as it has been pretty much since its inception back in 2016. Now then, on to the Dottinger again, and this is close this time for Alessandro Quintai, following Jaden Munoz, who's not doing quite as much weaving initially, but now as they go under the Audi Sport Bridge, he certainly begins it. There we go, first to the right, then to the left again. Quintai not quite following in his exact wheel tracks, actually, on this occasion. And so, yeah, he's just holding back for the moment. Is that to just delay his run here so that he can come back again here in a few moments' time to get past? It looks like it. Munoz can weave about left and right as much as he wants, but that grid and go car, oh, he's almost going to get alongside. Alessandro Quintai gets right up to the rear of Jaden Munoz, but he doesn't go through, and maybe I'm beginning to wonder whether he's actually given up on trying to go through and he's just saving the fuel like Belziotis might well have been doing in that previous stint with Ryan Barneveld.
If so, Munoz's excessive defending ends up looking quite silly. If Quintai is actually sat there like, mate, I'm not trying to overtake you. Let's just chill out. So yeah, let's see how this one develops. But Munoz is certainly very keen indeed to try and keep this lead and push Williams further forward. A little bit deep in there actually for the grid and go kart. He's obviously trying to push on the brakes. But I think it is all going to be good for another lap there for Munoz. If we look at the previous laps, of course, now that they're following each other, they are basically doing the same lap times, but we're now into the 44s, so this is a bit better. When we saw that lap, it was 5 seconds difference. I think it was like a 49 time that Munoz did. So definitely it was a mistake or some traffic.
Or both, I suppose. Yeah, 48, 49, something like that. By the way, if you're watching along, and good evening to everyone who is, we're about to switch over our YouTube streams, the iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours. You'll notice that on the iRacing and RaceSpot YouTube channels, there is a part 3 available, which is not started yet, but I don't think so anyway, but it will switch very, very soon. So make sure you switch over to part 3 here in a few moments' time, because yes, we will be switching over to the third part of our YouTube stream to make sure the evidence that this race actually happened exists at the end, which would be nice. So yeah, switch over to part 3 in a few moments' time. That's how you can tell we're getting towards the halfway stage in this race. It's absolutely flown by so far, and we've got 2 battles for the lead in 2 different classes, as well as 2 other classes with gaps well below half a minute, which at this stage of a Nürburgring 24 hour is very, very rare to see. I'm going to do a bit of research in a moment, Cam, about how big the leading gaps were at this stage in the race last year. I'm going to bet that they weren't this small, if I was to hazard a guess.
I would certainly not think that. So just to run you through some of those things that Ewan has talked about. So lead gaps in GT3 is 2 seconds. The Porsche Cup is 23. The GT4s is less than a second, as we're seeing. The TCR